Chapter 442, Ghost King 4. The huge black tiger's eyes ominously glinted upon seeing the transformed flood dragons that were attempting to constrict him. With a low growl, it opened its mouth wide and shot out over 10 head-sized black light orbs in succession. The transparent azure flood dragon was able to swipe away the first few light orbs, but it wasn't able to block the rest. With a mournful wail, the flood dragon was shattered, revealing the flying swords. The flying swords were knocked over 40 meters away by the remaining light orbs. The swords' azure light dimmed as if their spirituality had suffered damage. When Hanli saw this, he felt slight regret and hastily pointed at them, causing them to streak back into his body for recuperation. Then with a wave of his other hand, he sent out another 4 azure flying swords, stabbing towards the huge tiger in a blur. The black ghost shadow grew impatient upon seeing this. After taking a deep breath, it released a long, deafening shriek. When the demon tiger heard this, it immediately lowered its head. Its neck became twisted and its 2 front claws dug into the ground. An astonishing scene followed. A huge protrusion began to swell from the side of the tiger's head. With a flash of black light, it grew to become a smaller tiger head. With the appearance of its second head, the demonic chi surrounding its body soared. The transformation of this 2-headed tiger caused Hanli to tightly crease his brow. At that moment, the 2 heads of the demon tiger artifact spirit widely opened their mouths and shot out a dense, overbearing barrage of black light balls towards Hanli. Hanli didn't dare to be careless. He formed an incantation gesture and caused his 4 flying swords to violently sway in mid-flight, making them appear as 8 blades. With a burst of radiance, the 8 flying swords then combined together to form a 10-meter-long azure sword. When Hanli looked at the sword, his eyes flickered with a strange expression. He opened his mouth without hesitation and spat out a cloud of glowing azure light towards the huge sword. The cloud of pure true essence caused the huge sword to radiate brilliance and release a long, clear ring, before transforming into an azure blur. As it fiercely chopped towards the black light orbs, it faintly released the sounds of thunder. Black and azure radiance scattered upon collision, followed by a series of explosions. This display released an astonishing pressure. The huge azure sword chopped through the light orbs with unstoppable momentum in a display of divine might. However, the black light orbs were endless. For every destroyed light orb, it seemed as if the 2 tiger heads would just release another wild torrent. This scene caused Hanli's expression to sink. This was unexpected. As he considered using other magic techniques to strike the enemy or send out more flying swords, a series of slight fluctuations occurred about 30 meters behind him, where the elusive gray ghost shadow had appeared. Apart from its blood-red eyes, its body contained no other detectable auras. It seemed Hanli hadn't detected any abnormalities from behind him. The gray shadow glanced at the flying beetles surrounding Hanli. After its gaze flickered around, it silently pounced towards Hanli's back as a thin streak of gray light, wanting to shatter Hanli's gold core. It didn't care about the beetles in the slightest as it was most adept in stealth techniques. At that moment, his body had already become formless, with nothing to fear from the beetles. Under these circumstances, it was confident its claws would end Hanli before he could even react. The ghost shadow's cultivation art was extremely strange. It shot towards Hanli as a gray blur at amazing speed without producing the slightest sound. As the gray blur quickly approached Hanli's back, the gold-silver beetles began to hum and swarm towards it. The gray shadow was startled. Before it could react, the swarm of gold-silver beetles had blocked his path forward and were swarming towards him. In an instant, the gray blur became covered in the swarm of gold-silver beetles, creating a silhouette of twinkling gold and silver glints. With furious alarm, the gray shadow trembled several times in an attempt to throw off the beetles. This proved completely ineffective, and soon his body began to feel an intense, strange sensation. After a moment of daze, it turned its head downward, resulting in a gaze of terror from its blood-red eyes. The beetles that it had disregarded were now eating away at its incorporeal ghost body. Although their bites took much effort, they were truly eating away at his formless ghost body a mouthful at a time. The gray shadow became panicked and started to undergo continuous transformations. In one moment, it had turned into a pitch-black fog. In another, it turned into a scaled phantom. But regardless of the transformation, the cloud of beetles firmly stuck onto his body, and he was incapable of breaking away from them. In a short moment, his body was being devoured by at least several thousand exotic insects. At that moment, Hanli finally turned his head to coldly glance at the gray shadow. Without wasting the breath to say any nonsense, He released 2 more spirit beast pouches into the sky, summoning 2 additional swarms of droning gold-silver insects into the air. The 2 huge swarms joined the existing swarm in devouring the gray shadow. The gray ghost shadow eventually released a deafening, fearful scream towards the black ghost shadow for aid. When the black shadow heard this, it revealed a trace of apprehension. It glanced at the huge azure sword that was deadlocked with the huge tiger artifact spirit and appeared hesitant. But soon it narrowed its green glowing eyes before transforming into a ghost cloud and merging with the body of the demon tiger. The black tiger immediately released a pained, violent roar. Its body then stood erect and underwent a transformation, shrinking its forelegs and thickening its hind legs. One of the faces of the tiger heads became indistinct for a moment before turning into a shaggy man's face that was covered by dense black chi. As for the other tiger head, its eyes became even more brutal. Spirit possession technique. Han Li felt his breath go cold as he involuntarily whispered the name of this magic technique. This technique was similar to the greater possession technique, that allowed one to enter a living body, but it had an entirely different use. Not only did the greater possession technique not increase one's strength, it only allowed one to make use of the original body's strength. It was only a convenient magic technique to control a body from a long distance away. There also weren't many consequences from using it. As for the spirit possession technique, it couldn't be used on other cultivators. It could only be used on demon beasts that didn't hold much intelligence. After possession, not only would the cultivation of the caster and the target's cultivation fuse, but their lives would be fused after a single use. If either party were to perish, it would bring the other party down with them. But what was most inconceivable was after fully making use of the spirit possession technique, an entirely new individual will be created with a consciousness that possessed the memories and experiences of both parties, but neither of their wills. Although the duration of the spirit possession was short initially, the more frequent the technique was used, the longer it would last. Eventually, the consciousness of the newly created individual would become dominant, and the technique would become incapable of reversing. Ironically, the lifespan of this half-human, half-demon monster was pathetically short despite its great cultivation. Its astonishing power came at the cost of consuming an astonishing portion of its own life essence. It wouldn't last long before it eventually expired. Additionally, rumor had it that cultivators that used the spirit possession technique would have their souls forever wandering the abyss, incapable of re-entering the cycle of reincarnation. This topic had caused many cultivators to pale while chatting about it. But fortunately, very few cultivators knew about the spirit possession technique, and even fewer actually practiced it. After all, it could end with oneself turning into a half-human, half-demon abomination. The appearance of the ghost shadow and demon tiger's fusion was exactly as was rumored of the spirit possession technique. However, this secret technique should only be capable of being used by cultivators. He hadn't heard that demon ghosts were capable of using it. But what was most astonishing was that he had done it with his own artifact spirit. Doubt was unconsciously written all over Han Li's gloomy face while vigilance surged in his heart. Chapter 443, Ghost King 5. Despite being startled by the strange transformation, Han Li took a quick glance behind him and sneered at what he saw. A majority of the gray ghost shadow had already been devoured, and the last third of its ruined body was on the verge of being consumed. Han Li reckoned that even if it were to now escape, its origin chi would be immensely damaged, rendering it incapable of further attacking. The gold-devouring beetles truly deserved their high ranking among exotic insects. Regardless of whether they were devouring spiritual chi or yin ghosts, they were immensely vicious. But they were slightly slower when they were devouring the latter. As Han Li thought this, the man-faced tiger abomination was at a loss for a short moment before revealing pleasant surprise at being awakened. It looked at Han Li, the ghost shadow being devoured behind him, and then looked at his own body. It started laughing with an extremely hoarse voice and a freakish smile. The laughter gradually grew louder and continued as if there were no end. The nearby ghost mist eventually started to roil from the laugh's vibrations. Han Li didn't seem to mind this and only focused his cold eyes on the tiger abomination's movements. But after a short moment, Han Li's face grew pale, and his expression became grave. The tiger abomination's weird laughter not only grew increasingly louder, but it also became more resounding and filled with chi. Even after using the great development technique to guard his mind, Han Li began to feel dizzy as if countless claps of thunder roared past his ears. Not good. As Han Li was carefully observing the abomination, he seemed to have recalled something and his expression greatly changed. Han Li hastily turned his head to find an alarming scene. The gray ghost shadow had unexpectedly disappeared without a trace, and his thousands of gold-devouring beetles were powerlessly lying on the ground, occasionally flapping their wings. They no longer had the vigor to continue devouring ghosts. In his annoyance, Hanli hastily took out several spirit beast pouches and quickly stored the incapacitated gold-devouring beetles into them. While still enduring the deafening laughter, he turned his head to look at the others fight. He was initially astonished by what he saw but soon grew relieved. Fairy Violet Spirit and that black-robed man were in a fierce battle against the phantoms. Although the black-robed man's cultivation was far superior to the ghosts, he didn't have an overwhelming advantage due to the nature of his techniques and his greatly weakened magic treasure. As for Fairy Violet Spirit, she had concealed herself away in a glow of radiance by using a stone tablet and was only attempting to defend herself. Hanli was slightly baffled when the two were unaffected by the strange laughter. But after some consideration, Hanli realized why. It seemed that the power of the two-headed abomination's strange laughter was limited to a small area. As a result, it was able to exert such an astonishing amount of power that his incredibly durable gold-devouring beetles were incapacitated, causing them to fall off the gray ghost shadow. Although these exotic insects had yet to reach their full potential, the might of the strange light could clearly be seen. Were it not for the soul-concentrating effect of the great development technique, Hanli feared he would have also become incapacitated by the strange laughter, only able to await his inevitable death. The more he thought of it, the more he became aghast. Hanli had already determined that despite not being at the nascent soul stage, it was definitely no weaker than a late core formation cultivator. Hanli suspected that this being was a so-called Ghost King. At that moment, the abomination seemed to notice that the strange laughter had no effect on Hanli, who was still steadily standing. It eventually stopped and eerily stared at Hanli with its two heads. Hanli felt uneasy upon looking at it, but he narrowed his eyes and boldly met its gaze. At that moment, the badly damaged gray shadow appeared behind the abomination and shot straight towards the two-headed abomination without any signs of stopping. Hanli was at a loss from the sight, and his gaze continuously shifted. The ghost shadow has already transformed. Why wasn't it hiding from a distance? Why did it come back? While Hanli was bewildered, he saw something he was incapable of imagining. The eyes of the abomination strangely glinted and it grabbed a hold of the gray ghost shadow. The black tiger head then widely opened its mouth and quickly swallowed down the gray shadow. Hanli watched with complete astonishment. But what occurred next immediately dispelled Hanli's doubts. As the abomination roared to the sky, another protrusion appeared at its neck. It emerged to reveal a tiger head with a gray human face. The face of the third tiger head resembled that of an average woman. After a moment of shock, Hanli quickly restored his calm expression. After the gray tiger head appeared, it narrowed its eyes, and its face became deathly pale as if it were heavily injured. But not long after, it opened its blood-red eyes and stared at Hanli with an expression of deep resentment. When Hanli saw this, his heart trembled, and he felt goosebumps arise all over his body. At this moment, the head with the man's face at the center let out a fierce hiss. Afterwards, the abomination started to fearlessly approach Hanli with large strides. A black light flashed from its body with every step, causing its body to swell. After about a dozen steps, the abomination was as tall as a 3-story building. The sight caused Hanli to blanch. Without taking the time to think, Hanli waved his arms, summoning over 100 huge ape puppets around him. The puppets simultaneously opened their mouths and flooded the sky with beams of various colored light. Hanli then pointed at the huge azure sword, having it join the assault as a long blur of frightening speed and astonishing pressure. When the three-headed abomination saw this, the middle head revealed a trace of astonishment, but it soon sneered. The left and right head widely opened their mouths. While the pure tiger head began spouting out orbs of black light, the gray woman's head filled the entire area with wisps of gray ghost flames. The combined attack of the flame wisps and light orbs managed to forcibly block the many light beams. Although a few of the beams managed to pierce through, the few staggered light beams were completely ineffective. Hanli unconsciously frowned. With a cold glint in his eyes, he suddenly cast a sword incantation seal. Shining with even brighter radiance, the azure streak traveled with increased speed. Under the cover of the huge ape puppet's attacks, the huge sword instantly pierced through the flame wisps and light orbs with unchallenged momentum. It flew around the waist of the beast and attempted to slash through it with a flash of brilliance. But what Hanli saw next left him at a loss for words. The three heads of the abomination simultaneously released a bizarre roar and swiped its two claws at a speed Han Li couldn't perceive, resulting in the huge sword being trapped in its grasp. The two hairy tiger claws seemed unaffected by the sharpness of the sword light. Although the sword continuously swayed in its grasp, it was unable to break free. Han Li wasn't sure what to do. Although the bamboo cloud's word wasn't refined for long and didn't contain much power, it was inconceivable for it to be caught with mere claws. Could it be that their claws had been refined into a magic treasure? Han Li's thoughts went off on a tangent. When the abomination had restrained Han Li's flying swords, the three heads revealed a malicious expression. The middle head smiled sinisterly before opening its mouth and releasing a dense, black yin qi towards the struggling flying sword, gradually whittling away the intensity of its light. Han Li's heart dropped upon seeing this. The abomination's methods were ruthless, and its cultivation was immense. If he allowed this drag on, it wouldn't end well. He had to take a risk and end this as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Han Li couldn't help but turn his head towards the other group. The black-robed man and fairy violet spirit were completely focused on fighting the demon beasts and had no time to look in Han Li's direction. With that, a strange expression flickered through Han Li's eyes, and he slowly turned his head back. The abomination's left and right heads were still busy dealing with the intense barrage of his huge ape puppets, and the middle head was fully focused on spouting out black qi to corrupt his bamboo cloud's warm swords. "You're courting death." Han Li's heart soared with killing intent. Without any further hesitation, he formed an odd sword incantation gesture and fiercely pointed at his flying sword. However, he hadn't expected the fused body of the tiger abomination to be extraordinarily ferocious. When it had foolishly used its claws to grab hold of his bamboo cloud's warm swords, he naturally couldn't let go of such a great opportunity to use his divine Devilbane lightning. With that, he erased a monster that was no weaker than a late core formation cultivator from this world. Han Li lowered his head to look at the split pearl and lightly shook his head. He then turned around and walked towards Fairy Violet Spirit. When the black-robed man saw this, his face was full of shock. Although he wasn't able to pay close attention to Han Li's battle, he had caught sight of the ghost demon's soul possession, transformation and combined body. It had left him so aghast that he had immediately decided to flee once Han Li appeared entirely unable to be its match. The three-headed demon tiger had appeared frighteningly powerful. But he didn't expect that such a monster so easily eliminated with just a burst of dazzling white light. He found it truly hard to believe. Could it be that he possessed a heaven-earth inversive antiquity from legend? He couldn't think of any other method that an early core formation cultivator like Han Li could use to exterminate the dreadful three-headed monster. But if this were the case, he could entice Han Li and obtain a great supporter to accompany him through the Heaven Void Hall. After all, he believed that only nascent soul eccentrics were capable of extinguishing such a powerful demon without the slightest injury. With that thought, the black-robed man's astonished expression gradually disappeared to be replaced with a complicated expression as he looked at Han Li. As for Fairy Violet Spirit, although she was greatly amazed by these events, she had already guessed that Han Li was an unordinary core formation cultivator. She quickly calmed down and looked at Han Li with a smile. Senior Han's abilities are truly remarkable. He was able to effortlessly exterminate such a dreadful ghost demon. It seems I was truly fortunate to have teleported together with Senior. Fairy Violet Spirit gracefully said. When Han Li heard this, he insipidly denied her. Effortlessly? That wasn't effortless in the slightest. Senior is truly modest. Fairy Violet Spirit's eyes were glowing with humor. It was obvious that she believed that Han Li wasn't being completely honest. What did fellow Taoist use to produce that white light? It was immensely powerful. The black-robed man spoke for the first time, but his voice was muffled and hoarse, sounding quite unnatural. This unpleasant voice caused Han Li's eyes to flicker with a strange expression. He looked at the black-robed man with a smile. After Han Li's smile faded away, he indifferently said, "So fellow Taoist is a female cultivator. There is no need to speak with a fake voice. Fairy Violet Spirit and have already seen through it." Fairy Violet Spirit gave a charming smile upon hearing this. The black-robed woman was initially startled, but her eyes soon revealed humiliation and anger. A long while later she spoke with a delicate, soft voice, "Since you fellow Taoists have already seen through it, I will no longer hide this. It merely made matters convenient." With that said, the black-robed woman hesitated for a moment before removing the hood of her black robe, revealing an astonishingly gorgeous face. Not only did this woman have incredibly fair and soft skin, but she had long silky hair that was draped over her shoulder. She wore a dazzling garland on her head that added a mysterious charm, causing her to appear elegant and unyielding. Despite being also a woman, Fairy Violet's spirit appeared breathless at the sight of the black-robed woman's beauty. But something soon came to mind and she stealthily took a glance at Hanli. What she saw left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Hanli had been looking at the black-robed woman in a daze. His eyes revealed a strange, unclear expression. A blush appeared on the black-robed woman's flawless face. With both pride and gloom in her head, she coldly said, "Has fellow Taoist had enough to look at, or is there something wrong with my face?" With that said, the black-robed woman's expression sunk. Hanli didn't grow angry at the rebuke, but neither did he withdraw his gaze. Instead, he let out a long breath and examined the woman with a mysterious smile. He appeared rather interested. Not only did she raise her eyebrows this time, but her face also grew cold. Even Fairy Violet's spirit felt apprehensive, doubting whether or not Hanli was acting out of wicked thoughts. But after some further thoughts, her uneasiness seemed had disappeared. Due to predetermined innate aptitudes, there were far fewer female core formation cultivators in the cultivation world in comparison to male cultivators. Thus, a large majority of high-grade Dao companion pairs normally consisted of a man with core formation cultivation and a woman at foundation establishment. As such, the effectiveness of pair cultivation was not ideal for the male cultivator. As for the small number for female core formation cultivators, they attracted many suitors that believed themselves to be worthy of them. It made sense for a female cultivator possessing such beauty and deep cultivation as the black-robed woman to cause Hanli to feel tempted. Chapter 445. Yuan Yao. Just as the black-robed woman was about to grow furious, Hanli's smile faded and he earnestly said, "I didn't expect that after a mere 100 years, Lady Yuan would enter core formation. You have my sincere congratulations." When Hanli addressed her as Lady Yuan, the woman's angry, embarrassed expression immediately disappeared. She hastily attempted to refute him with panic. "Lady Yuan? You're mistaken. My surname is Ruan." This situation was the exact opposite of what Hanli had expected. He couldn't help but stare at the woman's flickering eyes. At the moment, the gorgeous woman's complexion had paled, and her hand was placed on her storage pouch. Her eyes were wide open and carried unmistakable hostility. The mood suddenly became strained. All of which originated from Hanli addressing her as Lady Yuan, with a casual tone. While Hanli wore a slight smile on his face, he actually felt truly puzzled. As for Fairy Violet's spirit, the current situation was even more of a surprise. Without even thinking, she took a half-step closer towards Hanli, making her standing clear. In terms of both familiarity and might, Hanli was the obvious choice. With an unchanged expression, Hanli slowly said, "It seems there is a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist Yuan most likely doesn't remember me. After all, we had only met once before over 100 years ago." "We've only met once? Over 100 years ago?" The woman's expression slightly relaxed, but her eyes were still vigilant and she expressed doubt. The tension had been greatly eased. But after looking at Hanli for a moment, she doubtfully asked, "I've taken a good look at you, but I don't remember ever seeing you. Are you attempting to dupe me?" With that said, the woman's eyes flickered with cold intent, faintly revealing a trace enmity. Hanli felt at a loss, not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. He didn't bother playing coy and directly asked, "Over 100 years ago, did Lady Yuan go to the Sky Capital Market at Stalwart Star Island?" The black-robed woman blankly stared for a moment before nodding her head in recollection. After looking intensely at Hanli's face, she revealed a pensive expression. "Stalwart Star Island Sky Capital Market? I've been there many times. Could it be that you saw me there?" She seemed to have recalled something. "That's right. At the time you were together with a beautiful friend. My martial uncle Crooked Soul, and I met you at the edge of the market city." When he mentioned Crooked Soul, Hanli unconsciously glanced at Fairy Violet's spirit, who was aware that Crooked Soul had been his avatar. Naturally, when Fairy Violet's spirit heard Hanli mention Crooked Soul as his martial uncle, she revealed a mysterious smile. Although she didn't know the circumstances at the time, she was sure that Hanli must have been playing out an elaborate scheme. She couldn't help but find it ridiculous. But naturally, she wasn't going to talk about this matter without cause. Speaking of Crooked Soul, Fairy Violet's spirit had been wondering for quite a while why his avatar wasn't present at his side. Crooked Soul would have been of great assistance to them. After blinking her eyes several times, the black-robed woman came to a sudden realization and revealed an expression of disbelief. Fellow Taoist's words feel quite familiar to me. Could it be that your esteemed self was at the entrance of the Sky Capital Market and was accompanied by a core formation senior? Han Li bitterly smiled. Lady Yuan has finally remembered. It seemed that I had given you quite an ordinary impression. Han Li spoke with a chuckle. The black-robed woman deeply blushed upon hearing Han Li. But now that she recognized him, she completely relaxed and self-consciously said, "Please don't take offense, fellow Taoist Han." At the time, fellow Taoist was truly, the woman found it difficult to continue. Han Li replied with laughter, "Wasn't it because my appearance and cultivation were too ordinary? It's no surprise you two ladies didn't take note of me." Han Li was calm and didn't display the slightest annoyance. "It seems I've made a fool of myself." Han Li's attitude had greatly eased the black-robed woman. After all, Han Li's current abilities were impressive, and she was fearful that Han Li had been offended over being forgotten. With her magic treasure greatly damaged, she was unwilling to casually offend him. With that thought she continued, "I must also congratulate fellow Taoist. In these 100 years, fellow Taoist also cultivated to core formation from Qi refinement. Your magic power is also so profound that you are actually capable of eliminating the Ghost King level fiend." Han Li inwardly shook his head in response to the woman's friendly words. He wasn't at Qi condensation stage at the time. He had been at late foundation establishment. Had he not refined the 3 essence revolutions, along with the great development technique, he feared he wouldn't have entered core formation. However, this woman had truly cultivated from Qi condensation to core formation in that time span. When he recognized the black-robed woman, he was truly shocked. This woman didn't possess particularly impressive aptitude, so Han Li inwardly guessed that she must have had a fortuitous encounter during those 100 years. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for an ordinary cultivator like her to have improved so quickly. Although he had carefully examined her previously, he was unable to see the spiritual roots of a fellow early core formation cultivator as their body's magic power blocked his sight. With that thought, Han Li didn't stare at the woman any longer and turned his eyes towards the ghost mist surrounding them. Han Li smiled and thought to say something, but Fairy Violet Spirit spoke first with a slight frown. "Fellow Taoists, let us set off. It would be best to not stay here for too long. It would be troublesome if another fearsome phantom were to appear." Han Li silently agreed with a smile. The black-robed woman Yuan Yao had no objections, and the 3 set off into the ghost mist after confirming their direction. There was a place that appeared similar to a garden, but it contained nameless, rare flowers and plants. It had 8 pavilions finely carved from jade with 30 cultivators distributed sparsely among them. A majority of these cultivators had pale complexions and were stained with blood as if they had arrived here after a bitter struggle. However, their faces revealed unconcealable excitement. There were even a few cultivators that were whispering to one another. Grandmaster Zenith Yin, Wan Tianming and the other nascent soul cultivators were at this location. The 2 factions were meditating at 2 different pavilions. As for the 2-star palace elders, they were floating at some place in midair. They were expressionlessly sitting cross-legged in meditation, appearing as if they were statues. A dense, pitch-black ghost fog rolled around vigorously 400 meters away from where the garden laid. It was obstructed by an invisible wall, appearing as if they were 2 entirely different worlds. Suddenly, the fog separated to reveal a male cultivator calmly walking through it. This male cultivator wore green robes, appeared youthful, and had a refined appearance. But what was most odd was that there wasn't any abnormalities on his body, and his appearance was serene as if he hadn't experienced any battles on his way there. This strange scene attracted the amazement of the nearby cultivators. They looked at him with complicated expressions. At that moment, Grandmaster Zenith Yin opened his eyes and glanced at the male cultivator before revealing a disappointed expression. He shut his eyes once more and didn't pay any further attention to the male cultivator. When this male cultivator looked at Grandmaster Zenith Yin, his face revealed a trace of resentment during a moment of carelessness. However, his calm appearance quickly returned and he walked forward with large strides. He didn't enter any of the pavilions to take a seat. Instead, he found a remote corner and stood there with hands behind his back, indifferently examining the cultivators that were there. Seeing that Han Li had yet to appear, his delicate face lightly frowned, but he soon became expressionless. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone else, a deep resounding man's voice could be heard in the youth's mind. "What? That assistant of yours isn't here? Could he have fallen to a malicious spirit? It seems the person you sought wasn't particularly worthy of note," the voice lazily said. The youth grew angry and he used his spiritual sense to strictly rebuke it. Silence. Don't casually speak inside my body. There are many nascent soul cultivators here. If one or two of them were to hear you, what do you think will happen? Chapter 446. Regrouping Humph. If they discover us, at worst we will just return into the ghost mist. Despite not being able to match nascent soul cultivators in direct battle, who can match the escape methods of us ghost Tao cultivators? The resounding man's voice spoke with rejection. What do you know? There are at least 4 nascent soul cultivators here, and they all have magic treasures and divine abilities that are particularly effective in restraining our ghost Tao techniques. If you want to die, don't involve me. Else, I'll be forced to break our agreement and exterminate you here. The youthful Bone Sage rebuked with an icy voice. There is no need for old brother Bone Sage to be so angry. I won't mention it again. However, you cannot renege on our agreement to find a suitable living body. Why else would I have given you a trace of my soul essence and willingly allowed you to leave the ghost mist? This person seemed fearful of the Bone Sage's rage, but in the end he couldn't help but remind the Bone Sage of their agreement. Don't worry. Since I need your help to deal with my traitorous disciple Zenithine, I will get you a physical body before I act. Furthermore, as fellow sufferers that were forced to cultivate the ghost Tao, how could I possibly renege on our agreement? The Bone Sage indifferently said. Your words have truly put me at ease. After that was said, the resounding voice disappeared from the Bone Sage's mind. The Bone Sage sighed with relief and then sat against a small tree before dozing off. After some time had passed, an increasing number of cultivators left the ghost mist with increasingly heavier damage. Quite a number of them had even sustained great injuries to their origin chi that would require many years of dedicated treatment, else their cultivation level would suffer as a result. But even in this sorry state, they all wore expressions of unconcealable happiness. After all, so long as they passed the ghost mist trial, they would still be able to acquire a few rarely seen spiritual medicines. After about 70 more cultivators arrived at the garden, the rate of new arrivals greatly decreased. In the coming day, only a sparse few cultivators had arrived. The youth that had accompanied Fairy Violet's spirit at the beginning was amongst them. His clothes were damaged and his face was pale as if he had suffered through hardships on the way there. Upon entering the garden, the youth swept his gaze past the garden and revealed worry upon seeing that Fairy Violet's spirit wasn't there. His expression was indecisive. At that moment, Grandmaster Zenithine and the Bone Sage both became uneasy upon seeing that Hanli had yet to arrive. The Bone Sage was the calmer of the two. Although he felt irritation, his face still maintained peacefulness. However, Grandmaster Zenithine was unable to endure. He occasionally opened his eyes and gloomily swept his gaze past the ghost mist, unable to calm down. In truth, this person's gloomy temperament would have normally prevented him from displaying his impatience. However, Hanli possessed something that was vital to his treasure hunt, leaving him in a hopeless situation. A majority of people didn't take notice of these actions, but the Confucian-robed old man that was meditating nearby had opened his eyes. With a light cough, he slowly asked, "Could fellow Taoists' unease be due to concern for someone that has yet to arrive?" The old man stared at Grandmaster Zenithine with doubt. When Zenithine heard this, his expression became calm once more, and he indifferently replied, "It couldn't be considered concern. It's just a very interesting junior that I've met once before." A strange glint flashed through the Confucian-robed old man's eyes. He said with a mysterious smile, "An interesting junior? Fellow Taoist Wu must introduce me to him. I too am quite fond of guiding inexperienced juniors that hold potential." "Old bastard. He is far too suspicious." Fairy Violet's spirit and Yuan Yao then gave each other a tacit glance before going their own ways. At that moment, a silhouette appeared with a blur. A handsome azure-jacketed youth had rushed over and earnestly spoke to Fairy Violet's spirit. "Great! Violet spirit, you're safe. I was so worried." After this was said, he hastily approached her and carefully examined her for any injuries. "Brotherly, I'm fine." When Fairy Violet's spirit saw him, she stopped and forced a smile. Her expression continuously shifted. After Yuan Yao took a deep look at those two, she went to another location with fluttering clothes. Han Li, who had found a lone place to stand, turned around to see Yuan Yao following him. With slight surprise, he immediately frowned and said, "Lady Yuan, we've already left the ghost mist. For what matter have you followed me?" Although this woman's breathtaking beauty had touched his heart, he didn't have any plans to work together with any strangers and immediately spoke with a cold intent of rejection. Han Li's blunt words didn't cause Yun Yao to become angry. Instead, she sighed and said, "Please don't take offense, Brother Han. I've only followed you because I have no choice. Fellow Taoist should know that my magic treasure had suffered great damage in the fight against the Ghost King, and I am not capable of using it any further. And with the great dangers in the Heaven Void Hall, this woman only knows of Brother Han. Coming here was a stupid decision. Please do not leave me here to die. With that said, the black-robed woman's eyes turned slightly red as if she were about to weep tears. The scene caused Han Li to intensely frown. Lady Yuan, since you've said this, I will need to ask some questions. But first, I'd like to make it known that I am not an upright gentleman, nor is my heart filled with benevolence. I am especially unwilling to be used without payment or knowledge. Han Li calmly spoke as if he hadn't seen the woman's sad expression. Fellow Taoist Han, please don't hesitate to ask. So long as the questions don't touch on any secrets, I will definitely give a satisfactory answer. This woman felt somewhat annoyed that Han Li hadn't revealed any pity or sympathy towards the fairer sex. However, there were items that she must acquire and she had no choice but to agree. After placing his hands behind his back, Han Li unhurriedly asked the woman without blinking. My questions are quite simple. What is fellow Taoist Yuan's objective? Up to which trial do you intend to challenge? Also, from the panic you had shown earlier, it seems you're hiding something. Do you carry any great troubles on you? I don't wish to be involved in any of your quarrels by association. Chapter 447. Different World. The woman remained calm when faced with Han Li's questions, giving the impression that she had anticipated them. However, his last question caused her to reveal slight panic. She answered with a forced smile, Fellow Taoist's last question is quite meaningful. What great troubles could I have provoked? The reason why I was so panicked at the beginning was because, without waiting for her to finish, Han Li insipidly interrupted. If Lady Yuan doesn't wish to tell the truth, then leave it be. I have no intention of listening to any empty words. Seeing that Han Li was unmoved, Yuan Yao had finally revealed a trace of anger. She forcefully stomped her foot and left in a fit of resentment. Han Li's face didn't reveal the slightest change upon seeing the woman leave. He soon turned his gaze towards Fairy Violet Spirit, who was currently talking with a male youth with an easy expression. When she saw Han Li looking at her, she gave him a light-hearted smile and muttered something to the youth. After seeing that, Han Li turned his gaze away, but before he thought of anything else, he heard the Bone Sage's voice. Why were you so slow? This master had believed you weren't able to deal with a trifling ghost mist. Could it be you came across a ghost king? The Bone Sage's voice contained dissatisfaction and doubt. Having heard that, Han Li gazed into the distant ghost mist and indifferently replied, On my way here, I encountered a fierce ghost. However, that didn't take up much time. It was the large group of Soul Eater spirits that came afterwards that wasted much of my time. Soul Eater spirits? The Bone Sage revealed an expression of shock. What? Does Senior fear those things despite cultivating the Ghost Tao? Han Li asked with a calm tone, but his words carried a trace of mockery. How could I possibly fear them? However, this old man is quite curious to know how you three managed to escape such a calamity. The Bone Sage quickly changed the topic. Han Li inwardly sneered as he casually gave an explanation. Junior doesn't really have anything to say. We merely had good luck and were able to avoid disaster through a fluke. Little sneak. Needless to say, the Bone Sage inwardly cursed at him. After a moment of silence, he had no choice but to ask a different question. Fine. Since you're unwilling to explain, I won't continue to pry. The next time I'll talk with you, we'll go together to fetch the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Afterwards, you will lend me your assistance in exterminating my traitorous disciple Zenith Een. No problem. So long as you hand the 9-curl spirit ginseng to me, I will take the risk of helping you. Han Li agreed without the slightest hesitation. It seemed he had long made up his mind. The Bone Sage was satisfied by his decisive answer. After a light chuckle, he spoke no more. However, he didn't catch sight of Han Li's mocking smile and the cold light that occasionally flickered from his eyes. Han Li suddenly felt another person looking at him. He couldn't help but raise his head. As a result, he caught sight of Grandmaster Zenith Een looking at him with a trace of joy that reminded Han Li of a tiger eyeing its prey. Han Li expressively turned his head around and bitterly smiled. It seemed that avoiding a confrontation with Grandmaster Zenith Een was impossible. Zenith Een clearly had no intention of letting him go for a reason he was completely unaware of. However, Grandmaster Zenith Een seemed to have his own misgivings. Why was he waiting so patiently and hadn't made a move to restrain him within the hall? Han Li gloomily sat down on a patch of grass and meditated. He had consumed quite a bit of magic power in the ghost fog and needed to recover to his peak state for the troubles that were soon to come. Staring from a distance, the woman Yuan Yao glanced at Han Li with unwillingness. While her gaze contained resentment, it also held a trace of loneliness. Although Fairy Violet's spirit was chatting to the earnest and concerned man with a smile, her gaze unconsciously turned in Han Li's direction as if she were worried. As for Han Li, he was meditating, appearing oblivious of the two's gazes. Time quickly passed by and the next day arrived. At this point, many of the cultivators were already impatient. They surrounded a bare stone slab lying at the center of the jade pavilions. With their experience from the first hall, these cultivators were particularly shocked to see the stone slab reveal a transportation formation with a flash of white light. Its appearance was exactly the same as the one from the first hall. At that moment, the two white-clothed elders from the Star Palace calmly walked towards it. After examining it, the old man with the kindly face slowly said, "This transportation formation will take you to paths of ice and fire where you will enter the second trial. Before entering the second trial, everyone will have some time to gather spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit as rewards for passing the first trial. If you feel that undergoing another trial is too dangerous, you may return here. In a month, a transportation formation will appear here to take you back to the main hall. But regardless of whether you decide to undergo the second trial or to return here, you only have one day to pick the spiritual herbs throughout the next area. Past that point, nothing else will appear and you will be stuck there. To the best of my knowledge, cultivators that have remained there have never returned at the reopening of the Heaven Void Hall. As for the reason of their disappearance, it is still unknown to this day. So don't believe that you'll come across fortune by deliberately staying there." The white-clothed old man's voice wasn't very loud, but his voice was resounding and was heard by all those there. Those that already knew this were inattentive while the others who were ignorant were greatly surprised. After this was said, both of these enforcement elders stepped through the transportation formation and disappeared without a trace. This time the other cultivators showed no hesitation and each of them rushed through. After all, time was limited. They only had a short amount of time to search for the spiritual items. They had best make good use of it. Han Li unconsciously turned his gaze towards the bone sage before hastily entering the crowd of cultivators that were hurrying towards the transportation formation. But just as he walked towards the transportation formation, Han Li felt Grandmaster Zenith Yin's covetous gaze fall upon him once more. Fury and apprehension stirred in his heart, and he sourly grimaced as he passed through the white light. Despite knowing that someone harbored malicious intentions towards him, he was powerless to do anything about it. This feeling of helplessness awakened a feeling of an intense vengeance that he had forgotten many years before. After the light faded away, Han Li walked a few steps outside of the transportation formation and examined his surroundings, discovering a sight that left him dumbfounded. The sky was dark blue and was filled with clouds. An endless expanse of emerald green grass surrounded him, accompanied by a wind that carried a strong scent of plants. There was also a mountain range that could be faintly seen in the distance. How were they still in the Heaven Void Hall? This graceful environment clearly belonged on land. For a long while, Han Li remained in a silent daze. At that moment, the Bone Sage walked out of the transportation formation. Scoffing at Han Li's shocked appearance, he said, "Isn't it amazing? The first time I came here, I didn't appear much better than yourself. But this isn't an illusion, it is a genuine existence. With its abundant spiritual chi and its indescribable smell of pure nature, this isn't a place that exists in the outside world." He then took a deep breath and slowly savored it before continuing, "This small world should be the result of a great divine ability of some cultivator from the desolate era. Unfortunately, those of us in the later generation never again witnessed their grand, marvelous abilities." The Bone Sage sighed and revealed a desire to witness the ancient cultivators. Splitting the heavens and earth apart by oneself? Han Li was overwhelmed with disbelief. Guessing what Han Li was thinking, the Bone Sage calmly continued, "There is nothing strange about it. The divine abilities of ancient cultivators far exceed what we can even imagine. But for some unknown reason, these ancient cultivators completely disappeared from this world. It was after this that our own inferior cultivation world came into existence." Han Li didn't further question this, and his eyes suddenly fell down to a small road in front of him. The winding road was overgrown with unknown, wild plants. It was hard to discern and it led into the unseen distance. In Han Li's eyes, the mystery of the ancient cultivators' amazing abilities along with their disappearance had nothing to do with the matter at hand. He'd be better served by addressing the matter at hand before considering any matters having to do with ancient cultivators. Chapter 448. Small Mountain. After following this road for several hundred kilometers, you will see a canyon surrounded by a barrier. It is narrow and very long. Upon entering the canyon you will be in an entirely different world. Within this world there will be two paths to choose from, the road of profound crystal and the path of lava. The road of profound crystal is chilling to the bone, and if you are not careful your body will turn to ice. As for path of lava, it is scorching hot where one may find themselves easily turned to ash. Only after reaching the end of the canyon will you find the next transportation formation. Once you pass through it you will have completed the second trial, the paths of fire and ice. As the two from the Star Palace have said, everyone will have a day to search for spiritual medicines before they must enter the canyon. As for what everyone will find, it will depend on their own luck. The Bone Sage finished indifferently. Han Li opened and closed his mouth several times and was thinking about what to ask. But when he saw the Bone Sage's expression stir, he remained silent as 3 more flashes of white light appeared from the transportation formation behind them. The arriving cultivators indifferently glanced at Han Li and the Bone Sage before excitedly flying off towards the distant mountains as streaks of light. They all appeared eager to begin hunting for treasure. As he watched them fly further away, the Bone Sage frowned and hesitated a moment before saying, "Let us set off. If we wait for Zenithine to arrive, it will stir up quite a bit of trouble." Then without waiting for a response from Han Li, he transformed into a dark cloud and took to the skies. Han Li's expression greatly changed. He wordlessly turned into an azure streak and chased after him. Not long after Han Li and the Bone Sage took off, Zenithine, Wan Tianming and the other nascent soul cultivators each appeared from the transportation formation. With the righteous Dao headed by Wan Tianming and the devil Dao headed by Manhuzi, both sides stood in confrontation. When Zenithine appeared, he hastily swept his gaze around and felt slightly disappointed that Han Li wasn't around. However, his expression didn't betray this in the slightest. He was even bantering with the Confucian-robed old man as normal. As for the beautiful woman surnamed Wen, when she saw their confrontation she coldly said, "I only wish to pick spiritual herbs. After I am done I will be returning to the pavilion. You all may fight as you see fit, but do not involve me in your affairs." With that said, she turned into a ball of silver light and ripped through the air. Wan Tianming took several glances at the devil Dao cultivators and whispered a few words to his fellow righteous Dao cultivators. Soon after, the 3 of them wordlessly took off into the skies as a tricolored light. The remaining devil Dao eccentrics couldn't help but watch with widened eyes. They were caught unprepared and were unsure whether to closely follow after them or mind their own business. But before they could respond, the righteous Dao cultivators were already out of sight. When Grandmaster Zenithine saw this, his eyes flashed with a strange gaze. After a cough, he said with a wide smile, "Brother Qing, brother man, I will be taking my leave to pick a few spiritual herbs for pill refinement. Let's meet up at the entrance of the canyon." With that said, Grandmaster Zenithine flung out his sleeve and released a black mist. After the mist drew in Wuchou, he disappeared with a gust of cold wind. Manhuzi's expression grew stern. As for old man Qing, he frowned with contemplation. That Zenithine left rather quickly. It seems his movement technique is growing increasingly wondrous. "Fellow Daoist Qing, if you are free, how about picking some Genesis fruit with me? With our combined strength, we will have a higher certainty of dealing with the mountain demons guarding the spirit tree. When the time comes I'll give you a share. Since your age is quite advanced, these fruits should extend your life by no small amount." Manhuzi spoke to the pondering Confucian-robed old man. When layman Qingyi heard this he was initially stunned. After his gaze flickered a few times, he replied with an embarrassed appearance, "Brother man, my apologies. I also have some important matters to attend to and have no time to accompany you. I will see you again at the canyon entrance." With that said, he apologetically cupped his hands and flew off. Manhuzi's complexion turned an unsightly green. "Humph. Do you truly believe that this island lord requires your assistance to acquire some Genesis fruit? I'll make a show of dealing with you too once we arrive in the inner halls." Manhuzi muttered before launching himself into the sky with a stomp. Then with several flashes of yellow light, he disappeared. By now Han Li had been following the Bone Sage's black cloud for 4 hours, and the land beneath them was no longer the leveled prairie. It had been replaced with an expansive winding mountain range. The varied mountains made for a spectacular sight as he rushed past them. Enveloped in an aura of azure sword light, Han Li spontaneously said, "The place you spoke of is truly far. I suspect if we fly for much longer, we'll reach the world's end." A scoff came from the black cloud ahead of him. The bone sage bluntly said, "Do you believe that an item such as the 9-curl spirit ginseng can be found in some convenient location? If it weren't so difficult to acquire, we wouldn't have had the chance. Youngster, if you wish to acquire great benefits, you should learn to be patient." When Han Li heard him speak in a lecturing tone, his eyes coldly shined, but he remained silent. After all, this old eccentric possessed an immense amount of experience and was qualified to speak with such a tone. Although he was a bit unhappy, he wasn't about to waste his breath on useless words. However, flying for such a long time without even catching sight of the destination caused Han Li to feel uneasy. He couldn't help but grow more wary of the old devil, worrying that he may fall victim to his schemes when he least expected. Their alliance was completely unreliable. Han Li didn't believe that in the past, the bone sage had flown such a long way for no reason at all. Had he wanted to find spiritual herbs, he would have sought for them in a few of the mountains abundant with spiritual chi that they had already passed by. Even at such a high altitude, Han Li was still able to clearly feel their dense spiritual chi fluctuations. The spiritual herbs that those mountains nurtured were certain to be extremely rare. Han Li was very skeptical as to why the bone sage had ignored them in a previous journey to Heaven Void Hall. Uncertain of whether the bone sage seen through Han Li's suspicions or whether he had felt uneasy from the silence, the bone sage spoke with a hesitant tone, "I have been to this world 2 times already. I had fortunately discovered the 9-curl spirit ginseng the first time I came here. At the time, it was only because I was chasing after a flying shrieker for such a long distance that I even stumbled across the 9-curl spirit ginseng. After all, these immortal items aren't said to appear here. According to my assumptions, the spirit ginseng was coincidentally formed from heaven and earth after many years of nourishment from the dense spiritual chi in this half-sealed world. It was something that had formed outside the expectations of the ancient cultivators. And now it will prove to be convenient for you." The bone sage's last words revealed a rare trace of envy and regret. So it's like that. Although Han Li somewhat doubted this and was still keeping his wits about him, he felt somewhat more at ease. The two continued to fly for quite some time before the black cloud came to a sudden stop. The bone sage looked down with a flickering gaze. He unhurriedly said, "We've arrived. However, you shouldn't become careless. The 9-curl spirit ginseng is extremely sensitive. If it feels that anything is amiss, it will drill into the mountains and disappear. You must take a moment of careful consideration before acting. Else we will return empty-handed. Is Senior sure this is the place? This is a spiritual object here?" When Han Li swept his gaze at the area below, his expression turned odd. There was a small, unremarkable mountain lying below the two. Not only was it completely barren, but it was pathetically sparse with spiritual chi. It largely contrasted with the large mountains surrounding it. Han Li found it hard to believe that this small desolate mountain was where the 9-curl spirit ginseng dwelt. The bone sage's black cloud slowly scattered to reveal his body. He spoke to Han Li with a mysterious smile. "Hee hee, youngster. You're easily surprised. I was also quite astonished when I didn't catch sight of the 9-curl spirit ginseng, but this mountain is truly the place where it resides." Since the bone sage had said this, Han Li kept silent and bluntly watched below for any movements. The bone sage was no longer paying attention to Han Li and was gazing down below. His eyes suddenly glowed with a blood light, startling Han Li. Chapter 449. Ruse. The bone sage's frightening red eyes shifted several times before their radiance gradually disappeared. After the bone sage's eyes returned to normal, he calmly said, "Correct, the 9-curl spirit ginseng really is here. Traces of its pure spiritual chi can be faintly seen from the surface of the mountain." Han Li's heart stirred. He poured spiritual power into his eyes and examined the small mountain with great attention. However, he was greatly disappointed to have found nothing unusual. When the bone sage saw Han Li's eye shine with azure radiance, he obviously knew what he was doing. He disdainfully smiled and said, "Don't delude yourself into thinking you can see the pure spiritual chi of the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Only nascent soul cultivators possess a sufficiently powerful spiritual sense to be able to do this. Although my cultivation has shifted to the ghost Tao, the power of my original spiritual sense hasn't suffered in the slightest." The bone sage's words carried a trace of mockery. Han Li's face didn't reveal any change, but under the bone sage's unintentional advice, he started to circulate the great development technique in his body. After a short moment, Han Li rejoiced. He actually caught sight of extremely faint traces of azure light scattered throughout the mountain. Not aware that Han Li could clearly see the pure spiritual chi, the The bone sage looked down at the mountain and indifferently said, "As I have been here before, I fortunately have a method of acquiring the 9 curl spirit ginseng. As a result, I acquired a few particular items from a small island along the way. We will first arrange a trap. Then we'll have the 9 curl spirit run into it, allowing it to be easily captured." He then extended his hand towards his storage pouch and took out a dazzling gold item. "This is..." Han Li looked on with amazement. The egg-sized golden ball of thread released a faint radiance as if it had been specially refined. The bone sage scoffed at Han Li's bewildered expression and clutched the ball. With a flash of black light, long golden threads shot out from the ball and quickly wove themselves into a small, exquisite gold net. It was only the size of his palm, but its sparkling shine gave an unusual impression. The bone sage stared at Han Li and solemnly said, "The 9 curl spirit ginseng is something that can only be caught with an object of pure gold. Other magic treasures and tools will be completely ineffective. Take proper care of this. It will be used to catch the spirit ginseng when it tries to flee." Han Li raised his brow and pondered for a moment before silently beckoning to the gold net. Whoosh! The net flew into his hand, and he placed it into his storage pouch without a further glance. When the bone sage saw this, his eyes smiled. With a flip of his hand, he took out 4 earth-yellow flags. The small flags were layered with talisman markings that concealed their flickering brilliance. With Han Li's current mastery of formation flags, he was startled by the sight of the small flag. After taking a cold breath, he revealed a trace of disbelief. "What? Han Li, my boy, you recognize these flags?" When the bone sage saw Han Li's astonishment, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Han Li didn't immediately reply and rigidly stared at the small formation flags for a moment more. He then raised his head and solemnly said, "Is that the celestial black tortoise 1 formation flag setup set? Apart from this ancient formation spell, no other formations are able to form a great earth attribute formation from 4 small flags." Surprise flashed across the bone sage's face, but he soon regained his calm. "I hadn't expected you to be proficient in the Tao of formation spells. It seems that I've found the right person to be my assistant. You're correct, these celestial black tortoise formation flags were something I had refined on the way here." "But weren't you thinking of exterminating the youngster Han from the start? You still deliberately sought to ally yourself with him despite this? You really are a cunning fox." The man seemed to hold the bone sage's cunning in high regard. "You overestimate me. Before I came across you, I truly wished to join hands with him to kill Zenithine. After all, even if I know the flaw in my traitorous disciple's cultivation, having an assistant will be far more reliable. But now that I came across an old friend like you, I no longer have need of him. It would be better to kill him as soon as possible and prevent any mishaps later." The bone sage nonchalantly said, "You've put on quite the display. I had truly believed your apprehensive appearance at the Jade Pavilions. I didn't expect you were already planning to kill this required helper of yours." The man sighed and spoke with a complicated tone. "Humph. My worry at the time was genuine. However, I didn't fear the loss of assistance for my revenge but that his gold lightning bamboo flying swords had fallen into someone else's hands. If such an event came to pass, it would prove to be disastrous to those of us following the ghost Tao." After a moment of silence, the man asked with concern, "You dare to so recklessly act against him even though he possess a gold lightning bamboo magic treasure? Are you truly certain of victory?" As this matter pertained to himself, he naturally wanted to know the finer details. At that moment, the bone sage was flying circles around the mountain at a low altitude. "What I originally imagined was that we'd use both the golden net and the celestial black tortoise formation to seize both the spirit ginseng and that youngster Han at once. I hadn't expected that he'd be proficient in spell formations. It was then that I was struck with a clever idea. I would hand the formation flags to him and have my plan become even more perfect." The bone sage revealed a strange smile and spoke with a mysterious tone. "Could it be that you've done something to the flags?" The man spoke with sudden realization. You'll know when the time comes. For now we'll find the 9 curl spirit ginseng. Otherwise that youngster definitely won't be fooled." The bone sage deliberately omitted the main details, much to the man's dissatisfaction. "Nevertheless, my ghost demon cultivation art was something that you had imparted to me. I had originally thought to use it to search for the spirit ginseng, but I hadn't expected that my traitorous disciple would betray me. It has become my last hope." The bone sage's eyes flashed with cold light. "I wasn't really imparting anything. We were just taking what we needed." The man spoke with a deep sigh. 1. Specifically references to the constellation, https://en. Wikipedia. org/wiki/black_tortoise. Chapter 450, Revealing One's True Nature Enough, Don't Speak Any More Nonsense. First you'll help me find the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Then we'll kill the youngster and give his body to you. The bone sage coldly interrupted him. That will be no problem. With our great spirit-searching arts, finding that lone spirit ginseng will be a trivial matter. The man disdainfully said. Then let us go. With that said, the bone sage's expression grew heavy, and he flung his sleeve downwards. 2 threads of black chi shot out from his sleeve. In an instant they had bored into the earth and disappeared from sight. At the same time, a strange dim green light streaked down from the bone sage before quickly fading away. Motionlessly floating in place, the bone sage closed his eyes. Down on the ground, Hanli was playing around with the yellow formation flags with a calm expression. However, his gaze continuously flickered as if he were pondering a problem. Hesitation could be seen from his brow. With a flick of his hand, the flags flew off as streaks of yellow light, firmly inserting themselves into the ground. Although I couldn't find anything wrong with the formation flags, did you truly believe I wouldn't suspect anything? Hanli muttered to himself with a smirk. Soon after, he reached towards his treasure pouch, and took out over 10 yellow flags that bore a similar appearance and emitted dense earth chi. A strange expression flashed across Hanli's eyes as he glanced at the small flags flickering with light. The bone sage's expression stirred, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The 2 threads of black chi and the green light shot up from the ground and quickly re-entered the bone sage's body. Found it? The 9-curl spirit ginseng sure knows how to hide. It concealed its true body in the groove of a huge stone. Were I not careful, it would have been difficult to spot. The man proudly said. Good. I will go and see whether that youngster finished setting down the formation. Conceal yourself and be careful. Don't just appear as you wish and allow him to discover you. The bone sage solemnly exhorted. Be at ease. My disguise technique can only be detected with the spiritual sense of a nascent soul cultivator. In the coming moments, if you are unable to restrain him, don't rely on me for help. His gold lightning bamboo's divine devilbane lightning is particularly lethal to bodiless souls such as I. The man spoke of the ugly matters up front. Humph. I don't need your help to deal with an early core formation junior. I naturally hold complete certainty in dealing with him. Also, you need not fear his divine devilbane lightning. A few days ago he had discharged his flying swords in battle. Any remaining lightning in his magic treasures should have been exhausted in dealing with the ghost mist. As for when we had originally fought, he had released a swarm of gold-silver beetles, much to my dismay. Despite my great experience, I am unable to recognize them, strangely enough. Although I don't know specifically what these spiritual insects are, they should be fiercer than common insects. The bone sage spoke with an indifferent expression. Oh. Without the divine devilbane lightning he will pose no threat to me. I will act in accordance to how things play out. The man let out a breath of relief. The bone sage smirked and didn't say anything else. Although the bone sage held onto a sliver of the man's life essence, he knew it was incapable of completely controlling him. As this ghost had immersed himself in the ghost Tao for so many years, he was sure to be more experienced with the matters of soul restrictions than the bone sage was, and he was both willing and able to break free of his restrictions by risking severe damage to origin chi. As such, the bone sage was unwilling to threaten him. After looking around, he turned into a black cloud and flew off in Hanli's direction. A short moment later he found Hanli and dropped down. Although the land here could be considered to be level, it was overgrown with weeds. There was even a small forest of sparse large trees nearby. The bone sage appeared before him and calmly asked, Have you finished setting up the formation? Of course I have. It's over there. Hanli leaned against a large tree and pointed behind him. With an attentive glance, he saw a large quantity of earth spirit chi fluctuations behind Hanli as expected. The bone sage inwardly rejoiced and took out a jade box from his storage pouch. He then opened its lid in front of Hanli. Hanli's nose was assailed with a strong fishy scent as soon as it was opened. He immediately stood straight and held his breath. With an alert expression, he took a few steps back and suspiciously gazed at the bone sage. What's that? The bone sage spoke with an indifferent expression. There is no need to be overly suspicious. This is the feces of an orchid musk beast. Although it is rather unpleasant to us, the 9-curl spirit ginseng is immensely attracted to its scent. So long as we place it into the formation, the 9-curl spirit ginseng's avatar will be sure to search for it. After restraining its avatar, we'll be able to easily excavate the main body of the spirit ginseng. There will be no fear of it transforming and escaping. Orchid musk beast feces? Hanli glanced at the jade box in the bone sage's hand. He now saw it clearly. It was only a thumb-sized faint yellow lump. The intense smell it released greatly surprised Hanli. He had heard of the orchid musk beast before. It was a strange spirit beast raised by cultivators. It had an odd, fire-red horn that released a peculiar fragrance that placated souls, receiving much favor from cultivators as a result. He hadn't expected that its feces would prove to be so unpleasant. He was also completely dumbfounded that a spiritual object such as the nine-curl spirit ginseng would be fond of it. But after Hanli looked at the bone sage's indifferent expression, he widely smiled and said, "Senior, please place the item in the formation spell. I will go and examine the formation flags to ensure everything is properly in place. Afterwards I will guard this place and seize its avatar. As for the nine-curl spirit ginseng's true body, I will have to trouble Senior to fetch it." With that said, Hanli cupped his fist and walked into the forest behind him. With some unknown method he soon disappeared without trace. The bone sage was startled. He inwardly frowned as he looked at the earth's spiritual chi in the forest. After his mouth twitched, he raised his hand. A strange serpent of black chi flew out and flew straight into the heart of the forest with the jade box in its mouth. After placing down the jade box, it flew back towards him. With that done, there was still no trace of Hanli, causing a grim expression to momentarily appear on his face. He immediately flew to the sky in silence. "What? Are you actually scared of your own trick, the formation flags that you gave him?" The man's mocking voice suddenly appeared in the bone sage's mind. "Carefulness leads to no mistakes. I will first test the formation and see whether or not it is properly set up. Although the chance that he happened to possess Earth attribute formation flags is minuscule, I cannot take the risk." The bone sage spoke without caring. The man clicked his tongue. "If you were originally this careful, you wouldn't have fallen to this degree. It seems you've learned your lesson about that great flaw of yours, old pal bone sage." The bone sage couldn't make out whether he was sarcastic or truly praising him. With an inward snort, he didn't pay any further attention to the man's words. The bone sage floated in the air and opened his hand. A yellow formation flag appeared in his grasp. This flag appeared similar to the four that he had given to Hanli, but it was a bit shorter and appeared quite exquisite. The bone sage glanced at the small flag and lightly shook it. The flag immediately released a faint yellow light. After it twirled in the bone sage's hand, it pointed down towards the forest. The bone sage let out quiet breath, and his face revealed an evil smile. After putting away the small flag, he turned his gaze to the small mountain and flew off. At that moment Hanli had finally appeared from the forest. Hanli's eyes coldly glinted as he watched the bone sage fly farther away. After his expression stirred, his body became blurred, leaving behind only a breeze. The fishy smell from the jade box was becoming increasingly potent, causing Hanli to tightly frown. All he could do was hold his breath. As time passed, doubts began to spring into his heart. He couldn't stay there for long. If the nine-curl spirit ginseng wasn't duped into appearing, he could only return in vain. As Hanli was thinking this, his expression stirred. His spiritual sense detected a small object burst into the trees. Hanli was pleasantly surprised by this and immediately concealed his body's aura. He then stared at the jade box with complete attention. A yellow light flashed. A sneaking rabbit was floating outside the formation spell. This rabbit's body was snow white and its blood-red eyes were swiveling incessantly, occasionally glancing around. It appeared extremely timid. Despite this, the rabbit's pink nose was continuously sniffing in the direction of the jade box and would occasionally reveal a human-like expression of infatuation. What was an extremely unpleasant odor to Hanli proved to be an extremely pleasurable one to this small creature. Chapter 451. Two-Faced. There was no doubt. This small animal was certain to be the avatar of the nine-curl spirit ginseng. Hanli excitedly looked at the white rabbit and circulated the entirety of his great development technique through his eyes. The white rabbit's pure spiritual chi was astonishingly brilliant. It was undoubtedly a wondrous item born from nature. Hanli felt deeply moved, but he didn't relax in the slightest. As he rigidly stared at the white rabbit, his hand had already formed an incantation seal. The rabbit continued to stay outside the great formation before its two fire-red eyes glanced at the jade box several times. It was clearly unsatisfied with merely staying in place and continuing to only smell it. It was now coming up with a clever plan. Now that he saw the rabbit's intelligence, Han became increasingly careful and revealed a tense expression. After all, the nine-curl spirit ginseng was most adept in evasion techniques. Were he not careful, he would have wasted all of his previous efforts. After the rabbit circled around the large formation, its two ears swayed incessantly while still as if it were attempting to sense any oddities with the nearby spiritual chi. Han felt slightly worried. If the spirit ginseng avatar saw through the trap and wouldn't enter the formation, he would have to forcefully capture it with the gold net. However, the chance of success would be pathetically small. During Han Li's moment of hesitation, the white rabbit's body blurred and disappeared into the underbrush. Han Li was left completely stupefied. During Han Li's bafflement, a white blur appeared from a different side of the underbrush. The white rabbit's speed left incomplete afterimages. It shot towards the jade box in an instant. After grasping the jade box in its jaw, it ran back without the slightest hesitation. Although the white rabbit's actions had left him in a slight daze, he immediately awoke. How could he allow its mere tricks to succeed? An arrow-like ray of gold light shot down from the trees, intercepting the white rabbit's path of escape. The white rabbit fearfully twisted its body in mid-flight and threw itself in a different direction. It was already too late. A barrier of yellow light had already surrounded it, firmly sealing it. The white rabbit's head knocked against the light barrier and was repelled. After rolling several times across the ground, it got up with a swaying head and eyes filled with panic. With a flash of white light, it turned into a fist-sized ball of rainbow light and immediately flew downwards into the ground. But when the ball of rainbow light sunk several inches into the ground, it was pushed back by another burst of yellow light. Now it was truly worried. The rainbow ball of light flusteredly knocked against the light barrier like a housefly, but it was always met with resistance. At that moment, a streak of golden light shot down towards the ball of light while it was in midair. It was caught completely unprepared. Then with a blur, Han Li appeared on the ground. The golden light then flew into his hand, revealing itself as the gold-threaded net that the bone sage had given him. The light turned back into the white rabbit while in the net, and it struggled to break free. Its figure became blurred, large and small, but it proved to be of no use. The gold net closely matched its transformations, firmly holding it in place. Han Li smiled at the sight. After he brought the gold net close to his face and closely examined the white rabbit, he hung the net at his waist. He then sat down at the center of the formation with no intention of disabling it. He then took out the flower basket Desolate Antiquity and placed it in front of him. He also released 2 spirit beast pouches of gold-devouring beetles and had them continuously spiral above him, forming a huge glowing cloud of gold and silver. Han Li then calmly sat down and closed his eyes, waiting for the bone sage to bring back the main body of the nine-curl spirit ginseng. With all of this in place, Han Li hoped that this would tacitly tell the bone sage that it would be best to not shed all pretenses of cooperation and to sincerely hand the spirit ginseng over to him. He clearly understood that their cooperation would only persist so long as the bone sage believed that he wasn't weak. Naturally, if the bone sage showed any killing intent, Han Li would bluntly take the first move. Regardless of whether or not the nine-curl spirit ginseng truly possessed the miraculous effect of condensing a nascent soul, he was still determined to acquire it. After all, this spiritual item possessed great fame. He was convinced that even if it didn't hold any effect towards nascent soul formation, he was certain it still had other equally impressive uses. With that thought, Han Li unconsciously opened his eyes and looked at the white rabbit at his waist, the avatar of the nine-curl spirit ginseng. He was left stunned. It completely lacked its previous vigor and had grown completely powerless. Han Li's heart stirred. Its main body was certain to be in the bone sage's grasp. Otherwise, its avatar wouldn't appear so lifeless. Han Li then turned his gaze to the skies outside of the forest. After the time it took to finish a meal, the bone sage eventually flew over as a dark cloud. He came to a stop outside the formation spell and wordlessly floated there. Han Li expressionlessly stood up and stared at the dark cloud. He didn't plan on speaking first. A long while later, the bone sage's bone-chilling voice came from the cloud. "You appear as if you're facing a great enemy. What are you planning?" "Nothing. It's just that my cultivation is too low. I am truly scared of suddenly having a falling out with Senior." Han Li calmly replied. "Humph. You really are overly suspicious. If I didn't plan on giving this spiritual item to you, then why would I bring you to such a faraway place? Don't forget that I still need your help in dealing with my traitorous disciple." The bone sage spoke as if he were suppressing anger. "Senior, I'm not sure if you know, but times have changed. Perhaps Senior truly needed my help before entering the Heaven Void Hall. But now, I'm not entirely sure that Senior hasn't already acquired another assistant. Hanli stared at the Bone Sage with a gaze sharp as a sword. What do you mean? The Bone Sage's voice grew colder, and he faintly revealed an expression of shock. Hanli frowned and impatiently said, Senior doesn't need to continue to feign ignorance. Why don't you call out to him? I saw him appear when he was looking for the spirit ginseng. After hearing this, the Bone Sage grew silent. Not long after, a man's deep, unfamiliar voice came from within the cloud. Youngster, how did you discover me? I cannot believe that you saw through my disguise technique. I have no interest in answering a stranger. Now I will ask a question to Senior Bone Sage. Do you truly wish to fight in a battle where both sides suffer, only to the benefit of Zenithine? Hanli spoke with a mocking expression. Both sides suffer? You truly overestimate yourself. Although killing you would consume a bit of effort, I am willing to pay the cost. With that said, the dark cloud suddenly shot out a streak of yellow light, striking the barrier of the formation spell. The color of the barrier abruptly changed to a fiery red. The center of the formation spell began to release a scorching heat as if it were a furnace. Hanli's expression didn't change upon seeing this, and he lightly sighed. He raised his hand and shot an azure incantation seal towards the barrier. The barrier's color fluctuated many times between red and yellow before finally returning to its original yellow. The scorching heat had disappeared as if it were an illusion. What did you do to my formation flags? A shocked voice came from the dark cloud. What did I do? I just did what you did. Hanli spoke with a non-committal tone. Humph. Very good. You must also used my golden thread ball quite well then. The Bone Sage tone turned icy. What? Could it be? Hanli's expression underwent a massive change. He immediately threw the gold-threaded net from his waist into the distance. But just as the Bone Sage finished speaking, the golden net turned pitch black with a flash. It quickly shot towards Hanli as a fine thread of black chi and hastily bound him. As for the rabbit that was within it, it was discarded to the side without regard. It remained motionless as if it were unconscious. With this sudden entrapment, Hanli was unable to conceal the abrupt shock on his face. Youngster, how do you like the feeling of ghost threats? Are you still able to use any of the magic power in your body? The Bone Sage's proud laughter came from the cloud above. When Hanli heard this, he hastily felt for his magic power, but his face soon turned ashen. Chapter 452. Thunderous Strike. Hanli was incapable of drawing on any of the magic power in his body, feeling as if it were frozen. It was clear that those ghost threads had restricted his true essence. Hanli was overwhelmed with shock for a moment. He hastily turned his gaze to examine the black threads. The black threads densely coiling around his body were glossy and emitted a faint yin chi. Its baneful nature was clear at a glance. Hanli's face unconsciously twitched. It wasn't that he didn't suspect that it had been tampered with, but that after careful examination, he had been unable to find anything strange. As he didn't carry any pure gold magic tools on hand, he had no choice to use that item. After he used the item to capture the spirit ginseng's avatar, his suspicions about the item had been thrown to the back on his mind for the time being. It was beyond his imagination that just as they turned hostile that his magic power and true essence would be completely restrained. However, his expression of shock only existed for a short moment before his calm was restored. That was because he immediately recalled that he still had the formation spell protecting him. He would have enough time to break free of the restraints before they could further act against him. Hanli scoffed and thought to call out to his gold-devouring beetles when he heard a puff from behind him. The sound was barely discernible. If Hanli hadn't earlier covered the area of the formation spell with his spiritual sense, he feared he wouldn't have discovered it. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Hanli sharply whistled and instantly rolled his body over. At that same time, the gold-devouring beetles filled the skies as they swarmed behind him. Upon hearing a loud explosion from behind him, Hanli's face grew gloomy. Hanli saw the swarm of gold-devouring beetles blocking the path of a strange dark green silhouette of light and doing their utmost to attack it. The green light silhouette appeared blurred from having its body covered in ghost chi. Its arms had transformed into two huge dark green pythons. They were wildly lashing out at any of the gold-devouring beetles that attempted to approach. As none of the beetles were able to approach him, the gold-devouring beetles were at a complete standstill. But what Hanli found even more inconceivable was that the formation spell was still completely intact. Just how was it able to appear behind him without triggering any of the restrictions? But before Hanli could recover from his shock, the green silhouette loudly cursed. These damned insects are actually capable of consuming my incorporeal body. How menacing. It was the same unfamiliar voice he had heard before, but now it was quite flustered. Hanli had finally noticed that in the instant the beetles were flung away, they had taken bites out of green pythons and had swallowed specks of green light. It was no wonder why he was so perturbed. In the mere time after it had just recently spoke from within the cloud, it had managed to conceal itself behind him and launch a sneak attack. Hanli was completely perplexed by this, but the question soon faded from mind. Now was not the time to think of it. He had no mind to chat with the silhouette and whistled once more. A small portion of the gold-devouring beetles separated themselves from the group and shot towards him. They were crawling all over his body, tearing away at the black threads. Because his magic power was restricted, Hanli was only able to barely control the gold-devouring beetles by use of sound. He needed to set himself free before the enemy figured out a way to deal with his gold-devouring beetles. After all, the memory of the beetles' origin chi being greatly damaged by the ghostly roars were still fresh in his mind. If such a thing were to occur again, it would be terrible. At that moment, the barrier seemed to be rammed by a heavy object. After flickering with yellow light, the light barrier started to blur. Hanli then indifferently glanced over. He saw the bone sage in midair, releasing his own attacks in coordination with the green silhouette's attack. The dark cloud continuously struck the light barrier with 3-meter-wide masses of black chi. It appeared that the barrier wouldn't last for much longer. A strange light stirred in Hanli's eyes. He no longer paid attention to the bone sage's assault and turned his gaze to the gold-devouring beetles that were blocking the flourishing green silhouette over 40 meters away. The Een ghost threads on his body had already been torn nearly halfway through in that instant. Hanli could already feel his true essence and magic power slowly stir, causing him to involuntarily reveal a trace of joy. Once his magic power returned to normal, he had many methods he could make use of. At that moment, the green silhouette released a soft roar and started spinning its body. In a second, it had turned into a huge top spinning at great speed. It charged into the swarm of beetles and slowly inched closer to Hanli. The 10,000 gold-devouring beetles continued to chase after it. Although a majority were quickly swatted away by the huge top, a small portion of them managed to cling onto it and slow it down. When the other beetles saw this, they swarmed around it. A short moment later, the green silhouette had gold-devouring beetles crawling over its body and was no longer capable of spinning. It looked just like when they had devoured the gray ghost shadow previously. Hanli was astonished. The green ghost's suicidal action not only caused him to feel joy, but also great apprehension. What happened afterwards verified his suspicions. In a breath's time, the green shadow's body that was being held down by the gold-devouring beetles started to inflate into a large sphere and glow with dazzling green radiance. Not good. Hanli wanted to recall the gold-devouring beetles, but it was too late. The green sphere emitted a deafening bang and released an extremely cold aura that submerged all of the beetles. The center of this explosion was shining with dazzling green radiance. Under it as cover, a fine wisp of green smoke shot out, quickly shooting towards the still-bound Hanli. "Your body will be mine." With roaring laughter, the green thread flashed, transforming into a meter-wide malevolent ghost head as it continued to charge towards him. As the bone sage saw this from up above, he wore a slight smile. He immediately stopped his attacks, despite being only a few strikes away from breaking through it. Hanli stared at the ghost head as it approached him with an icy, piercing gaze. When it arrived about 3 meters away from him, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes and his body suddenly released a violent, baleful aura. This violet, baleful aura appeared nearly tangible, and unexpectedly stopped the approaching ghost head from shock. Hanli suddenly opened his mouth and shot a dense bolt of golden lightning, penetrating through the ghost head at point blank. The ghost head wailed in anguish and immediately turned into a ball of green chi after being struck by the golden lightning. Furiously shrieking, it fled for its life. Hanli wasn't about to allow it to so easily escape. At that moment, his entire body was wildly releasing arcs of faint lightning. In an instant, the black threads had been thoroughly dispersed. His body blurred without delay. After leaving behind several afterimages, he had chased down the green chi. Hanli expressionlessly raised his right hand and fiercely clutched the ball of chi. Faint gold lightning sparked from his fingers and instantly erased the green chi from existence, leaving a dark green crystal pearl in his grasp. It flickered with a strange brilliance as if it were alive. Hanli indifferently looked at it for a moment before tightly closing his hand. The crystal pearl was then turned to ash from an arc of lightning. Without a corporeal body, Even the Ghost King Grade Green Shadow was destroyed in an instant by Han Li's unrestrained use of the divine Devilbane lightning. Even Han Li himself was surprised by how easy it had been. Then Han Li raised his head and looked at the Bone Sage with an unfazed expression. "Hand over the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng to me and I will pretend as if nothing happened, and we will continue our cooperation. Otherwise one of us will have to die." Although Han Li's tone was serene, the cold intent of his words caused the Bone Sage to wear a grotesque grimace. The Bone Sage directly stared at Han Li for a long while before saying, "Good. Good. Good." Han Li unconsciously narrowed his eyes as he rigidly stared at him. "Since he was unable to take over your body, his skill was insufficient. I will naturally cooperate with the victor. Take good care of the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng." The dark cloud concealing the Bone Sage disappeared to reveal his true body. He then flung a golden box at Han Li. Chapter 453, Zenith Yin's Intrusion. Han Li expressionlessly watched the box rebound off of the light barrier and fall to the ground outside. He didn't have the slightest intention of releasing the restrictions. He only solemnly stared at the gold box in complete silence. With his hands behind his back, the Bone Sage serenely spoke. "What? You fear that the box is under the effect of ghost thread alterations? Relax. This old ghost has already given up. I can no longer act against you as I only have you left to assist me with Zenith Yin. The large number of gold lightning bamboo magic treasures that are contained within your body were particularly outside of my expectations. They will prove to be extremely effective when dealing with Zenith Yin's profound Yin arts. Harming you at this point would be harming myself." Han Li focused his sights on the Bone Sage. If he plotted against him once, he would naturally be willing to do it again for reasons still unknown. Although his words and actions were agreeable, it was best for him to remain vigilant. With that thought, Han Li raised his arm and shot a slim arc of faint gold lightning, striking the gold box with shock. After swaying several times, no odd transformations had occurred. Han Li let out a sigh of relief. If the box was transformed from something demonic, it would have undoubtedly shown a reaction. With his heart at ease, he beckoned to the box and the gold case shot towards him. At that same moment, the light barrier flickered, allowing the gold box to pass through in that instant. Han Li saw that the Bone Sage still had yet to move with his spiritual sense and had somewhat relaxed. He then lowered his head to look at the gold box. With a cold glint shining from his eyes, Han Li stared at the box in his hands, contemplating about something. When the Bone Sage saw Han Li's cautious appearance, he scoffed and leisurely watched from above without any intention of urging him. Han Li then looked down at the avatar of the Spirit Ginseng, the White Rabbit. It was motionlessly lying on the ground as if it were unconscious. Han Li muttered to himself for a moment. Then without any further hesitation, he gently flipped the cover of the gold box, revealing a sudden azure light shining from the box. The box then fully opened the rest of the way by itself and revealed what was inside. Han Li hastily focused his gaze on the small item before him. It was 1/2 foot long and an earthy yellow with dry, wrinkled skin appearing like one would commonly expect from the roots of an old tree. Han Li was speechless. While Han Li was doubting whether this truly was the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng or whether the Bone Sage had replaced some unknown item to dupe him with, the motionless rabbit that was lying on the ground suddenly leapt towards him as an orb of white light, shooting towards the roots in the golden box. Han Li was initially surprised, but he soon revealed joy. The 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng's White Rabbit avatar's sudden actions clearly revealed that this item was truly the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng, causing him to feel assured. However, Han Li wasn't about to just ignore this avatar and allow it to fuse with its main body. He flicked his finger, striking the rabbit's head with a streak in azure sword light. It tumbled off a distance away. But with its true body before its eyes, it leapt forward again with the entirety of its strength, completely unwilling to give up. Han Li grew somewhat impatient. He immediately shot off an arc of lightning, thoroughly knocking out the white rabbit. A large patch of its fur had turned black. Afterwards, Han Li reached in the direction of the white rabbit, causing it to fly into his hand. After taking a look at it, he decided to place it into the golden box. Once the white rabbit avatar touched the body of the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng, it merged into the ginseng with a flash of white light. Han Li then closed the lid and placed a minor restriction on it to prevent it from fleeing. With that done, Han Li released a breath of true relief. The Bone Sage's inaction caused Han Li to feel relaxed, but it had increased his wariness as well. After placing the golden box into his storage pouch, he calmly asked, "After Senior gave the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng to this Junior, did he not fear that Junior would take it and run?" The Bone Sage's wandering gaze focused on Han Li. He unhurriedly said, "Run? Even with the ginseng, what would you think to do without the formula to refine it?" Han Li frowned and thought about what else he should say. The Bone Sage sneered and couldn't help but explain, "Zenith Een has already acted on your body. You can either be pursued to the ends of the earth or cooperate with me. Even if you left the Heaven Void Hall with the spirit ginseng, Zenith Een would later, acted on me?" Han Li's expression momentarily changed. He didn't believe that his body could be affected by something without his knowledge, given his immense spiritual sense. The Bone Sage naturally guessed that Han Li doubted this and immediately smirked. But just as he was about to offer evidence, his expression abruptly changed, and he turned his gaze to the distance. Han Li was baffled by this, but he immediately felt alarm swell in his mind. He couldn't help but believe the old devil had sought to trick him. But for some unknown reason, the Bone Sage hastily turned back around and said something that caused Han Li to immediately tense. "Zenith Een is coming. Most likely for you. You're on your own. I'm going to conceal myself." Zenith Een then turned into a dark cloud and flew off, disappearing in an instant. Han Li was dumbstruck. Just as he was pondering whether or not the Bone Sage spoke truthfully, he heard booming, ghostly wails from the horizon. A huge sea of dense black clouds imposingly covered the skies. It appeared that they were heading in this direction. Han Li's heart dropped. This dark cloud possessed the astonishing pressure of the profound Een arts. It was most likely that the person who was coming was Grandmaster Zenith Een. Could it be true that Zenith Een had schemed against him without his detection? How else could Grandmaster Zenith Een have flown such a far distance towards him with complete accuracy? At that moment, Han Li inwardly rained profanities at the Bone Sage. Wasn't he going on about wanting to cooperate with him to deal with Zenith Een? Now he was left behind, abandoned with great speed. This caused Han Li to be beyond gloomy. Now that he had hid, it was too late for Han Li. He could only brace himself to cope with this directly. As Han Li remained inside the formation spell, the black clouds arrived above the forest in the blink of an eye and came to a sudden stop. With this, Han Li no longer had any choice. He could only silently stare at the dark clouds with a tense heart. He believed that Zenith Een wouldn't kill him on sight and would be given a proper explanation of why Grandmaster Zenith Een was so intent on pursuing him. After a long while of strenuous thinking, Han Li couldn't figure out why he was being chased, much to his annoyance. With that thought, Han Li recovered his calm state of mind and he attentively gazed at the black clouds, waiting for Zenith Een to speak. But contrary to his expectations, a cold snort came from the dark clouds and shot out a jet-black light beam towards the magic formation at a speed greater than lightning. With a flash of yellow light, the light barrier was thoroughly destroyed with a deafening rupture. It was unable to hold for even a second. Completely unobstructed, the black light beam directly struck at Han Li. Han Li's face became deathly pale in an instant. His body blurred several times out of instinct and he dodged out of the way, appearing over 100 meters away with an expression of furious alarm. Han Li waved his arms without any further hesitation. Over 100 huge ape puppets appeared around him. He then twirled several spirit beast pouches around him, having them lightly sway in front of him. Han Li's gaze grew ice-cold. Although he knew his chances of victory were pathetically small, if Zenith Een truly wished to kill him, he still had to try his utmost. He was unwilling to resign himself to death. At that same time, 9 bamboo clouds warm swords that were sealed in his body's true essence began to stir. Chapter 454. Enticement. The expansive black clouds appeared to be reacting to Han Li's hostile vigilance. They started to quickly swiveled and started pulling back at the center of the clouds with a grand flourish of devilish chi. Han Li's heart trembled. Just as he was about to impatiently order his puppets to attack, he heard the Bone Sage's cold voice in his ear. "Youngster, don't attack him. He is merely giving you a show of his strength. He doesn't wish to truly kill you. Let's see what my traitorous disciples wants from you before you do anything else." The Bone Sage's voice transmission surprised Han Li, giving him a sudden realization. He then forcefully suppressed the restlessness in his heart and asked, "Great Senior Zenith Een, for what reason has Senior come to find this junior?" Han Li's voice was gloomy and serene, possessing neither arrogance nor humbleness. "You're still calm despite receiving my attack. It seems you are quite courageous." Grandmaster Zenith Een answer was besides the point. Han Li was unsure whether his words were that of praise or contempt. As a nascent soul cultivator, if Senior wishes to exterminate Junior, my courage wouldn't make a difference. Han Li unconsciously frowned and replied with a calm expression. He felt slightly more at ease, knowing that the Bone Sage was hiding not far away. If he were to act together with the old devil who knew the weakness of the profound Yin arts, it would be possible to fight against Zenith Yin. Naturally, that would require the Bone Sage to assist him, which was something Han Li couldn't guarantee. As a result, he didn't possess the slightest intention of angering the Bone Sage. At that moment, the black clouds eventually billowed away and flashed several times. Whoosh! The clouds disappeared to reveal a middle-aged man and a short, thin and ugly youth, Zenith Yin and Wu Shou. You are Han Li, a rogue cultivator from Heavenly Star City? The middle-aged man looked at Han Li with interest. That's correct. I am Han Li, although it seems Senior already knows this. Han Li revealed a bitter smile and spoke with a tone of helplessness. Don't be anxious, I'm not here to look for trouble. It's not about that matter with the exquisite sound sect either. The previous attack was merely because I felt that formation spell was in the way, so I sought to break it. Zenith Yin spoke with an indifferent smile. What was in the way? Did you not merely wish to intimidate me with your immense strength? Han Li thought, completely aware of the truth. But contrarily, he respectfully asked, Then Senior is here for? As Han Li clearly understood that Zenith Yin was waiting for him to ask that, he could only hold his nose and play along. Zenith Yin chuckled upon hearing Han Li's question. After closely examining Han Li, he was able to sense his inward restlessness. Do you recognize what this is? Zenith Yin raised his hand, revealing a dense white ball. Without giving him a chance to clearly see what it was, he lightly tossed it towards Han Li. Han Li revealed slight confusion. When the item flew in front of him, he caught it with his sleeve and carefully brought it before his eyes. The item wasn't large and was badly damaged, but Han Li recognized it at a glance. It was a small amount of the pure white threads from the bloodjade spiders. Han Li blankly stared at it, baffled at why Zenith Yin had given this to him. But after some thought, he immediately recalled the battle that had occurred with the Hidden Fiend sect. When he was trying to escape the entrapment, he had used the bloodjade spiders to deal with a demon corpse that was blocking his path. That should have been when Zenith Yin had acquired this object. Why is he asking about this item now? Han Li's expression slightly changed as suspicions began to come to mind. However, as Zenith Yin wasn't going to give him much time to think, he could only answer honestly, I undoubtedly recognize this item. As these suspicions stirred in Han Li's mind, Zenith Yin eventually spoke as the Bone Sage had predicted. Han Li, do you wish to go to the inner halls? If you do, I will bring you through safely. Zenith Yin's voice was amiable and his words were filled with great enticement. Go to the inner halls? Han Li was astonished. It was a place that was said to be too dangerous for a core formation cultivator, but the treasures that it contained were far more precious than in other areas of the Heaven Void Hall. But after Han Li came to know of the particulars of that place, he had decided not to go. He was even more averse to braving the dangers of the inner hall now that he had just acquired the 9-curl spirit ginseng, an item that greatly helped when congealing a nascent soul. Zenith Yin's offer to safely bring him through the inner halls, and the Bone Sage's exhortations for him to agree were met with complete disdain and distrust from Han Li. He only had one life after all. After a moment more of pondering, Han Li declined with a forced smile. To this Junior, the inner halls are truly out of reach. Junior will be satisfied with passing only 2 trials. As such, Junior will forego going to the inner halls. His luck isn't that good. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's expression sank, and his eyes became stern. At his side, Wu Chou loudly rebuked him with a scowl. Han Li, my ancestor didn't chase after you for your offenses during that previous matter. Now, you use excuses to refuse his kind offer to bring you into the inner halls. Could it be that you hold our Zenith Yin Island in contempt? Although Grandmaster Zenith Yin didn't stop Wu Chou, he wore a displeased expression and looked at Wu Chou with a cold gaze. Han Li grew silent once more. He again heard the Bone Sage exhort him to agree, causing even more distrust to swell in his heart. I won't go. Although I do not know why Island Lord Wu plans on bringing me into the inner halls, it definitely won't be a matter of only broadening my experiences. It would be better for me to use my time to look for treasures in safer areas. Han Li spoke with an indifferent expression. Chapter 455. Another surprise, Humph. Do you truly believe that you get to decide whether or not you go? If you don't go with us, this young lord will kill you here. Did you truly believe that our Zenith Yin Island wouldn't dare to act due to the words of the Star Palace enforcers? Wu Chou's small eyes ominously glinted. Although Wu Chou had been previously warned by Grandmaster Zenith Yin, he still attempted to threateningly pressure Han Li. Wu Chou felt Han Li was truly displeasing to the eye. The malice he felt towards Han Li was nearly innate, born from no particular reason. Han Li found this feeling mutual. That recent outburst was merely met with an indifferent glance. Paying no further heed to Wu Chou, he spoke to Grandmaster Zenith Yin. For a reason unknown to me, Senior requires this junior's spirit beast. But this junior is also well aware that if a spirit beast's master dies, their spirit beasts are incapable of recognizing another master. In addition, Junior is capable of ordering the Bloodjade Spider to self-detonate during a moment of crisis. Surely Senior doesn't wish to see that. Han Li clearly understood that Wu Chou was merely playing the part of a paper tiger. As such, Han Li was unwilling to tango with Wu Chou and decided to speak with the true authority, Grandmaster Zenith Yin. However, this action by Han Li caused Wu Chou to fly into a rage from the humiliation. After a hostile expression appeared on his face, he spewed a slew of profanities at Han Li. But he was soon stopped by a wave from Zenith Yin. Good, I am fond of juniors with courage and understanding. Since this island lord requires your Bloodjade Spider, I naturally won't drag you along without payment. Once we arrive in the inner halls, I will. Just as Zenith Yin was about to list his conditions, his expression suddenly grew sullen and he stopped speaking. He turned his head around to fiercely stare in a certain direction with a malicious look on his face. Let this Grandmaster have a look at you, eavesdropper. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's voice was shrill and full of killing intent. He appeared extremely angry. Han Li felt alarmed. He immediately thought that the Bone Sage had been discovered and was unconsciously pondering about how he should deal with this situation. However, Han Li was surprised to hear an aged voice. Old Pal Wu, there is no need to be so angry. I merely encountered you by coincidence. Don't tell me you're going to attack? 100 meters away in the air floated a Confucian-robed old man covered in an azure glowing light. It was someone Grandmaster Zenith Yin was quite familiar with, Layman Qing Yi. Fellow Daoist Qing. You followed me. When Zenith Yin saw him, he grimaced and his killing intent faded. What? Follow you? I was merely taking a stroll and happened to see fellow Daoist Wu and this young junior having a chat. So I thought I'd come over and say hi. I didn't think that I'd cause fellow Daoist Wu to be so unhappy. Sigh, had I known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have acted so rashly. The Confucian-robed old man dryly laughed and spoke with a completely unconcerned tone. He soon grew unconcerned with keeping up his own pretenses and turned his gaze from the pale Zenith Yin to the Bloodjade Spider. TCH. This is a Bloodjade Spider? It is a truly rare spirit beast. From the analysis of earlier cultivators, this is one of the spirit beasts that are most likely capable of acquiring the Heaven Void Cauldron. Its odds are far greater than your Fire Serpent or Wan Tianming's gold-threaded silkworm. Layman Qingyi spoke, shaking his head. Taking a stroll nearby? While invisible. After hearing the old man's shameless excuse, Grandmaster Zenith Yin grew furious. But his expression only grew gloomier upon hearing Qingyi reveal the secret about the Bloodjade Spider. After turning his gaze away from the Bloodjade Spiders, the Confucian-robed scholar examined Han Li several times before saying, So this is the junior that old Pal Wu was concerned with earlier. This old man is also quite fond of guiding courageous and insightful youngsters. I am quite interested in taking him in as my disciple. How about it? I've never taken in a disciple before. Zenith Yin paled after hearing this. Take Junior in a disciple? Han Li blinked several times. He didn't know whether he should be excited or cynical. Zenith Yin's expression was icy, and threads of black qi began to surge from his body. He spoke each of his words forcefully while staring at the old man. Fellow Daoist Qing, what are you planning? I was only joking. Old pal Zenith Yin doesn't need to be so nervous. If I were to truly take this youngster as a disciple, I fear fellow Daoist would attack me without restraint. However, if Humanzi were to know of this Bloodjade Spider, would he back down? The old man chuckled. A strange expression appeared within his eyes as he played the matter off. Layman Qingyi's words initially caused Zenith Yin to relax. But upon hearing him mention Manhuzi, he started to feel a strong headache. Zenith Yin had originally planned to keep the Bloodjade Spider a secret and manipulate the others into driving the righteous Dao cultivators away from the inner halls or have both sides suffer a mutual defeat. He would then use the Fire Serpent to put on a display of being incapable of acquiring the treasure while secretly using Han Li's Bloodjade Spider to secure it. He alone would acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron. As for his previous promises, he had never intended on keeping them in the first place. But he didn't expect in the slightest that his meticulous plan would be thrown into disarray by this old cunning fox. He was uncertain about whether or not he could kill him to shut him up. And even if he were confident, he couldn't easily act and weaken his own side prematurely. After all, he still had the righteous Tao cultivators to contend with. Zenith Yin's face twitched when the old man mentioned Manhuzi. He had previously experienced just how fearsome Manhuzi's heaven-bearing devil arts were. Even with his newly acquired minor mastery of his heaven-wide corpse fire, he didn't hold any confidence in facing that man. If by chance that man were to use the pretext of taking in that youngster as a disciple, then he would insist on taking the lion's share of the treasure. He wouldn't have any way to prevent it. Unless, seeing that he was no longer able to preserve the secret of the blood-jade spiders, Zenith Yin started to think of how he wouldn't suffer a smaller portion of the treasures. At that moment, his heart stirred and he looked at the old man with an odd expression, faintly guessing the meaning behind his previous words. The Confucian-robed old man faintly smiled in response to his odd expression and transmitted a message to his ear. Zenith Yin's expression started to ceaselessly fluctuate. The old man's voice transmission was short and he quickly resumed speaking out loud. "How about this proposal?" Without taking much time to think, Zenith Yin gloomily said, "Fine, I accept." The old man revealed a pleased expression and said, "Good, this is how it should be." He then glanced at Han Li and unhurriedly said, "Now between the two of us, who do you think is more suitable to become his master?" After muttering to himself, Zenith Yin said, "Naturally he will decide who will become his master. That would be a bit more fair." The old man blankly stared for a moment before revealing a strange expression. But after some conde ration, he nodded his head in agreement. When Zenith Yin saw this, he wore a seldom-seen smile. He then turned towards Han Li and indifferently said, "You must have already heard our chat. Your blood-jade spider is something that we require in our treasure hunt, something that we cannot declone under any circumstance. If you believe I won't kill you because you are the master of the spirit beast, then you are gravely mistaken. This Grandmaster happens to know of a convenient method to refine spirit corpses. If worst comes to worst, I will kill the blood-jade spider and refine it into a demon corpse. Since the blood-jade spider's cultivation will greatly suffer from this, I won't do this unless I am forced. If you are afraid of any disadvantages that will result from being involved, then you can become either of our disciples and receive our protection. Also, you will acquire a portion of the treasure should we be successful in acquiring it. As you appear to be a smart fellow, you should know what to do." Zenith Yin calmly laid out both the carrot and the stick, causing Han Li's expression to change. In fact, Han Li was inwardly cursing without end. Ever since the Confucian-robed old man had arrived, Han Li felt ill at ease as if the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He had originally wished for the two eccentrics to fight amongst themselves, allowing him to slip away in the ensuing chaos. But he didn't expect for the cunning old foxes to reach an agreement after only a few words. Now Han Li reckoned there wasn't the slightest chance that the Bone Sage would appear to help him. As for using the blood-jade spider as a threat, it seemed it wouldn't have any effect. He reckoned that if he were to truly order the blood-jade spider to self-detonate, Zenith Yin would rush to refine them. But as his life was hanging by only this thread, he couldn't afford to damn himself by angering these nascent soul cultivators. It seemed that if he didn't agree, he would only be met with death. Chapter 456. Becoming Zenith Yin's disciple. Just as Han Li thought about saying something, he suddenly heard a voice transmission from Layman Qing Yi. "Han Li, this old man hasn't accepted a disciple in his entire life and doesn't have much longer to live. If you were to become my disciple, then my legacy, magic treasures and all else will be inherited by you. You aren't going to come across such good fortune elsewhere." Layman Qing Yi's voice was full of allure. Han Li understood that his words were certain to be overstated, but he couldn't help but feel tempted. Before he could even think it over, he heard Zenith Yin's gloomy voice. "Youngster, regardless of what this eccentric had promised you, I want to remind you that this eccentric is a rogue cultivator, one who treads the solitary path. Apart from a desolate island, he has few other possessions. Even if you were to inherit everything from him, it won't amount to much. However, my Zenithine island is different. Not only are there many cultivators, but it also possesses grand influence. As my own personal disciple, you will hold an unimaginable amount of influence on the island. Regardless of whether it's beautiful pear cultivation servants or precious pill and tool ingredients, this Grandmaster will allow you to select them. I also saw that you were walking quite close to the exquisite sound sect's fairy violet spirit. If you have any interest in her, it can be handled. So long as you pledge to be my disciple, I will personally bring her to Zenithine Island to become your furnace cauldron. These incentives should be much to your satisfaction." Zenithine was very direct, listing off many conditions in a torrent. However, this wasn't the end. The Bone Sage's voice soon entered his ear. "Youngster Han, take my traitorous disciple as a master. That way we can look for a favorable opportunity to kill him. Don't forget, I am the only person who knows the pill formula for the refinement of the 9-curl spirit ginseng. You had best do as I suggest, otherwise—" The Bone Sage's words were filled with an obvious threat. Han Li inwardly rolled his eyes. Each of them had ulterior motives, and he would suffer greatly if he wasn't careful. In his own mind, if he truly wanted to take a master, then he would naturally pick the Confucian-robed old man. Although he wouldn't receive many great benefits, he wouldn't become entangled with a hideous mess of relations. It would be far more peaceful, and he wouldn't be involved with any more quarrels. As for Zenith Yin's medicine pills, beautiful women, and techniques, Han Li wasn't particularly interested. The talk regarding Fairy Violet's spirit interested him even less. But with the Bone Sage's voice transmission, Han Li had to carefully reconsider. Solidifying a nascent soul was his next objective on the path to immortality. Although it was still quite some time away, the pill recipe was still something that he had to acquire. With that thought, Han Li lowered his head and started muttering to himself, pondering over what was to be gained or lost. Han Li's expression changed several times over a short period of time before he raised his head. His next words were music to Zenith Yin's ears and to the disappointment of the Confucian-robed old man. "This one has long heard of Zenith Yin Island's great reputation. Junior wishes to receive a few pointers from Senior Wu." "Good choice, Han Li. This Grandmaster will first accept you as an in-name disciple. When we later return to Zenith Yin Island, I will conduct a ceremony for you to become an official disciple. This profound Yin ring is a set of ancient treasures that I acquired when I was young, and I've given it to each of my personal disciples. Since it is both a keepsake and a protective treasure, be sure to properly take care of it." Zenith Yin understood the value of striking when the iron was hot. He immediately took a dark gray ring off his hand and handed it over to Han Li. Along the way, Zenith Yin happily chatted with Han Li and took the initiative to point out a few mistakes in Han Li's cultivation. Much to the benefit of Han Li couldn't help but sigh. There was quite a huge difference in the path of cultivation for those with a guide and those without. When Wu Chou saw this, his face carried a trace of resentment. Although he attempted to hide it with all his might, Han Li was still able to sense his immense hostility. Still, Han Li pretended to be unaware of this and paid him no further attention. The four of them flew quickly. About 6 hours later, they arrived in front of a mountain that was about 10,000 meters tall. This extremely steep mountain was made of black and gray stones. The mountain was cleanly split at its center in a supernaturally fine manner. It was even split through the mountain's foundation, producing a huge natural canyon. But what was even more strange was the twinkling blue and red light that separated the center of the mountain into two. It appeared truly otherworldly from a distance. Currently, over 30 differently dressed cultivators sat at the entrance of the canyon in silent meditation. Their expressions were solemn as if they were waiting for something. Zenith Yin and the other three slowly descended at the center of the group. Han Li swept his gaze over them, and discovered that the black-robed Yuan Yao was also among them. When Yuan Yao saw Han Li accompanying the nascent soul cultivators of the Devil Dao, she revealed amazement. When Han Li turned his gaze towards her, she flusteredly turned her head away, not daring to meet his gaze. Han Li was slightly surprised and faintly realized something. He then wordlessly turned his sights elsewhere. He didn't see Fairy Violet's spirit or that youthful male cultivator. It seems they returned to the pavilion without any intention of undergoing the paths of ice and fire. Although the meditating cultivators appeared solemn, they were calm and composed, each possessing an unordinary bearing. In terms of cultivation, a majority of them were superior to Han Li's. Although he didn't know how many of them possessed late core formation cultivation, he could tell that a majority of them held mid-core formation cultivation. As for those that possessed early core formation cultivation like Han Li and Yuan Yao, there were only 7 of them. However, all of them were collected and appeared full of confidence. After Han Li finished his observations, he slightly frowned. There were no other nascent soul cultivators present apart from Zenith Yin and Layman Ching Yi. Seeing this, Zenith Yin found a good area and sat down. Wu Chou naturally followed and sat down beside him. Han Li, come rest beside your master. Zenith Yin spoke, assuming the role of Han Li's gentle master. Han Li didn't wish to approach the eccentric, but under Zenith Yin's gaze, he could only force himself to comply and sit beside him. This suddenly caused Wu Chou to recall that his own ancestor was on bad terms with Manhuzi. Wasn't his praise of Manhuzi deliberately provoking Zenith Yin? He then repeatedly praised his master with an embarrassed appearance before keeping silent. In the sky, Manhuzi swept his gaze past them and immediately caught sight of Zenith Yin and the others. He dropped down towards them, causing the nearby ground to tremble upon landing. After landing, Manhuzi's scales retracted from his body, and his golden light gradually faded away. It seems Brother Man had a very successful harvest. Why else would you be so happy? The Confucian-robed old man cupped his hand towards him with a beaming smile. Manhuzi's excitement disappeared upon hearing the old man's question. He answered without hesitation, "Hee. I've made a few gains. I killed an ice-striped toad near the Genesis fruit tree. Its inner core will prove to be very beneficial towards my heaven-bearing devil arts." Zenith Yin and Layman Ching Yi found this contrary to expectation. They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing whether he was speaking the truth. After a moment's pause, Layman Ching Yi's previous smile was restored, and he said, "Then I must congratulate fellow Taoist man. If your heaven-bearing devil arts progresses, you will have the same strength as the arch-saint of the Six Paths and the heavenly star sages." Afterwards, Zenith Yin also congratulated him with a calm expression. Manhuzi chuckled and was about to say something, but he appeared slightly baffled when his eyes fell on Han Li. He remained slightly baffled before his eyes strangely glinted and released a trace of astonishing pressure. Bearing the brunt of this pressure, Han Li instantly felt his body tense, incapable of moving as if each of his limbs were being weighed down by 1,000 kilograms. But what was most shocking to Han Li was the feeling of Manhuzi's icy gaze seeing past both his mind and body. Han Li's complexion became deathly pale, and he reacted by circulating the Great Development Technique. After a moment, his mind stabilized, returning a bit of blood to his face and restoring control of his body back to normal. Manhuzi couldn't help but be astonished. He soon revealed a trace of pleasant surprise, but when he thought to do something else, Zenith Yin blurred and appeared in front of Han Li. Zenith Yin offsetted Manhuzi's imposing pressure and calmly asked, "Brother Man, what are you doing? Why are you bullying my junior disciple?" "Junior disciple?" Manhuzi blankly stared for a moment before appearing gloomy. After disdainfully glancing at Wu Chou, he bluntly said, "Zenith Yin, are you making fun of me? Apart from that youngster Wu Chou, what other disciples did you bring to the Heaven Void Hall?" He appeared as if he planned to attack if he were to be corrected. Manhuzi, you misunderstand. Young friend Han Li has been taken in as a disciple by fellow Taoist Wu just today. It's no wonder why fellow Taoist man didn't know of it." Zenith Yin's expression slightly changed. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, "Brother Man, since you have doubts, I won't conceal anything. My junior disciple will prove quite useful during our treasure hunt in the inner halls. I hope you will forgive him if he has offended you." Zenith Yin's words caused Han Li to be extremely annoyed. When could he have possibly offended Manhuzi? Was it not Manhuzi who had forcefully seized the jade pillar from him and left him with a belly full of anger? Naturally, Han Li didn't dare to say this and the words remained in his mind. With a wave of his arm, Manhuzi lazily said, "Offend? I don't even recognize this youngster. There was no offense. I merely saw that his cultivation technique was quite interesting and I wanted to test it. But how can a core formation cultivator be useful in the inner halls? Are you duping me?" Zenith Yin frowned and hesitated for a moment. Afterwards he gave Layman Ching Yi an indicative glance. Layman Ching Yi faintly smiled and sent Manhuzi a sound transmission. Seeing the two's secretive manners, Manhuzi revealed slight disdain. But after he heard the transmission, his expression suddenly changed and he looked at Han Li in shock. Manhuzi then asked the old man a few questions with sound transmissions and came to a sudden realization, revealing an icy expression. Manhuzi narrowed his eyes and stared at Zenith Yin with a sharp gaze. He said in an imposing manner, "Zenith Yin, I was wondering why you would inexplicably take in a disciple. So it turned out you, humph? You sure came up with a good plan. There is no need to be so angry, brother man. If you came across a similar matter, perhaps you would have used a similar method. In addition, we've revealed the matter to you and have no intention of monopolizing the harvest. We'll be relying on Brother Man in the coming treasure hunt. Zenithine calmly said. After a moment of thought, Man Huzi's expression grew calm and he said, if I don't take action, Wan Tianming and his group of hypocrites wouldn't give you a chance to take the treasure. So let's get the business out the way first. If you get the treasure, how are we splitting it? How about we split the treasure into 4? Including young friend Han, each person will get a share. Layman Qingyi had long considered this question and immediately answered. This answer caused Man Huzi to become angry. With a derisive expression he said, Qingyi, do you really think I'm so easily swindled? Do you really think that you'll be able to handle Wan Tianming when the time comes? And you actually want to split it evenly amongst us? The old man sighed and responded with a chuckle. Don't be angry, Brother Man. It's true that my thoughts aren't entirely fair. How does Brother Man feel it should be decided? Man Huzi spoke with a serious expression. I don't care how much you all receive, I require half of the treasure. After all, Wan Tianming alone is more than enough to deal with the both of you. If I'm going to take him on, then it is only fair that I get half. Man Huzi's words weren't surprising to Zenith Een and the old man. They had clearly expected him to make large demands. Zenith Een unhurriedly said, an entire half? Brother Man's appetite is truly great. But don't forget that without my junior disciple's assistance, our odds of acquiring the treasure are pathetically low. My disciple also requires a share. Humph? A core formation cultivator also gets a share among us? Man Huzi disdainfully glanced at Han Li. Han Li's expression stirred for a moment before calming down. If he were only a rogue cultivator, he obviously wouldn't be entitled to a share of the Heaven Void Cauldron's treasures. But since he is my disciple, he will get one. Zenith Een was unwilling to back down. A stern expression appeared on Man Huzi's face. Just as he thought to say something, the old man rushed to propose a compromise. There is no need to fight. How about this? When we acquire the treasure, we'll split the treasure into 5. 2 shares will go to Brother Man and the other 3 will go to the rest of us. Surely that is fair? Man Huzi blankly stared for a moment, before stroking his beard in silence. Zenith Een immediately declared his position with a heavy voice. I find these conditions acceptable. What do you think, Brother Man? Fine. Although I am still not satisfied, it is better than the previous proposal. Man Huzi wrinkled his brow and spoke with an annoyed tone. He had already figured out that Zenith Een and the old man had joined hands, and that the proposed conditions were likely their bottom line. As such, he was unable to pressure them too strongly. As the Devil Dao eccentrics were discussing how to split their not yet acquired treasures, Wan Tianming and the righteous Dao cultivators were also having a secret discussion about the treasures. Sect Master Wan, how certain are you that your gold-threaded silkworm will be able to take out the Heaven Void Cauldron? There have been many experts in the past that thought to acquire this treasure, but not one of them were successful. I fear we will also be unsuccessful. Taoist priest Tian Wuzi spoke with worry. Wan Tianming calmly said, be at ease. While my gold-threaded silkwork doesn't have high odds, we did acquire the sky azure flower. So long as I feed it to the silkworm when we acquire the treasure and overexert it, we will have at least a 4% chance of success. That can already be considered high. This humble Taoist also knows of this. I merely felt ill at ease when thinking of this matter. I am ashamed. It seems my own cultivation is lacking and my mind must be further polished. Tian Wuzi spoke with slight embarrassment. Wan Tianming chuckled. I am also deeply worried that those 2 old freaks, the Heavenly Star Sages, would acquire the treasures of the Heaven Void. It only human nature as we are mere cultivators. We aren't desireless like true immortals. The old farmer then said, however, Sect Master One had better keep watch on those Devil Dao cultivators. They are secretly talking about something. They seem to have just had some internal strife, but now they are bantering as if nothing happened. Are those Devil Dao cultivators scheming something? Having heard this, Wan Tianming looked at the Devil Dao cultivators in the distance who had finished their negotiations and scoffed. Then with a solemn expression he said, while the techniques and might of the Devil Dao are powerful, their temperaments are easily distorted. A few strange displays isn't out of the ordinary. There is nothing to make a fuss about. Even if we fail in our attempt, we must also make sure that the Heaven Void Cauldron doesn't fall into the hands of the Devil Dao. After all, Zenith Yin's mutant fire serpent is also a spirit beast capable of acquiring the treasure. Sect Master One speaks truly. If the Devil Dao acquires it, they will flourish. Given the current weakness of the Star Palace, we cannot allow the Devil Dao to replace the Star Palace as hegemon of the scattered star seas. Tian Wuzi repeatedly nodded his head. Wan Tianming was very pleased and thought to say something more when the blue-red light from the huge mountain suddenly flourished. The walls near the entrance to the canyon started to tremendously shake, splitting open two separate passageways. It seemed that they lead into the canyon. A meter-tall stone slab emerged at each of the entrances with the words, "Path of Profound Crystal," and "Path of Molten Rock," in ancient characters. Suddenly, the cultivators closest to the entrances hurriedly took a step forward. Those that approached the entrance to the Path of Molten Rock grew light-headed and felt their mouths dry from the gust of scorching heat that flew past them. As for those near the entrance to the Path of Profound Crystal, it continuously emitted a white, ice-cold aura. The faint whistling of harsh winds caused one's heart to grow cold. Upon seeing the paths appear, Zenith Een stood with roused spirits. He spoke to Han Li with a caring voice. "Han Li, let's go. We will gather up again on the other side of the paths of fire and ice. Although I am incapable of personally bringing you through them, I will give you a treasure to resist either the cold or heat depending on what path you choose." When Han Li was traversing the ghost mist, he had been informed about the paths of fire and ice by Fairy Violet Spirit. He knew that after setting foot in the passage, he would be teleported to a predetermined area in the canyon. There was very little chance that he would be teleported together with others as had been reaffirmed by Zenith Een. After some thought, Han Li slowly said, "I will walk the path of molten rock. I happen to possess some fire-resistant clothes that might prove to be useful." Zenith Een took out a deep blue jade pendant from his storage pouch without hesitation and handed it over to Han Li. "All right, take good care of this. With this item, you should have no problems passing through the trial, given your cultivation." When Manhuzi saw this, he insincerely smiled and said, "This is truly unexpected." Such a miserly person as Zenith Een actually showed a moment of generosity. "Isn't that your white rhino emblem?" Chapter 459. Trek. Zenith Een didn't grow angry, instead replying with a roll of his eyes and a chuckle. "My junior disciple's cultivation is too shallow. As his master, it is only natural that I look after him. Although the white rhino emblem could be considered precious, I plan on taking the path of profound ice, so this item will be useless to me. If I am not mistaken, Brother Man also has a glacial ice pearl. Why not lend it to my disciple? Surely fellow Taoist doesn't wish for my junior disciple to encounter any mishaps before he enters the inner halls. Humph. I cannot allow that youngster to easily die before the Heaven Void Cauldron is secured. I acquired this glacial ice pearl from a glacial carp during my early years. How lucky for you, youngster." With that said, Manhuzi took out a thumb-sized misty white pearl and tossed it at Han Li. Han Li felt joyful and gave many words of thanks after receiving the item. Although he knew these treasures were only given to him because of his bloodjade spider, they would allow him to go through the path of molten rock safely. It was exactly what he had wanted. Although the glacial ice pearl shone with white light similar to the white rhino emblem, it was far colder to the touch, causing his hand to tremble from its penetrating chill. He hastily placed it in his storage pouch, as it appeared to be the more valuable of the two. When Layman Chinyi saw this, he chuckled and entered the path of profound ice with a blur. When the other cultivators saw this, they started to successively enter the canyons that they had previously chosen. After only a short moment, a majority of the cultivators had already entered the canyons. Zenith Een glanced at Han Li and amiably said, "Han Li, how about you set off? We'll meet again at the end in a few days." Han Li saw no reason to disagree and headed towards the path of molten rock. As he was walking forward, he swept his gaze around with a calm expression, resulting in a feeling of anxiousness. That old devil, Bone Sage, still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he had changed his mind and slipped away by himself? Han Li couldn't help but assume the worst. After all, human hearts were unpredictable. He could have changed his might after seeing the great might of Zenith Een. If the Bone Sage truly abandoned him, Han Li would bluntly use the Bone Sage's information as a bargaining chip with Zenith Een to guarantee his life. An ominous glint shone from Han Li's eyes as he thought this. This movement had caught the attention of others. While Han Li felt slight regret at this, the Bone Sage's voice had suddenly entered his ear. "Don't glance around. I am concealed nearby and have yet to reveal myself. Do your best. I will meet you again after the path of ice and fire is cleared." Han Li felt some relief after recovering from his surprise and walked towards the passage with large steps. Hot winds blew past Han Li just as he stepped into the passage, causing him to feel a scorching heat on his body. Han Li frowned and attentively looked forward. The passage was 6 meters wide and couldn't be considered very tall. However, the way forward was glowing with blinding red light, placing apprehension in the hearts of those that see it. Han Li licked his dried lips and glared at it for a moment before moving forward. Each step he took felt as if the temperature was rising. After 30 steps, Han Li was no longer capable of moving forward. The hot winds that occasionally blew past him and the already hot temperatures of his surroundings caused his body to feel pain. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li covered his body in the water attribute barrier. The deep blue brilliance immediately alleviated the scorching heat. He then patted his storage pouch and a streak of blue light flew out into his hand, the fire-repulsing robes. Han Li immediately donned robes without much thought and suddenly felt a chill from his body. With roused spirits, Han Li continued forward. After a dozen steps, he saw a sudden flash of light. A wall of red light was blocking his path. After glancing at the wall of light, he walked in head first. He could hear footsteps echoing from behind him. He had no interest in meeting with other cultivators. After a series of dizzying fluctuations from within the blinding red light, the disappeared heat reappeared in a vicious, overbearing counterattack. His blue light barrier was unable to endure and started flickering as if it were about to collapse. Having yet to recover from his dizziness, Han Li grew greatly frightened and hastily circulated spiritual power throughout his body. After stabilizing his barrier, he examined his surroundings. He saw scarlet red stone, yellow soil, plants that emitted red light and a blurry, deep red sky. Everything was tainted with the color of fire. Even while protected by his barrier and the fire-repulsing robes, he could clearly feel the scorching air. Han Li took a deep breath with a sullen expression. Under these temperatures he would only be able to endure for 5 hours. He had thought he wouldn't have to make use of any treasures and could easily make it through. But according to what Fairy Violet Spirit had said in the second trial, the path of fire and ice, cultivators couldn't fly and could only slowly tread forward on foot. As such, those that were teleported farther away would have to spend several days of restless walking before arriving at the end of the canyon. This wasn't something that could be done while relying solely on one's cultivation. It would require the use of treasures that blocked the respective elements of each path. In addition, the path wasn't the sole danger that the cultivators encountered on the path. The canyon gathered demon spirits of their respective elements which were the greatest hindrance in the trial. During each occurrence of this trial, about half of the resulting deaths were caused by these demon spirits. In addition to this, there may be cultivators lying in ambush along the path, aiming to rob the treasures of others. This was something that had always occurred. After all, the closer one grew to the end of the canyon, the more likely one would encounter other cultivators. Their odds of survival would greatly increase after robbing the others of their elemental resistance treasures. Odds were that a few cultivators that found it too difficult to continue would attack without any hesitation. Han Li stood in his original place without movement, examining his surroundings with narrow eyes and pondering over the information he had. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li's expression stirred. He then took out the white rhino emblem and hung it at his waist. He then replaced his blue light barrier with the jade emblem's white light. He couldn't afford to squander any of his magic power. Staying still to recover his magic power was a suicidal action. He then turned his head to the sky. Chapter 460. The Path of Life and Death. When Busu entered the Heaven Void Hall and saw so many nascent soul eccentrics appear, he felt as if he had been drenched in cold water. Any nascent soul cultivator that arrived here would naturally go hunt for treasures in the inner halls. The Heaven Void Cauldron was certain to be the most important among them. Although nascent soul cultivators had also attended previous openings of the Heaven Void Hall, there would only be about 4 of them. But now there were actually 8 nascent soul cultivators, causing his hopes to grow very faint. But since he had already arrived, he was unwilling to cowardly return. As such, he entered the path of molten rock, holding a slight sliver of hope that it would prove to be as smooth as it had been with the ghost mist. To tell the truth, he did hold some fear towards the ghost mist and a later trial, the fantastical boundary of illusion. However, he didn't hold much regard for the path of ice and fire and never doubted whether or not he could pass it. This was because he cultivated a cultivation art well known amongst the scattered star seas, the tranquil yang art. This cultivation art had forcefully inserted itself among the top 10 mental cultivation arts among fire cultivation techniques. He had lost count of how many enemies he had exterminated, turning them entirely to ash with his tranquil yang true fire. As such, he held complete confidence towards treading the path of molten rock and resisting the heat with complete ease. Naturally, given his many years of cultivation, he wouldn't arrogantly think of treading the path of molten rock without any hesitation. He had also prepared 2 fire protection magic tools, but it wasn't that he didn't want to prepare more. It was just that purchasing the fire dragon worm had left him nearly destitute. With the assistance of 2 magic tools and his tranquil young art, he felt that he would be able to traverse the path of molten rock without problem. But now, Busuu felt a deep regret churning in his guts. After a short time on the path, he unexpectedly discovered that despite the wondrous fire-resistant effects of his tranquil young arts, he was forced to continuously use his tranquil young arts at full strength in order to resist the scorching heat that surrounded him. His original thought of ignoring this hostile environment was impossible as his magic power was being depleted far faster than he had anticipated. Outside the Heaven Void Hall, he ordinarily only had to make use of the tranquil young arts in order to resist scorching flames. It was clear that the heat emitted by the path of molten rock was completely different from common flames on the outside. There were certain to be restrictions put in place that suppressed fire attribute cultivation arts. As for his 2 fire-resistant magic tools, they had a very limited effect in this strange environment, much to the dismay of Busuu. In his 6 hours of walking the path, his magic power had been drained at a visible rate despite having continuously replenished his spiritual chi with spirit stones. He'd only be able to persist for a day more before his magic power was exhausted, allowing the heat to turn his body to ash. Busuu naturally didn't wish to fall here. He nervously rushed forward while sweeping his gaze in every direction. However, his surroundings were quiet and was completely absent of any others. This caused his thoughts of plundering the fire-resistant magic treasures of others to prematurely perish. The further he rushed forward, the more intensely Busuu felt despair. After a quarter hour later, Busuu eventually stopped with apprehension contained in his eyes. Although he had both skilled techniques and magic power, he didn't have any hope of arriving at the canyon's end at this pace. In addition, if he were to encounter any other cultivators in his rush forward, his magic power would be in a sorry state. Forget about him attacking others, he would likely be preyed upon himself once they saw how weak he was. Busuu anxiously paced back and forth. As time passed, thoughts began to bubble from his mind, looking for a method of survival. Suddenly, he raised his head towards the deep red sky with fluctuating expressions. After a determined expression momentarily appeared on his face, his body flashed with yellow light and started to float. His eyes were unblinking and his face appeared cautious. After he rose up to 10 meters in the air, he was extremely joyful to discover that nothing had happened. At this altitude, he could make use of his techniques to fly and reach the canyon's end after only a short time. Wildly delighted at having found a way out of danger, Busuu formed an incantation gesture and turned into a ball of yellow light, disappearing with a blur. Bang! Just as Busuu flew about 100 meters, a silver bolt of lightning struck from the deep red sky. With a miserable scream, his body scattered into ash while 2 items then silently fell into the shrubbery below. Somewhere on the path of molten rock, a gorgeous 30-year-old woman wearing brilliant blue muslin looked hesitantly at the river of molten rock. Apart from a foot-wide stone pillar, there was no other way for the woman to cross the scarlet-red river that spanned over 150 meters. The gorgeous woman frowned as she felt the overpowering heat radiating from the river of lava. After a moment of hesitation, she carefully set foot on the red stone pillar. When the gorgeous woman stepped foot on the pillar, she immediately wore a pained expression. It was clear that the stone pillar was extremely hot. Even with the protection of the blue muslin, she still felt quite a bit of pain. However, this woman was someone who possessed unwavering determination. After gritting her teeth, she slowly walked forward on the stone pillar cautiously. At the start, it went quite smoothly. She ended up walking through about halfway unscathed. But as she approached the pillar's center, she suddenly heard rumblings in the distance. The gorgeous woman was stunned and she couldn't help but turn her head in the direction of the river upstream. Her face then became deathly pale and panic-stricken. A violent maelstrom rushed down the river and transformed into a huge gray dragon. With bared fangs and claws, it arrived in front of the stone pillar in an instant and wrapped around the female cultivator who had just taken flight. Then with a shriek of despair, the female cultivator disappeared without a trace. A short moment later, a sparkling blue item sunk to the bottom of the lava. Near an icy mountain on the path of profound crystal, a middle-aged man was back-to-back with an old man as they faced over 10 crystal beasts. Red and white radiance flashed in every direction, but the battle soon came to an end. The crystal beast stayed for a moment more before dispersing in different directions, leaving behind 2 badly damaged corpses. At another location on the path of profound crystal, Zenithine was leisurely taking a walk along the path of ice. His body was sparkling with black light and didn't possess the slightest trace of cold. While the crystal beast would occasionally unburrow from the snow and attempt to ambush Zenithine, they would be easily split in 2 with a flash of black light. Afterwards, he would then continue on his way as if nothing had happened. On a hill, Hanli blankly stared ahead of him with a trace of hesitation. After rushing through the fiery overgrowth by making full use of the shifting smoke steps, he had returned to his original speed. After all, the shifting smoke steps put too much strain on his body. Even with the resilient body of a core formation cultivator, he couldn't persist in using it for long. Naturally, he could make use of it far longer than when he was at Foundation establishment. After this, he encountered an extremely dangerous swamp of lava. In fact, it appeared more like a pit of lava. Even a person of resilient mind such as Hanli felt cold sweat line his back. Were it not for the protection provided by the glacial ice bead that Manhuzi had given him, he would have suffered blistering skin and roasted flesh, had he managed to survive it. As for the series of strange trees and 3 flame spirits he later encountered, they forced Hanli to expend a bit of effort before he could safely continue on his way. But now Hanli was left stunned by something he had never seen before, an endless black desert with black sand and dunes. This strange scene caused Hanli to feel uneasy and unwilling to walk into it. However, taking an alternative route was impossible. The expanse of black desert was far too large. If he wanted to make a detour, it would take at least 2 days. According to the accounts of cultivators that came before him, this trial must be cleared within 5 days. Else, the transportation formation would be sealed, leaving the rest to die. As for Hanli, he reckoned that he had only managed to reach the center of the canyon. He didn't have the time to waste even if he didn't want to brave this danger. Who knew what monsters laid in wait beneath the black sands? Hanli tightly creased his brow and gazed at the scene before him, pondering about what strange dangers laid hidden within. At that moment Hanli's heart stirred, and he disappeared with a blur. Sounds soon came from behind where he originally was. Chapter 461. Black Desert. Shortly after Hanli disappeared, a male cultivator slowly walked out from the side of the small mountain. He appeared to be about 40 years old and possessed a sallow complexion. He was the cultivator who had treated Zenithine so fearfully at the entrance of Heaven Void Hall. At that moment he was wearing an odd dark green conical bamboo hat and had a white jade bowl in his grasp. His body concealed a chill that was completely isolated from the blazing heat surrounding him. He climbed to the mountaintop and surveyed his surroundings with great vigilance as if he were looking for something. But after seeing that there was nothing, his expression only grew increasingly cautious. He thought he had spotted a silhouette blur when he gazed at the mountain from afar. But after finding no traces of the person on the mountain, he became even more vigilant. After coldly sweeping his gaze past his surroundings once more, he wordlessly inserted 2 of his fingers into the jade bowl and brushed it upward. A streak of white light then flew out from it and started revolving around his head. "Execute!" the sallow-faced man softly shouted, forming an incantation gesture with one hand. The white light trembled for a moment before suddenly bursting into specks as wondrous as starlight scattered from a goddess. The light then completely enveloped a 40-meter radius. The red land was enveloped in layers of frost upon touching the white light, but nothing abnormal had appeared within it. A trace of doubt appeared on the man's face. After a moment of thought, he didn't seem to care anymore, believing that he had been mistaken. After putting the matter to the back of his head, he then looked at the black desert with a grave face. "This place is truly strange," the man muttered to himself as he looked at the black desert with a strange gaze. He seemed somewhat hesitant to depart. But after a short moment of consideration, he flung his sleeve and shot a streak of red light towards the ground. The light faded away to reveal a small red fox. The man flicked his finger, sending a green medicine pill into the small beast's mouth. The small beast swallowed the pill and expressed great pleasure. "Go!" the sallow-faced cultivator bluntly commanded the small beast, pointing towards the direction of the black desert. The small beast immediately rushed down the hill at an extraordinary speed, turning into a red streak of light along the way. After a short moment, the small fox-like beast had arrived 100 meters deep into the black desert. It was still unscathed even after running around in a large circle. Nothing strange had occurred. It seemed that apart from the color of the black desert, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The sallow-faced man revealed an expression of surprise. This was clearly not what he had expected. He had prepared himself for the loss of his red fox beast. As it was but a common grade 1 spirit beast, he would feel no heartache at all. It didn't have any notable abilities apart from its nimble movements and exceptional sense of smell. He tensely frowned and rigidly stared at the small beast as it ran around the desert in circles before whistling towards it. It then ran over and flew back into his sleeve. Afterwards, the man gazed at the black desert in silence with a wavering expression. But with only a short moment of hesitation, he started to descend the hill and carefully walk towards the black desert. Unknown to him, shortly after he walked down the small hill, Han Li's silhouette reappeared at the hilltop in a series of fluctuating blurs. Although the sallow-faced man used a technique to search a wide area, Han Li was easily able to evade his attack and revealed no trace of himself by using both the nameless chi restraining technique and the shifting smoke steps. Although the man was a mid-core formation cultivator, Han Li was very confident that a sudden strike of his 9 bamboo cloud swarm swords would instantly slay him, had he drawn closer. Han Li had been quite hesitant about whether or not he should kill him. While his 2 treasures were quite valuable, Han Li chose to have him act as a forward scout. But when the sallow-faced man had the small beast explore the black desert to no results, Han Li completely renounced his plan of attacking him. As the greatest dangers were unknown, it'd be better to let him guide the way. Han Li didn't believe that the black desert was completely devoid of danger. With the white rhino emblem and glacial ice pearl leaving him unfettered by the heat, he didn't feel an urgent need to seize those fire-resistance treasures. The sallow-faced man didn't perceive Han Li was behind him in the slightest and continued onward into the strange black desert. 3 meters, 6 meters. The man's expression grew increasingly tense as he tread deeper into the black desert. He had already activated his bamboo hat and enveloped his body in a layer of dense green light. After the man walked through the desert for about a kilometer without problem, his expression slightly relaxed and he felt great relief. It is commonly said that once one headed this deeply into an area, any dangers it possessed should have already appeared. Han Li gazed at the man's silhouette from a distance away with a strange expression. Could it be that he had guessed incorrectly? The black desert was merely frightening and didn't actually possess any dangers at all? Had he known this was the case, he definitely would have ambushed and robbed the man of his 2 treasures. Han Li felt regret. But soon, a startling and abrupt change occurred in the distance. The black sand around the sallow-faced cultivator suddenly floated up and surrounded him without a sound. The sand then released a dim black light that appeared rather strange. As the man was rich with experience, he instantly reacted by raising his jade bowl towards the sky. A vast white light scattered from the bowl, adding another layer of defense upon his green barrier. At that moment, the black sand turned into countless winged black insects and charged at the shocked man from every direction. The man bellowed. With a flourish of white light, he was then surrounded with palm-sized shields of ice. They then hurriedly rotated to form a white hurricane around him. He had now clearly made out the true appearance of the insects, winged ants. Their numbers were astonishing, with no less than 10,000 insects surrounding him. The sallow-faced cultivator's mind quickly churned, trying his utmost to recall the specific breed and weakness of these winged ants. But before he could finish thinking, the black swarm of ants knocked against his ice shield hurricane. Clangs rang out in quick succession as the shields repelled the winged ants several meters back. When the man saw this, he couldn't help but feel slight relief. But a short moment later, his heart froze. After knocking the black winged ants tumbling away several times, they charged forwards once more without the slightest injury. He was greatly alarmed. Without taking further thought, he raised his hand and released a gray flying knife. It transformed into a 10-meter-long streak of light and fiercely chopped towards the winged ant swarm. Just as the flying knife left the hurricane, the countless ants let out a drone and surrounded it. The fierce attack of the gray light didn't harm the flying insects in the slightest. Instead, they swarmed all over the flying knife in an instant and held it still. The sallow-faced man turned pale from fright and tried to recall his magic treasure. However, he was too slow. The magic treasure's gray light flashed several times before being submerged in the swarm of black insects. A blood-curdling shriek soon followed. The man's face was bloodless. The destruction of his magic treasure had greatly injured his origin chi. Without any further hesitation, he hastily controlled the white hurricane to follow him as he rushed forward. Leaving the desert was now his only chance at life. At that moment, the black-winged ants finished devouring the remnants of the flying knife and didn't move to chase after him. Its next action was cause for disbelief. It gathered together in an instant and flashed with a strange light before turning into a 10-meter-long black lance. Then with a sharp whistle, the lance pierced through the air as if it had been shot from a crossbow. The sallow-faced man panicked at the sight and hastily exerted the entirety of his magic power to propel the hurricane with further intensity. The lance of black light struck the white hurricane and pierced through it in an instant. The spearhead and shaft were completely covered in scarlet blood. Chapter 462, Ironfire Ants. The hurricane came to an abrupt stop, revealing the sallow-faced old man. His body listlessly stood in place with the ice shields and green barrier completely destroyed. A fist-sized hole appeared where his heart should have been. The hole's edges were pitch black as if it had been caused from incineration. The man lowered his head to look at his chest and involuntarily touched it with his hand. He wore an expression of astonishment as if he couldn't believe what he saw. At the moment, the black lance hummed and transformed back into a dense swarm of flying ants. They madly rushed towards the man without restraint, throwing him down and covering his entire body in an instant. Several miserable screams immediately followed before being met with silence. A short moment later, the winged ants suddenly floated in the air and dropped back down to their original location, blending into the grains of sand. As for where the old man had fallen, there was no trace of him that remained. Hanli saw this in its entirety from the hilltop. He wore a strange expression from the shock he felt. Those are Ironfire ants. They must be. I didn't think I'd see exotic insects at this location. Hanli muttered to himself. When Hanli initially saw the winged ants, he hadn't recognized what they were. Hanli only managed to identify them after he saw them fearlessly receive the attack from the sallow-faced cultivator's magic treasure and then condense into a lance. There were many winged ant spirit insect species in the cultivation world, and they all appeared nearly the same. Cultivators that didn't specialize in insect control techniques would find it difficult to differentiate them. As a matter of fact, different species of winged ants greatly differed in their degrees of power and ferocity. The more fearsome winged ants would cause even core formation cultivators to nervously recoil at the sight of them. As for the Ironfire ants, they were ranked 37th on the ranking of exotic insects and were one of the most fearsome winged ant species. Apart from the rank 9 heaven crystal ants from legend, these ants were possibly the most formidable of their kind. Not only were these winged ants nearly invulnerable to physical attacks, even a majority of magic techniques also had little effect on them. Apart from fire and water attribute magic techniques of mid-grade or higher as well as a few specific magic techniques, they were nearly indestructible, possessing abnormal defensive abilities nearly equivalent to that of the gold-devouring beetles. In fact, they were even superior to the gold-devouring beetles in resisting the attacks of magic treasures. While they didn't possess the gold-devouring beetles' bizarre ability to consume spiritual power, the Ironfire ants possessed the fearsome abilities to spout black flames and perform swarm transformations. A colony of Ironfire ants could transform into a fire attribute magic treasure at will. Its fearsome attack could penetrate through common defensive magic treasures and magic techniques without even the slightest resistance. As a result, the sallow-faced man's miserable death couldn't be considered surprising. Although the Ironfire ants weren't considered extinct like the gold-devouring beetles, they were seldom seen in the cultivation world. And even if they were seen, the swarm would only consist of 1,000 at most. This was due to the harsh living environment of the Ironfire ants. Not only did they require a scorching environment to survive, but they also had to stay near large quantities of metal ore. Upon leaving this environment, the Ironfire ants would quickly grow weakened. It wouldn't take long before their abilities completely disappeared and they reverted into ordinary winged ants. If it were just that, there would still be many insect-controlling cultivators that would desire to use them, even to the point of creating or finding an appropriate environment to breed them in. However, these winged ants possessed a fatal flaw. Regardless of whether the Ironfire ants were wild or domesticated, they were incapable of recognizing a master. When someone wished to conduct a master recognition ceremony on the winged ants, each of the ants would self-implode without exception, crushing the dreams of many cultivators. As for the specific cause of this, there was no definite answer. There were those that said the nature of the winged ants was unyielding and didn't allow them to be controlled. There were others that said it had to do with the Ironfire ants' constitution, while others, naturally, there were very few people that knew about the Ironfire ants in either the Heavenly South region or the Scattered Star Seas. They had been rarely seen in the last 1,000 years, and their colonies were growing increasingly smaller. They were considered to be nearly extinct. At that moment, Hanli was looking at the Black Desert while lost in thought. It seemed that the Black Desert was a natural trap for the iron fire ants. Although Hanli didn't know how many colonies the desert contained, judging from how the sallow-faced cultivator encountered one after walking just 1 kilometer, they couldn't be few in number. It was quite possible that colonies of iron fire ants numbering in the hundreds of thousands existed in the desert as well. With that thought, Hanli felt a chill run down his back. He then swept his spiritual sense through his storage pouch, counting over a dozen mid-grade ice and fire attribute talismans. They should be enough to deal with 3 iron fire ant colonies similarly sized to what he had seen before. However, Hanli would have to be delusional to believe that these talismans were enough to carry him through the desert. When Hanli set his sights on the several spirit beast pouches of gold-devouring beetles, his heart stirred. He pondered whether or not the gold-devouring beetles would be exceptionally effective in dealing with the iron fire ants. After all, the gold-devouring beetles were higher ranked than the iron fire ants, and from the appearance of their shell, they haven't yet evolved to the rumored black gold stage. They should be half-matured like his gold-devouring beetles. As such, it would be acceptable for him to test them against one another. Barely able to suppress his increasing excitement, Hanli pondered for a moment more before deciding that there was no problem in testing his gold-devouring beetles against the iron fire ants he had just seen. Even if his gold-devouring beetles weren't able to deal with them, he still had a few mid-grade talismans he could use to defend himself and safely withdraw from the desert. Hanli's expression grew cold as he rushed down the hilltop, heading straight into the Black Desert. After a short moment, Hanli had arrived at the edge of the desert. He gazed at the black sand beneath him and narrowed his eyes. He then grabbed a fistful of sand and brought it close to his eye. Hanli soon snorted. With a sudden flash of yellow light from his hand, he tightly closed his grip and squeezed. As a result, most of the sand remained uncrushed. Hanli smirked and slowly muttered to himself, "This isn't black sand. It's actually grains of iron ore." But to spread such a dense amount of ore across such a large desert, the master of Heavenvoid Hall was truly an extraordinary person. After flinging away the sand in his hand, he stood up and frowned. He then lightly patted the white rhino emblem at his waist, enveloping him in a layer of white light. Because he was earlier evading the sallow-faced cultivator, he was forced to disable it and endure the heat by using his cultivation alone. But now that he was so close to the desert, the overwhelming heat had caused him to be temporarily lightheaded. Alarmed, Hanli quickly reactivated the white rhino pendant. This was not the time to be concerned with saving magic power. Without any further hesitation, Hanli looked at the area containing the colony of iron fire ants and carefully walked over. The Black Desert was extremely painful to walk on. The sand was scorching hot and the air itself felt as if it were on fire. Even with the white rhino emblem and the fire-repelling robes, Hanli still felt suffocated. It felt even hotter than the small path of lava he went through the day before. After walking over 100 meters, Hanli sighed and patted his storage pouch, taking out a soft pearl in his hand. Without any delay, he poured a bit of spiritual power into it. Cold air immediately released from the pearl in a flash of white light. Hanli suddenly felt himself surrounded by a chill. With roused spirits, Hanli quickened his pace. As the simultaneous use of both the white rhino emblem and the glacial ice pearl greatly increased his magic power consumption, he needed to pass through the desert as quickly as he could. When Hanli was about 200 meters away from the location of the iron fire ants, he stopped and carefully examined where they would be. A short moment later, Hanli shook his head. The concealed iron fire ants were extremely difficult to differentiate from the black sand. It was even difficult to see them with his spiritual sense. The ant colony's spiritual chi fluctuations were extremely faint, presumably because they were innately skilled at restraining their chi. It seemed that using his spiritual sense to spot the winged ants from a distance wouldn't do. He'd have to try using his gold-devouring beetles. Chapter 463. An opportune encounter. Hanli raised his hands with a solemn expression, and tossed several spirit beast pouches into the air. As they floated in the air, he formed his hands into an incantation gesture, causing the pouches to open and release countless gold-devouring beetles. They formed a cloud of shining gold and silver shimmers in the air. In regards to numbers, the gold-devouring beetles were far fewer to the recently seen colony of iron fire ants. With his confidence strengthened from looking at the gold-silver insect swarm, he pointed to the ground not far away and softly shouted, Go! With a buzz, the glittering cloud flew forward, moving to descend and blanket the ground. But before they touched the ground, a black cloud of ants suddenly rose to meet the swarm of gold-devouring beetles. In the instant that the two sides clashed, huge streams of dark flames suddenly spouted out from the black ant colony, violently enveloping the gold-devouring beetles in black radiance. It was clear the ant colony had realized the gold-devouring beetles were fearsome and rushed to strike first by using their innate flames. Were it another breed of insects, the strange flames would have burnt a majority of them at the very least. But not only were the gold-devouring beetles completely unscathed by the black flames themselves were cleanly devoured. Once the flames were gone, the beetles charged forward with a buzz. The two insect swarms fiercely clashed, interweaving colors of black, silver, and gold. After only a moment of tearing away at each other, countless dead insects began to successively fall to the ground with piercing screeches. A vast majority of them were black, with only a sparse few being gold and silver. In just a short moment, the gold-devouring beetles had achieved an overwhelming victory, exterminating a majority of the ants. The ironfire ants also sensed that things were far from good. Their remnants released a weak cry and suddenly gathered together to form a jet-black arrow. They shot past the gold-devouring beetles in an attempt to escape. But at that moment, a streak of dazzling azure sword light pierced through the air and chopped down at the arrow. The arrow trembled and was greatly slowed down. In that moment of delay, the gold-devouring beetles swarmed around the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the black arrow was submerged in a sea of gold and silver and could no longer be seen. By the time the insect swarm dispersed, the arrow had completely disappeared. At that moment, Hanli slowly walked over and serenely looked at the dead insects on the floor. He silently pondered for a moment while clasping his chin. Only about several hundred of the dead insects belonged to the gold-devouring beetles, a trifling amount. The gold-devouring beetles' decisive victory clearly illustrated the superiority of the gold-devouring beetles. After all, the ironfire ants had outnumbered the gold-devouring beetles 10 to 1. After a moment of analysis, Hanli revealed an expression of relief. It seemed that his gold-devouring beetles would be able to get him through the black desert without problem. After taking another look at the ground littered with dead insects, a strange expression flashed through his eyes. A low whistle left his mouth. The gold-silver insect cloud shrieked in response and fell from the sky, cleanly devouring the dead insects like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. They then obediently flew back into Hanli's spirit beast pouches. Having put away the pouches, Hanli gazed into the depths of the black desert before walking forward without hesitation. Hanli motionlessly stood in the distance as he expressionlessly gazed at the sky. The largest battle that his gold-devouring beetles had fought since entering the desert was currently taking place in the sky. Countless gold-devouring beetles and ironfire ants were scattered across the skies at a low altitude, mutually devouring each other. Dead insects rained from the sky, forming a thin, dense layer on the ground. It made for a truly shocking sight. Hanli's brow creased during a moment of carelessness. Although only about a day had passed, he had already lost nearly 10,000 gold-devouring beetles. It was as if he'd encounter a colony of ironfire ants every short distance he walked, numbering anywhere from 3,000 to 10,000. But now he'd encountered a tremendously large ironfire ant colony that numbered at around 50,000. He reckoned that this battle would result in the deaths of at least 8,000 of his gold-devouring beetles. It was no surprise that Hanli felt regretful. The gold-devouring beetles took a long period of time to breed. Who knew when he'd be able to next replenish their numbers? After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the ant colony retreated in defeat. Apart from the several thousand survivors that managed to retreat, the winged ants had been cleanly devoured by the gold-devouring beetles. Hanli was uninterested in wasting time pursuing the remaining ironfire ants. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the glacial ice pearl and continued on his way with roused spirits. He supposed that he was currently at the center of the desert, which was why he had encountered such a large colony of ants. He had better be more vigilant on the path moving forward, else he would waste the much-needed magic power to fuel his heat-repelling magic treasures, leaving himself in a dire situation. After walking about 20 kilometers, Hanli's expression froze. He stared to the right with narrowed eyes. After a short moment, he revealed a trace of suspicion and suddenly changed his direction to a dune he was looking at. When Hanli arrived at the top of the dune, he unconsciously frowned. He had spotted yet another colony of ironfire ants in his line of sight. This colony of winged ants only numbered about 10,000, and were attacking a sphere of faint blue light. The sphere of light was on the verge of collapse. As it flickered, the image of a person with a strained appearance leaked through. Han Li gazed at this with complete indifference. At that moment, the iron fire ants had transformed into a keen long sword blazing with black flame and fiercely chopped at the sphere of light. Han Li was certain that this person was doomed. But then, an unremarkable dark green pellet shot out of the light sphere. Just as the pellet touched the black sword, a fist-sized dark green flame violently combusted. The ants that were wrapped up by the flame rapidly dispersed, with nearly 100 iron fire ants falling to the ground. Han Li felt surprised. That dark green pellet was an exceptional treasure. It was fearsome enough to burn away at fire-attributed iron fire ants without resistance. An inconceivable display. It seemed he was still quite ignorant of the countless unique treasures that existed in the cultivation world. The appearance of the green flame infuriated the ant swarm. They scattered and wildly charged towards the light sphere without any intent to retreat. The cultivator inside the light sphere seemed to no longer have many pellets remaining. By the time the iron fire ants had scattered, it was already too late to shoot a second pellet, resulting in a helpless situation. However, he had also become aware of Han Li's existence. As he was under attack from the iron fire ants, he occasionally glanced in Han Li's direction. Han Li indifferently turned away and continued on his path. He currently had no mind to acquire his treasures or waste the lives of his gold-devouring beetles. His gold-devouring beetles had far more value in this strange desert than ordinary treasures, and he didn't wish to squander them in vain. But who could have known that just as he had taken his first step, he suddenly heard the transmission of a hoarse, familiar voice from the light sphere. "Fellow Taoist Han. Please wait. This is Yuan Yao. I must trouble fellow Taoist Han to assist me. I will definitely express my gratitude afterwards." Yuan Yao's voice was filled with anxious panic. Yuan Yao. Han Li suddenly stopped and hesitated for a moment before slowly turning around. This was truly a small world. In an area as large as the path of molten rock, he actually managed to encounter this woman he could barely be considered acquainted with. Unbelievable. Since she could be considered somewhat of a friend, Han Li felt reluctant to leave her to die. Moreover, he had initially considered finding her for a secret matter. This was just killing two birds with one stone. After looking at the dimmed light sphere and quickly muttering to himself, he tossed a spirit beast pouch from his waist and released a swarm of gold-devouring beetles into the fray. When she saw this, she was left speechless. The gold-devouring beetles only numbered about 1,000 but were able to easily exterminate a swarm of iron fire ants that was over 10 times its size. She had finally recovered from her shock when Han Li calmly retrieved his gold-devouring beetles, and she quickly put away her blue light sphere. Yuan Yao's complexion had paled from the expended magic power, but this only made her appear even more endearing. Her black robes had already been replaced for thin, well-fit clothes, revealing her graceful, youthful figure. Her body was also drenched with the fragrant scent of her sweat, filling the air with deadly allure. Han Li was stunned by this, but he soon recovered. Yuan Yao saluted Han Li with a beaming smile and spoke with a charming voice. Yuan Yao cannot thank fellow Taoist Han enough for his rescue. Chapter 464. Weeping Soul Pearl. Han Li glanced at her and calmly said, "It was but a minor effort. Now that fellow Taoist Yuan is out of danger, I will be taking my leave." He then turned around and walked away without any intent to stay. Still shaken from her near-death encounter, Yuan Yao turned pale at this and was incapable of staying reserved. She hastily said, "Brother Han, I still haven't expressed my thanks for saving my life." The gorgeous woman's delicate appearance tugged at the hearts of those who saw it. However, Han Li didn't turn around and merely gave an indifferent response. "I don't need your thanks. I merely assisted you for a moment and cannot help you the entire way through. Do your best, Lady Yuan." After this was said, Han Li was already 40 meters away, walking at a breakneck speed. This only caused Yuan Yao's pale face to become even more panicked. She no longer possessed the strength to resist the scorching heat, let alone any more iron fire ants she may encounter. She was unable to give up as Han Li held the string that her life hung upon. But as a result, her charming pleas were completely ignored as Han Li further walked away. She revealed apprehension at Han Li's indifferent response and could only say what Han Li expected to hear. She gritted her teeth and said, "Please wait. So long as fellow Taoist Han is willing to protect me on this path, I will bestow a grand treasure to you. Your magic power won't be used in vain." "A grand treasure?" Han Li stayed still, revealing slight hesitation. Seeing that Han Li appeared interested, she didn't dare to be negligent. I still have many green flame blasts that I am willing to give fellow Taoist. That was the green pellet that you had used a moment ago? It is quite the uncommon item. Han Li slowly turned around with an expression of deep consideration. Since he had acted to save the woman, he naturally didn't intend on truly abandoning her. Besides, he had saved her with another reason in mind. His previous act was merely taking one step back so he could take 2 steps forward. Now that this woman took the initiative to request his aid, his objective was fulfilled. He reckoned that if he were to demand greater concessions, she could only begrudgingly accept. This beautiful woman clearly understood this. Regardless of whether it was for paying Han Li for his previous rescue or his continued protection, Yuan Yao had no choice but to continue with a helpless expression. The green flame blasts are firebombs secretly refined by the Devil Dao's Pure Yang sect. Not only does each one require a great quantity of rare resources to refine, but it also consumes a great amount of time. Their might is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator's Yang essence flame. I still have 3 of them and will give them to you. The woman's expression grew more determined as she spoke. She extended her snow-white hand to reveal 3 pellets shining with a gentle green light. At that moment, Han Li unhurriedly walked back over and glanced at the 3 pellets. He calmly said, "These green flame blasts truly are an exceptional treasure, but it isn't enough for me to take such a large risk. Bringing you through this path will double my magic power consumption at the very least. Does fellow Taoist Yuan truly think this is worth that level of danger?" Han Li's words faintly concealed a trace of mockery. Yuan Yao's beautiful expression fluctuated for a long while before settling on a charming smile. "Brother Han, please don't hesitate to state your conditions. This young woman doesn't wish to continue speaking in circles. Could it be that fellow Taoist wishes for me to give my heart to you?" Yuan Yao turned her hips and puffed up her soft chest, showing off their exceptional plumpness. Her bright eyes were filled with a peculiar haze that was beyond flirtatious. Han Li was somewhat stunned by the woman's gorgeous beauty. But he soon narrowed his eyes and sized up her dainty, well-rounded body. The woman blushed at his unrestrained gaze. Her beautiful eyes became increasingly bright and captivating, as if capable of enrapturing the deepest depths of a man's heart. Han Li stroked his chin and calmly spoke with a radiant gaze. As expected, Yuan Yao's full use of her charming technique along with her beautiful appearance is without match. However, since it has no effect on me, fellow Taoist had best save her magic power for survival instead. Tearing off her beautiful guise and halting her charming technique, she flusteredly said, "Humph! What a crude, uncultured boor. You don't hold the compassion for women in the slightest." Han Li insincerely smiled, saying, "How could Lady Yao say that? If this weren't such a place as dangerous as the Heaven Void Hall, I definitely wouldn't have refused your seductions. But here we are, hee. You sure like to dream. If it weren't this place, how else could I have possibly thrown myself into your arms?" Yuan Yao glared at Han Li with a resentful gaze. "It seems I've saved the wrong person. Since this is the case, I don't wish for fellow Taoist Yuan to give her heart to me. And there is also no need to express your thanks for my rescue. I'll be taking me leave." As if to deliberately anger the woman, he cupped his hands to her as if he were about to set off. Seeing this, Yuan Yao's words immediately grew soft and she returned to being lovingly pitiful. "Brother Han, it was my wrong, please don't be angry. Please don't hesitate to say what must be done to receive your assistance through the path of molten rock. I will absolutely do as you ask." Could it be that Taoist doesn't wish to help this poor woman despite being her acquaintance for 100 years and a fellow companion that accompanied you through the ghost mist? As for treasure, apart from these green flame blasts, I have no other treasures to give you. Although Han Li was wearing a mysterious smile, he inwardly felt astonished. Yuan Yao was a truly fickle person, standing tall one second and submitting the next. From her currently powerless pleads, her recent mature, flirtatious charms, to her proud, elegant impression from the very beginning, all of them had given Han Li a distinct, unique impression. How truly strange. As this woman was capable of cultivating to core formation stage from chi condensation stage in only 100 years, she was by no means ordinary. With this thought, Han Li started to mutter himself. Yuan Yao revealed a hopeful expression as she nervously stared at him. After a short moment, he looked up and spoke with seemingly great reluctance. "Since Lady Yuan is an acquaintance I had met over 100 years ago, I would appear truly heartless if I do not protect you. However, I was never someone to work for free. If fellow Taoist Yuan Yao wishes for me to take her through the path of molten rock, then how about she gives me the weeping soul beast? I am extremely interested in the beast's soul absorption abilities. After walking around so many pretenses and plots, Han Li finally stated what he wanted from the woman from the very start. With this strange beast, he'd be more confident in working together with the old ghost bone sage. From what he had seen, this weeping soul beast was by no means weak. You want the weeping soul beast? Yuan Yao's eyes widened after hearing Han Li as if she couldn't believe what he had said. What? Will it not do? Han Li's expression sunk and his voice grew cold. If I give the weeping soul beast to you, you will take me through the path of molten rock? Yuan Yao asked Han Li this question word by word as she stared him with a strange expression. That's right. Han Li frowned but still spoke with certainty. He faintly felt that there was something amiss. That's good. Then I will give it to you. After Han Li confirmed this, he immediately took a spirit beast pouch at her waist and gave it to Han Li without the slightest hesitation. Han Li blinked with a nervous heart. Why was it that it appeared that she was so impatient to give the weeping soul beast to him? Could it be that there is something wrong with the weeping soul beast? After thinking for a moment, he calmly took the spirit beast pouch into his hand. He swept his spiritual sense inside to see the weeping soul beast soundly asleep. Han Li nodded his head and put the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Just as he thought to say something, Yuan Yao opened her mouth and spat out a dark gray pearl into her palm. This is the weeping soul pearl. It is the item used to control the weeping soul beast. If you refine this like you would with an ordinary magic treasure, the weeping soul beast will be forever yours. I haven't owned the beast for long and haven't completely refined its pearl. You can forcefully erase the traces of my spiritual sense from it without problem. Yuan Yao chuckled and gave it to Han Li. Han Li looked at the weeping soul peel with interest and didn't move to take it. This pearl was something that he had known about from Fairy Violet's spirit when he inquired about the weeping soul beast. He later realized that she was incapable of smoothly controlling the weeping soul beast because she hadn't fully refined the weeping soul pearl during that time. This had raised his interest in acquiring the strange beast. But seeing as she had so quickly gave it to him with delighted expression as if she ridding herself of a demonic plague, Han Li grew greatly hesitant and didn't hurry to take the pearl. Chapter 465. Surging undercurrents. Yuan Yao's luminous eyes stirred. She chuckled and said, What? Does Brother Han not want this animal? Or does he fear that I've given him a false weeping soul pearl? Her voice concealed a teasing tone. Han Li didn't immediately reply and examined the pearl for a moment before saying, I can tell it is legitimate from its ghost aura. However, I do not know much about the weeping soul beast. Could it that my body would suffer from refining the pearl? After Han Li said this, he rigidly stared into Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes. How could that be? If there was ever such a problem, I wouldn't have personally refined it. However, refining the pearl makes oneself feel unwell. So long as one bears with it, there is no problem. Yuan Yao had a calm expression and spoke with an uncaring tone. Feel unwell? Han Li wrinkled his brow and stared at the woman for a moment before turning his gaze towards the pearl. He was sure that she hadn't been entirely truthful, but he couldn't make it out as of now. After muttering to himself for a moment, he decided to take the pearl and put it away for later research. If it were truly harmful, he just wouldn't refine the pearl. So long as he had the pearl, he would be able to control the weeping soul beast all the same. After putting away the weeping soul pearl, he calmly said, Let's go. I will do my utmost to protect Lady Yuan for the rest of the way. But let's get the ugly talk out of the way first. If I come across a danger that fully occupies my attention, fellow Taoist Yuan had best flee by herself. He then touched the glacial ice pearl that floated above his head, causing it to suddenly envelope them with chilled air. Of course, I understand what would happen if we were to truly encounter such a circumstance. However, I am quite confident that with Brother Han's gold and silver beetles, the odds of such a situation occurring is quite small. The gorgeous woman wrinkled her nose for a moment before revealing a smile as charming as a flower. Han Li bluntly admired the beautiful scene before him for a moment before wordlessly turning around and setting off. When Yuan Yao saw this, she followed after him with light steps and a faint smile. She soon walked alongside Han Li, creating a rather intimate appearance. This was because the closer she was to Han Li's side, the more cool air that was present from the glacial ice pearl. She naturally wanted to feel more comfortable. Now that I think of it, the path of ice and fire is somewhat strange. How could there be a black desert here along with such fierce winged ants? Not only can those ants fearlessly endure magic treasure attacks, they can spout black flames and can undergo swarm transformations. They also managed to break through one of my ancient defensive treasures. If I didn't have the green flame blasts, I wouldn't have lasted long enough to meet Brother Han. Yuan Yao grumbled with a relaxed expression as she continued walking. It was clear that she didn't recognize the iron fire ants. Han Li was stunned by her words. He couldn't help but ask her with, "The Black Desert hasn't been seen before?" He felt that the appearance of such fierce exotic insects at this location was somewhat odd. Apart from cultivators with extraordinary abilities and exceptionally powerful magic treasures, it would be unlikely for even a late core formation cultivator to leave the Black Desert unscathed. No. This is the first time the Black Desert has appeared on the path of molten rock. Previously, other cultivators that underwent this trial merely faced high temperatures and dangerous areas. At most they would encounter a few flame beasts as well. But these bizarre winged ants haven't been seen before. Had it been known that such ferocious winged ants existed on the path of molten rock, far fewer cultivators would have been willing to brave it. Yuan Yao replied without hesitation. Despite appearing to know quite much, she remained puzzled by the appearance of the ants. If that's the case, there must be something amiss with the paths of ice and fire. Han Li muttered to himself with a contemplative expression. This is completely abnormal. Someone must have taken action. In a forest of blood-red icicles on the path of profound ice, Layman Qingyi looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. Countless floating inch-large spheres of azure lights revolved around him, separating him from a dense swarm of several hundred silver beasts that surrounded him. These small beasts strongly resembled mice. Not only was their fur sparkling with silver light, but they also had a small, delicate horn on their heads. They surrounded the old man as streaks of silver light and continuously struck at him like arrows with their horns. Each of the strikes released a thunderous boom in a display of astonishing momentum. However, the azure lights surrounding the old man's body remained motionless, completely unaffected by the erratic attacks of silver light. Courting death. The Confucian-robed old man grew annoyed by the strange mice's attacks. After lowering his head towards them, he swept his sleeves outward with a cold expression. A burst of azure light immediately spread out, illuminating an area of 40 meters in blinding brilliance. After a short moment, the azure light faded away to reveal a ground filled with the corpses of the small, silver-furred beasts. Their bodies were densely pricked by thin azure needles that shone with a cold blue light. Layman Qingyi's expression was unchanged. It was obvious that the outcome was as he had expected. After indifferently glancing at the ground, he extended his shriveled right hand and lightly swept it across the air. The needles flew back towards him as azure streaks of light and disappeared into his body. Silverlight mice. How could these damned animals appear at only the second trial? Could it be? The old man pondered motionlessly and his expression grew sullen. Humph. Since these silverlight mice have appeared on the path of profound crystal, the path of molten rock should also have something equally inconceivable. I'm afraid that youngster Han will encounter quite the problem. Layman Qingyi coldly snorted with annoyance and spoke to himself with slight apprehension. Soon after, he deeply sighed, disappearing from sight with several blurs. The forest of blood-red icicles appeared quite strange with its ground littered with the corpses of the small silver beasts. In some lightless place in the Great Canyon, two voices were calmly having a chat in the darkness. Weren't you too sloppy using both ironfire ants and silverlight mice? Although we've always played our tricks in each of the treasure hunts, they were well hidden. The appearance of the Black Desert and Blood Icicle Forest is far too brazen. Apart from the few that didn't encounter these obstacles, I fear that a majority of devil and righteous Tao cultivators will have died. When that time comes, those nascent soul cultivators will no longer be fooled. A voice spoke with slight fear. Fool? Did you truly believe that our previous actions in the Heaven Void Hall were unnoticed by the righteous and devil Daos? They had long figured them out, but they chose to feign ignorance due to our Star Palace's power. They also knew that we could only control a few of the Heaven Void Hall's minor restrictions that wouldn't result in too great a death. In each treasure hunt, it would merely result in a few more deaths of the righteous and devil Tao core formation cultivators. The other voice unhurriedly replied. The Black Desert and the Blood Icicle Forest are the most ferocious restrictions I can control. It is only somewhat of a pity for them to be used like this. After all, as the previous generation masters of the Star Palace, we've spent quite some effort to grasp them. He unhurriedly spoke with a tone of regret. There is nothing to regret. Right now, there are rumors widely spread that the two sages have reached a crucial point in their seclusion and cannot be contacted, causing the inhabitants of the scattered star seas to be alarmed. However, this has caused the inner disciples of the Star Palace to become restless. They are completely reliant on us old fellows to handle the arduous affairs of the palace. With the righteous and devil Tao starting to stir, it is becoming far more difficult to suppress them. Although each of the sides alone prove no threat to us, it will become dire once they join forces. The only method we currently have is to forcefully cripple the strength of the two sides and cause them to become doubtful and unsure of our true circumstances. After all, given the many years that the Star Palace has governed the scattered star seas, it is impossible for them to not have misgivings. So long as we can drag this on for a moment more, the two sages will be able to leave seclusion. At that time, even if the two sides join hands, we won't have to worry about them. Our two Lord Sages' divine essence-fused light will be able to force that madwoman from myriad gates of enlightenment and Devil Saint Island's arch-saint of the six paths to retreat. The usage of the Iron Fire ants and Silverlight mice restrictions were unavoidable. Apart from these two restrictions, none of the others are nearly as destructive against core formation cultivators. They all lack the proper fierceness to admonish them and reflect our unyielding attitude. As for your fears of the two sides using this as a pretext to act, they are groundless. Those among the dead aren't their own personal disciples, and they are our opposition in the contest for the Heaven Void Cauldron. What we've done isn't enough for them to act. At most, they'll be inwardly seething. The cold voice sneered as he gave his long explanation. The first voice remained silent as if approving of the other's judgments. Chapter 466. Refined Crystal, how many swarms have we hit since we've traveled together? Han Li slowly asked as he looked at the insect corpses on the ground. 7. Although we've encountered many ant swarms, we haven't encountered any that numbered in the 10,000s. Standing at Han Li's side, Yuan Yao obediently replied. They'd already traveled together for half a day. Han Li frowned at hearing the number and his expression grew sullen as if he had worries on his mind. After some thought, he swept his arm towards his gold-devouring beetles that had finished consuming the corpses. They followed his command, transforming into a cloud of sparkling light as they flew back into his floating spirit beast pouches. Han Li then calmly put them away. What? Fellow Taoist Han appears unhappy? We've already crossed through the center of the desert, the most dangerous area. The path out should prove to be much safer. Yuan Yao blinked upon seeing Han Li's expression and spoke with slight confusion. Safer? Do you really believe so? Han Li glanced at Yuan Yao and sneered. Could it be that there are still more dangers ahead? Yuan Yao unconsciously frowned and spoke without confidence. With an indifferent expression, Han Li said, I don't know if there are more dangers ahead, but I am certain of something. We will be quite lucky to not encounter any ant swarms that don't have any late-stage ants. As of now, we've yet to encounter any megacolonies that contain late-grade ants. We have to be more careful on the way out. If we don't encounter any mishaps after half a day more of walking, we should be truly safe. Yuan Yao's complexion turned white, but after a short moment she feigned indifference. She forced a smile and said, Aren't you being paranoid? I hope that is the case. Han Li didn't continue speaking despite knowing that the late-stage ants existed among the Iron Fire ants. Although the strength of late-stage ants are ordinary, their astonishing intelligence would be certain to prove more than troublesome. Due to their previous conversation, they remained completely silent for the next 4 hours. However, something strange had occurred. They hadn't encountered a single ant colony on their path. Yuan Yao had become conscious that something was amiss, and her face revealed a trace of unease. But, when they mindlessly climbed up a tall sand dune, they saw an astonishing scene ahead of them. Yuan Yao wore a terrified expression. Her red lips moved several times but no words came out. While Han Li's expression was a bit more calm, he was still quite alarmed. In the sand ahead of them was a solidarity pillar of ice with a height of about 100 meters. The ice pillar was extremely cold. Not only did it flicker with faint white light, it also contained a black giant of the same height. The giant appeared hideous. It had wide, glaring eyes and a smooth, shiny bald head, and was frozen inside the pillar of ice. How strange. After staring at it for a moment, Han Li immediately swept his eyes past the nearby sand. The nearby ground was filled with holes of all sizes as if a great battle had been fought there. A strange expression stirred from Han Li's eyes as they fell upon the giant once more. But when Han Li gazed at one of the giant's eyes, he couldn't help but shout in surprise. Did fellow Taoist Han discover something? Yuan Yao couldn't help but turn her head and ask after hearing Han Li. Han Li slightly smiled in response. He then narrowed his eyes and released his spiritual sense. After confirming that nothing was concealed in the nearby area, he bluntly walked down the sand dune and towards the pillar of ice in large strides. Humph! Yuan Yao sulked and expressed discontent at Han Li's attempt to remain mysterious, but she still followed him. After all, she'd have to waste magic power to resist the high temperatures if she left the range of Han Li's glacial ice pearl. Winged ants. When Han Li arrived about 40 meters away from the pillar of ice, Yuan Yao spoke with astonishment. At her current distance, she was finally able to clearly see the giant's true appearance, a formation of countless black winged ants. From a distance it could be passed off as genuine, a truly inconceivable affair. But as the iron fire ants remained completely motionless inside the pillar of ice, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. At that moment, Han Li stopped and started muttering to himself as he gazed at the ice pillar ahead of him. After examining it, Yuan Yao slowly said, "Since these ants are already dead, let's go on our way. It's a waste of time to remain here." "Are you truly certain they are dead? They still could be alive." Han Li felt doubtful. How could they still be alive? Yuan Yao glanced at Han Li with astonishment and spoke with disbelief. "The Myriad Gates of Enlightenment has an ancient treasure named the Profound Yellow Mirror. Have you not heard of it? So long as the treasure reflects on something living, they will grow still from terror and become trapped in a pillar of icy crystal. After several days, the crystal ice pillar will eventually disappear." "I've never heard of it before." Han Li's honest answer left the woman wide-eyed and somewhat speechless. Han Li circled the huge ice pillar several more times before speaking with a pensive expression. "According to what you've said, these insects were disposed of by Wan Tianming. If it wasn't him, then who? What are you thinking? Apart from time itself, this crystal ice cannot be broken by ordinary magic treasures. Otherwise, the Profound Yellow Mirror wouldn't have such a famous name." Yuan Yao glanced at Han Li as if she had guessed what he was thinking and smiled. After Han Li heard this, he calmly glanced at her. He then moved his hands at his waist and tossed out all of his spirit beast pouches. A huge cloud of gold-devouring beetles then suddenly appeared in the air. "Go!" Han Li bluntly pointed at the ice crystal pillar. The gold-silver beetle cloud suddenly descended upon it and densely covered the pillar's peak in an instant. "You still intend on having your beetles consume the winged ants' remains? Your beetles may be ferocious, but they can't chew through." Yuan Yao's sentence remained half-finished. This was because the giant that was trapped by the crystal ice pillar was quickly being cut down at an amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, the giant's head had disappeared from view. Yuan Yao's small mouth gaped open and didn't close until a while later. Under the woman's astonished gaze, the gold-devouring beetles had completely devoured the huge pillar of crystal ice alongside the giant trapped within. All that remained was an egg-sized crystal ball that mysteriously shined with black light. Han Li smiled upon seeing it appear and walked several steps forward before bending down to pick it up. This item was called a refined crystal. It was a rare material that was formed in the abdomen by beings that had frequent meals of or that remained undigested. Although the cultivators that knew of its existence were a sparse few, Han Li had read a rumor of it from an ancient book and was unsure of its validity. But when he saw the pearl contained within the iron fire ant giant's eye, he suddenly recalled this and his heart began to stir. He didn't expect that he would truly acquire the refined crystal. It was a peak supplementary material for strengthening magic tools. So long as this material was joined together with a magic treasure, not only would its might increase, but the resilience of the magic treasure's body would immediately strengthen to a point of disbelief. After that point, it would be hard to imagine anything that could break it. It was also unknown whether Wan Tianming had not known about this item or had overlooked it from negligence. Either way, it had benefited Han Li. So long as he took the time to refine it into his bamboo cloud's warm sorts, their strength would surely increase by another level. While Yuan Yao didn't know about the refined crystal, she knew it was certain to be a good item from Han Li's happy expression. However, she had tactfully remained silent about things that had little to do with her. The two continued on their way in silence. In an extremely crude stone hall with an area of about 200 meters and a height of about 30 meters was a transportation formation. Apart from the transportation formation at the center, each of the walls had a huge stone gate about 10 meters tall. At the moment, each of the gates was sealed as tightly as a prison cell. There were also about 100 mismatched stone tables and chairs. These stone chairs were sparsely occupied by 6 cultivators with various expressions. Grandmaster Zenith Yin, Layman Qin Yi and Wan Tianming were the only nascent soul cultivators present. The other cultivators were late core formation cultivators, none of whom could be considered weak. Each of their expressions were sullen, and they possessed no interest in talking. The stone hall's atmosphere was beyond stifling. Grandmaster Zenith Ian was particularly dreadful with his ashen complexion. He stared at the transportation formation as his eyes continuously flickered with ominous glints. As he had expected, Grandmaster Zenith Ian didn't pursue the matter and praised Han Li instead. The Confucian-robed old man looked at Han Li with a smile and would occasionally chime in as if he was quite concerned with Han Li. As befitted him, Man Huzi indifferently watched from the side and didn't take the initiative to ask any questions. However, when Han Li returned the glacial ice pearl to him, Man Huzi waved his arm in a relaxed manner, indicating that he was giving it to Han Li. It seemed these old eccentrics valued Han Li far more now that he was one step closer to entering the inner halls, having rushed through the paths of ice and fire. However, Wu Chou gazed at him from the side with increasing hostility, occasionally revealing a malicious glint from his eyes. Zenith Ian seemed to have noticed this and suddenly glared at Wu Chou, transmitting a few words to him. Wu Chou suddenly lowered his head, and his expression had returned to normal after he raised his head again. While Han Li dealt with Zenith Ian and the other eccentrics, he thought about whether or not he should contact the Bone Sage. It appeared that the old eccentrics didn't have a concrete plan in mind. Could it be that they were planning on responding based on how events would unfold? As Han Li thought about this, the final moments of the path of ice and fire had passed. The transportation formation at the center of the stone hall disappeared without a trace. There were only about a dozen people in the room before it disappeared. At that same moment, the walls around them began to rumble. The stone doors then opened by themselves to reveal long, narrow limestone passages. 3 of these 4 passageways lead to their own pavilion, each separately holding ancient treasures, medicine pills and cultivation arts left behind by ancient cultivators. However, all of those items are sealed and each person may only pick one item. After the item is chosen, that person will immediately teleport to the next trial, the boundary of fantastical illusion. As for the last passage, it will teleport those immediately to the next trial. Whoever walks that path can only accept their bad luck for having passed the previous trial without reward. The restrictions here are a bit strange. The passage they lead to changes with each occurrence. But if one chooses a passage, they will have no option to withdraw. If there is anyone who doesn't wish to attempt the boundary of fantastical illusion, so long as you stay in this stone room for the day, you will be teleported back to Heaven Void Hall. I wish the best for all of you. Upon seeing the passages appear, the kindly-faced elder slowly gave the explanation as he remained seated with legs crossed. When the others heard him, they indifferently glanced at him before ignoring him. When the Star Palace elder saw this, he didn't seem to care and closed his eyes with a smile. Chapter 468, Treasure Light Pavilion. The cultivators that managed to arrive here were all unwilling to return empty-handed after having braved those previous dangers. As such, there wasn't much discussion to be had. A few of them even walked towards the stone passageways without a word. After a short moment they silently disappeared into the passageways. One by one they gradually left the room. After seeing Wan Tianming's party enter a passage, the Devil Dao eccentrics coldly glanced at each other and displayed no haste to enter a passageway. As for Grandmaster Zenith Ian, he coldly looked at the 2 white-clothed elders that were still sitting in meditation. After some hesitation, he pulled out a sparkling bright bracelet made of 4 thumb-sized beads that released faint azure light. This is the Matron Screen Pearl. It possesses the wondrous effects of steadying the mind and protecting the soul. With these beads, you will be able to keep your mind clear, even if the dangers of the boundary of fantastical illusion increased by several fold. After this was said, Zenith Ian handed the bracelet over to Han Li. Han Li was delighted and accepted the bracelet while repeatedly saying thanks. He had long since heard of the renowned Matron Screen Pearls. It was said that with a single pearl in your possession, one was far less likely to be interfered with by their inner demons during cultivation. Han Li found it truly surprising for Zenith to magnanimously give him a bracelet that strung these 4 of these grand treasures in order for him to make it through the last trial. From Zenith Yin's reluctant and hesitant appearance, Han Li reckoned that since it would be embarrassing to immediately reclaim it, Zenith Yin would be certain to take it back after the treasure hunt when there was no longer anything to be gained. However, there were many sinister designs lurking inside Heaven Void Hall. Even a nascent soul cultivator such as Grandmaster Zenithine was being secretly plotted against by the Bone Sage. Hanli had strong doubts about whether or not his in-name master would be able to leave Heaven Void Hall alive. Hanli wore the bracelet in front of Zenithine and carefully examined it. The matron screen pearls appeared to be made of wood and gold, yet they weren't. They also carried a heavy fragrance similar to that of sandalwood. When one smelled it, their mind grew clear and their spirits were roused. As expected, it was outstanding. It is reasonable to say that these matron screen pearls should be enough to keep you safe. But to make sure of your safety, young friend Han should carry this as well. This is a treasure talisman that I refined from my Night Azure Needle, but its power is several times stronger than common magic treasures. Please use it to protect yourself. The Confucian-robed old man took out an azure talisman and handed it over to Hanli with a smile. A treasure talisman of the Night Azure Needle? Hanli was initially stunned when he heard this, but he soon grew excited. This was a treasure talisman from a nascent soul cultivator, fundamentally incomparable to common trash treasure talismans. Although the divine Devilbane lightning from his bamboo cloud's warm swords was formidable, he couldn't use it at every turn. With this item, his safety would be greatly increased. Hanli took the item without any refusals and respectfully said his thanks. At that moment, Manhuzi wordlessly took out a piece of black armor. It was covered in silver Qilin scales and appeared quite heavy. When Zenithine saw this, his heart was moved and an expression of greed momentarily appeared on his face. He hastily said, "Brother Man is quite magnanimous, to give this distinguished treasure for the survival of my junior disciple." Although that person managed to barely open the lid at the last moment and had their Heaven Mend pill seized by others, Wan Qiming's gold-threaded silkworm does have a chance. Since it's like that, we had best secretly follow them just in case. It would be best if they don't acquire it. If they truly manage to acquire the treasure, we cannot allow the Heaven Mend pills to fall into their hands. Of course. Hanli didn't know that he had roused the attention of the 2-star palace enforcement elders. As of current, he was climbing up spiraling limestone stairs with an expression of amazement. Not long after he had entered the passageway, he was met with an unending spiraling stone stairway. He still hadn't reached the end even after walking for the time it took to finish a meal. Hanli's curiosity grew stronger. Just how far up did this place reach? Calming the doubts in his heart, Hanli continued to calmly climb up the stairway. After climbing up another 400 meters, Hanli caught sight of a gleam of light. With newly roused spirits, he hastened his steps and eventually arrived at an exit. Hanli's heart stirred when he saw a faint glimpse of what lay past the exit. He hastily strided through. He arrived underneath a gloomy, dark yellow sky. It was filled with gray clouds and lacked a sun. It was an unfathomably huge cylindrical world. Its area reached about 4,000 meters. At first glance, it appeared rather narrow as the world's borders were lined with thick fog walls that couldn't be seen though. He stood at an opening of the fog wall where a 40-meter-long bridge of white jade was floating in the air. The bridge was exquisite and was engraved with dragons and phoenixes. It led to a rectangular pavilion that floated at the center of the area. The 2-story pavilion was over 100 meters tall and was constructed entirely out of jade. It shone from the air as if it were a palace from the afterlife. A golden signboard hung from its entrance with the words "Treasure Light Pavilion," written in an ancient script. Hanli didn't hastily set foot on the bridge and carefully examined the pavilion. Although the pavilion wasn't large, unfathomably deep spiritual chi fluctuations emitted from within, and a layer of white fluorescent enveloped the building. It appeared that an extremely formidable spell formation was set up there. Hanli eventually started to move, slowly treading across the jade bridge and towards the Treasure Light Pavilion. When Hanli reached the halfway point, he couldn't help but take a glance below the bridge. The endless, black abyss that entered his view left his heart ice cold. After placing several spirit stones on the transportation formation, Hanli arrived at a new location with a flash of white light. This was the second floor of the Treasure Light Pavilion? Hanli looked ahead of him with squinted eyes and tight lips. The room wasn't large. Apart from a huge spherical light barrier in front of him, there was nothing else in the room. The light barrier was about 40 meters tall and floated about 3 meters above the center of the room, shining with a soft azure radiance. Several tens of different ancient treasure calmly floated within. There were scrolls, jade tiles, alm bowls, and black banners, as well as many other items that Hanli hadn't seen before. There were no duplicate items to speak of. When Hanli saw this, he was delighted and knew he had come to the right place. However, these items were so openly on display. If they were so easily taken, they wouldn't still be there by the time he arrived. With that thought, Hanli slowly walked towards the sphere of light with his hands behind his back. After quickly circling around it several times, he stopped and opened his mouth, spitting out an inch-long azure sword. It spiraled above his head many times before it struck at the bottom of light barrier as a streak of azure light. A flicker of blue light sparked from where the sword light attempted to pierce the light barrier. The sword light was then immediately repelled, leaving no mark behind. Hanli wasn't particularly surprised by this. This merely displayed how valuable the ancient treasures were. With an excited expression, Hanli opened his mouth and spouted out 8 more small swords. The 9 swords released a long shriek above him and combined into a huge azure sword. "Strike!" Hanli softly shouted. The huge sword struck the light barrier with mountain-breaking momentum. Boom! In the instant the huge sword touched the barrier, a meter-large hole appeared. Hanli revealed a trace of happiness, but before he could move, a huge force suddenly blew away the huge sword from the light barrier. With a flash of blue light, the light barrier returned to normal. Hanli was astonished. He then re-examined the sphere of light with a gloomy expression and with his chin in hand. Not long after, Hanli's expression relaxed and he faintly smiled. He pointed towards the huge sword, causing it to disassemble back into 9 small swords with a clear ring. Having returned them into his body, he reached towards his waist and took out the gold-devouring beetle's spirit beast pouches without the slightest hesitation. With a loud buzz, the gold and silver insect swarm flocked out from the pouches. Hanli whistled in a low tone, causing the insect swarm to charge towards the sphere of light. In an instant, the insects had covered the bottom of the light barrier. In mere moments, the insect swarm forcibly gnawed out a meter-large hole from the light barrier. Blue light flourished from the light barrier, causing the round hole to distort and shrink. Chapter 470, Strange Black Armor. Hanli's gaze focused on the black cloak, the longest out of the 3 treasures. This cloak's appearance was very peculiar, consisting of 2 layers. The interior was made of silver thread, and the exterior was made of the feathers of an unknown bird. The feathers emitted a fluctuating dark red blood light from within the light barrier, appearing rather bizarre. This was also the first time Hanli saw this type of magic treasure, and he was very curious about its abilities. Hanli guessed that this ancient treasure had either defensive or stealth properties. Both of these were something that Hanli direly needed if he wanted to survive the countless powerful enemies inside the inner hall. Hanli appeared hesitant as he gazed at the 3 magic treasures. As soon as he picked an item, he would be teleported out of the building. He had to pick carefully. It was reasonable to say that the golden mirror was the safest choice. Hanli was almost certain that it held significant power and would prove to provide an immediate and great increase to his strength. As for the odd 5-colored copper bands, they could prove to surprise him. Their synergistic properties and multicolored brilliance caused it to appear rather mysterious. As for the cloak, there was a good chance that it would also be immediately useful. Perhaps it could save his life during a moment of danger. Hanli's focus continuously changed between the 3 items. Although he would normally be happy about being able to acquire such powerful treasures with ease, he was worried about what would be gained or lost from choosing one over the other. A while later, Hanli took a deep breath and grew calm. He muttered to himself for a moment more before a spirited light flashed from his eyes as wild imagination unfolded in his mind. These unexpected thoughts caused Hanli's heart to become restless. According to Hanli's knowledge of formation spells and restrictions, the room's high-grade involuntary teleportation restrictions couldn't be tricked or worked around apart from finding the central crux of the formation or forcefully erasing the restriction from the entire room. Once someone was caught in the restrictions, they would be automatically teleported out. Both of those options were out of reach for Hanli. Finding the central crux of the room's restrictions was something that would take a Grandmaster-level formation expert several years to accomplish. The very thought of it was something best left alone. As for forcefully erasing the formation, it was only something that Hanli would attempt if he were out of his mind. Given the many nascent soul eccentrics that clearly hadn't succeeded, he would have to be deluded to think that a core formation cultivator like himself could succeed. However, he did possess the formation-breaking insights of the genius spell formation master Xan Rian, Her records described a theoretical response to area restrictions that could disable an area's restrictions temporarily. Although it was only for a short instant, it would give Han Li enough time to acquire an extra ancient treasure. This method required the cultivator's own spiritual power to be completely severed from the energy-contained room, leaving not the slightest connection for the duration. After Xen Rian wrote this in her records, she self-mockingly added that even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't perform such a feat. The thought was but an indulgence moment of her imagination. If a cultivator truly had such amazing abilities, they wouldn't have to go through the trouble of this, as they could rely on their own strength to forcibly break through the formations. After all, the cultivators of this world were only at most capable of chi concealment techniques that could hide themselves from others. How could they possibly sever their own connection from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth? But when Han Li read this inside his cave residence, he immediately thought of his gold-devouring beetle's bizarre capability of devouring the energies of heaven and earth. This roused enough interest in him to perform a small test with his gold-devouring beetles. He had spent a short amount of time on it and regarded it as a momentary diversion to be later forgotten. But now that he recalled all of this, Han Li couldn't suppress his burning excitement. After a moment of careful consideration, Han Li felt that this had a large chance of success. Even if it failed, he'd still be able to acquire one ancient treasure and would suffer no loss. With that thought, Han Li no longer hesitated. He waved his two arms and brought forth the spirit beast pouches on his body. Several tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles flew off, transforming into a huge, buzzing cloud of insects that spiraled around Han Li. Han Li paid no attention to the insect swarm and turned his gaze towards the three ancient treasures. After some more thought, he floated over to the dark red cloak with his insect swarm closely following after him. When Han Li was about 3 meters away from the cloak, Han Li felt a slight change in the surrounding spiritual chi. He hastily stopped and wore a solemn expression. His hands suddenly formed an incantation seal, and used a series of whistles. The gold-devouring beetles that were surrounding Han Li suddenly became restless, and they charged towards Han Li like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, they were covering his entire body in dense folds, immersing him in a sea of silver. While Han Li was covered in the beetles, his whistles did not cease, but rather they became even sharper. Not long after, the beetles on his body started releasing soft cries, echoing Han Li's whistles. The beetles' cries gradually became louder until their mouths were gaping wide. Their continuous breaths appeared synchronized to a bizarre degree. At that moment, Han Li halted his whistling and became silent. An incredible scene followed. The cries of the insects crawling over Han Li's body diverged into high and low, gradually bringing forth specks of black light. As more flickering specks of light appeared, they grew larger. When they eventually touched, they fused together, becoming larger blots of black light. These black blots gradually grew larger and more numerous until they formed a large sphere. The black sphere appeared like a blooming chrysanthemum. The flower-like sphere slowly blossomed and unfolded as the black light underneath continuously grew larger, forming a profoundly black armor underneath. This impenetrable armor covered both Han Li and the beetles. The beetles' cries immediately disappeared with the appearance of the armor. Apart from pitch black, nothing else could be seen from the armor. It was unknown whether it was simply incapable of being seen or was completely void of color. Till, see Vanta Black. In that very instant, Han Li began to move. A strange hand of jet black light moved to snatch the nearby cloak at the speed of lightning. At the same time, Han Li clumsily turned around and floated towards the 5 colored bands. In the same instant Han Li grabbed the cloak, he was surrounded in brilliant blue light. The countless rays of light swept over him, but after they touched the strange black armor, they immediately disappeared into the black light without a trace. However, this didn't cause the blue light to retract. Instead, it grew increasingly overbearing and attempted to violently suppress the black armor with all its strength, causing it to sway on the verge of collapse. Han Li was burning with impatience, but his movements still remained careful and smooth, for fear that he would disturb something else. Traveling a mere 20 meters, Han Li felt as if he had made a difficult trek for 2 hours before having finally arrived in front of the 5 colored copper bands. While forcefully suppressing his wild delight, Han Li swiftly grabbed the bands with his hand of black light. At nearly the same time his hand closed around the copper bands, Han Li's black armor was overwhelmed by the blue light, causing it to loudly shatter. The armor dissolved into little blots before completely disappearing. Before Han Li could even react, he was drawn into the blue light and the world changed around him, causing him to disappear without a trace. In a flash of blinding blue light, Han Li appeared in a small stone room. After swaying a few times, he managed to find his bearings and stand straight before carefully examining his surroundings. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there wasn't a single person around. Otherwise, they would have caught the extremely abnormal sight of him being covered in layers of crawling beetles. Having finished pondering, Han Li whistled. In response, the gold-devouring beetles flew off of his body and into a sparkling gold-silver cloud above his head. Without paying them much mind, Han Li hastily looked at the two items in his hands. Although he had previously seen them many times, Han Li could not hold back the thrill from having the items in his hands. He gently stroked each of the two ancient treasures for a moment. The cloak was extremely light and emitted a bit of heat. As for the 5 copper bands, they were ice-cold to the touch. After admiring the two treasures for some time, his attention shifted to the stone room. It was completely empty apart from the transportation formation that brought him here and a rectangular passageway that appeared completely desolate. There was nothing else of interest in the room. This was undoubtedly a top-grade life-preserving treasure given its light-like speed. Han Li was confident that even if a nascent soul cultivator were to chase him, they would lose his trail after only a short moment with this amazing treasure. But at the same time, this cloak had significant flaws. Not to mention the astonishing expenditure of magic power, its speed completely uncontrollable, much to Han Li's disappointment. It was clear that this top-grade ancient treasure was flawed and limited. Why else would it appear in the outer halls? But despite this item was still immensely useful in fleeing from enemies. Han Li put away the cloak with complicated feelings. He then lowered his head in bitter laughter before sitting cross-legged on the floor to refine chi. As the cloak had consumed quite a bit of magic power in such a short time, he couldn't afford to just walk out of the room in his current condition. Han Li rested for over half a day, and when he had nearly replenished his spent magic power, Han Li opened his eyes and stood up as he solemnly gazed into the passageway. With the bracelet of matron screen beads in one hand and his great development technique circulating throughout his body, he slowly walked into the passageway. Upon entering, Han Li discovered that the passageway was quite short. After turning a corner, he had arrived at its end. Light flashed before his eyes, fading away to reveal an outdoor corridor. The corridor was magnificent and refined, but at a glance, it appeared to be endless. It was unknown just how far it reached. White clouds and divine melodies flowed in from outside the corridor along with the faint image of a lustrous jade pavilion. When Han Li saw this, a faint sneer appeared on his face as he walked onto the promenade with long strides. Just as he set foot on it, Han Li circulated magic power throughout his body. According to what he knew, this one was like the other trials. Flying techniques could not be used and one could only travel by foot. Han Li wasn't bothered by this and intensely studied the air outside the corridor. The divine melodies became clearer after entering the corridor. Han Li attentively listened to the so-called divine melodies with a blank face. Not long after, he unconsciously wore a mocking expression on his face. Han Li walked without the slightest urgency as if he were taking a stroll in his own garden. However, the further he walked down the corridor, the more beautiful and clear the melodies became. At that same time, extremely graceful cranes began to appear from within the white clouds. Their elegant dancing along with the cries they unleashed were extremely impressive. But just like the flame, its light immediately faded away after appearing, turning completely dull as if it were an ordinary stone. It was now that he realized the hall's restrictions must have the peculiar effect of absorbing light. With his hopes of producing light dashed, he leisurely walked forwards. But before he could even take a few steps, he suddenly heard sporadic and faint sobs of pain from the distance. It sounded as though they came from a young girl. Han Li wryly smiled and continued forward, ignoring the sound. However, the sobs erratically appeared from either close or far away, and they became increasingly sorrowful. The sobs seemed to be following him. Bah! These sounds had caused him to become distraught and he couldn't help but unleash a shout that caused the nearby ground to tremble. The sobbing suddenly stopped. Han Li felt greatly relieved and quickened his pace, wanting to leave this hall as soon as possible. But after having only walked about 10 meters, the sobbing continued. This time, a white silhouette had appeared not far in front of Han Li. A young woman wearing mourning clothes was crouched down. The sorrowful sobs were apparently coming from her. Han Li's face froze upon seeing the white-clothed woman. Strangely enough, despite the fact that she was kneeling and made no attempt to approach him, he hastily approached her instead. He knew that the more timid and cowardly he acted in this place, the more likely he was to become entangled in its illusions. As avoiding any conflict wasn't possible, a calm confrontation seemed to be the optimal choice. With that thought in mind, Han Li arrived about 20 meters from the white-clothed woman. Just as Han Li thought to recklessly roar once more and disperse the woman, he suddenly felt that this woman's sobbing seemed familiar, as if he had heard it before long ago. Han Li's heart trembled. He hastily reassured himself that this was but an illusion to prevent himself from becoming mesmerized. But the longer he gazed at her, the more familiar she seemed. His mind began to fervently shuffle through his memories, but he was unable to recall who she was. Han Li unconsciously stopped and frowned, coldly gazing at the woman in front of him in silence. "Fourth brother," the woman exclaimed with a timid, delicate voice. When Han Li heard this, he felt his mind shudder as blood rushed to his head. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Could you be? Fourth brother, don't recognize me anymore? I'm your little sister." The white-clothed woman slowly lifted her head from the ground and revealed her delicate, grieving face. Her small nose, bright eyes, and delicate face were reminiscent of his shy little sister from before he left for the Seven Mysteries sect. Zenithine was very pleased to see Han Li behave so dutifully to his revered master. He turned his head and nodded to Han Li without saying anything else. As expected, he wasn't about to embarrassingly raise the topic of having Han Li return the matron screen pearls to him here. Equivalently, Man Huzi didn't ask for his treasured armor back. It was as if these people had deliberately forgotten lending these treasures to Han Li. When Han Li appeared, he saw that the cultivators were all sitting still without any intention to move, as if they were waiting for something. At that moment, Han Li discovered the huge pagoda in front of him and was greatly amazed. "So this is the inner halls. It's very different from what I had imagined," Han Li inwardly muttered. He then took a moment to shoot a stealthy glance at the bone sage. He was near the back, sitting in earnest meditation. He didn't appear to notice Han Li's gaze. The bone sage's voice suddenly arrived at Han Li's ear without warning. "Youngster, turn your sights elsewhere. Take care not to reveal me to my traitorous disciple. Rest assured, I've already made plans on how we will deal with Zenithine with complete confidence and success. However, the opportunity will only arise after you use the Bloodjade Spider to seize the Heaven Void Cauldron. I will act after that. Remember, do not send me any voice transmissions. We can't expose the act." Han Li's expression remained calm as he listened, and then turned his gaze elsewhere. There will be an opportunity after seizing the treasure? What does he mean? Could it be that this old devil also wishes to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron? Han Li began to feel restless and suspicious. As the inner halls was just about to open, he became worried about how events would unfold after the treasure was obtained. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded in obtaining the Heaven Void Cauldron, what happened afterwards would be anything but good for him. As Han Li was inwardly pouring out his grievances, he heard a cold voice from his front. "The inner halls are about to open, and the 2-star palace fellows have yet to appear. It seems they won't be muddying the waters. Wouldn't you agree, brother man?" Wan Tianming, who sat at the center of the righteous Tao cultivators, opened his glistening eyes. Staring at Man Huzi with concealed emotion, he slowly spoke while emitting an astonishing pressure from his body. What is old Wan impatient? Let's wait a bit. After all, those Star Palace fellows are rather crafty. Perhaps they will only appear when they expect us to have already fought amongst ourselves?" Man Huzi disdainfully smiled and lazily stroked his beard. When Wan Tianming heard this, he appeared somewhat pensive, but he soon nodded his head and shut his eyes once more as if approving of Man Huzi's words. 2 hours later, a series of violent tremors suddenly shook the ground. The huge stone doors to the inner halls slowly opened to reveal a limestone passage. Chapter 474. The Mantis and the Oriole. When Zenithine heard Wan Tianming call his words nonsense, a sinister expression appeared on his face, but after hearing what Wan Tianming said after, he forcefully suppressed his fury. He then turned his head to Man Huzi and Layman Chi, and spoke to them in voice transmission. Not longer after, their discussion was finished. Zenith-een coldly said, as per your esteemed suggestion, we will cease fighting for now. We will wait until after the treasure is seized. Wan Tianming chuckled, good. You've made a wise decision. Let us enter together. He then walked towards the huge limestone gate with Tian Wuzi and the old farmer closely following after him. Humph! Man Huzi couldn't help but snort at their grandiose mannerisms. His gaze then suddenly swept to Yuan Yao and the core formation cultivator that Han Li didn't recognize with an ominous glint in his eyes. At that same moment, the two paled at having become aware of Man Huzi's malicious appearance. They both turned into a streak of yellow and red light, rushing towards the stone pagoda. Man Huzi evilly grinned, where do you two think you're going? He rubbed his hands and then waved them, shooting out two streaks of gold light in an instant, striking at them from behind. The male cultivator in the yellow light released a miserable shriek before he tumbled to the ground. He was then swept up by the golden light and was split apart, scattering across the ground as a dismembered corpse. As for when the golden light neared Yuan Yao's red light, several bursts of blinding green flames temporarily scattered the golden light. As if spurred on by this, her red light transformed into a scarlet-red bird and became even faster. Shooting past the golden light in a blur, she entered the stone pagoda's entrance and disappeared. That's odd. Layman Ching-yi softly said with a frown. Layman Ching-yi and Zenith-een didn't mind Man Huzi's actions, but upon seeing Yuan Yao escape Man Huzi's attack, they couldn't help but be surprised. Man Huzi, what is the meaning of this? Why did you attack the innocent? Tian Wuzi turned around and spoke with an angry expression. Man Huzi gave an uncaring glance at the old Taoist and callously said, I wasn't in a good mood. What does it matter to you if I kill a few strangers? Could it be that you wish to take justice on their behalf, or do you just wish to personally test my heaven-bearing devil arts? You, without turning his head, Wan Tianming shouted, enough Tian Wuzi. Those two aren't members of the righteous Tao. Leave them be. We have more important matters to attend to. Tian Wuzi could only hatefully glance at Man Huzi after hearing this and begrudgingly turn around. Not long after, the righteous Tao walked past the stone gate and entered the inner hall. Zenith-een glanced at the righteous Tao cultivators as they left and applauded Man Huzi with a sinister smile. Brother Man had done good in attacking them. We don't want any annoying rats scurrying around us before the big event. Those two core formation cultivators actually wished to enter the inner hall and take advantage of the chaos for their own gain. How the living are so impatient. Still, there is still one person here who Brother Man still hadn't killed. Having said that, his gaze fell upon the bone sage. The bone sage was completely calm and indifferent, as if Zenith-een was talking about someone else entirely. Man Huzi expressionlessly said, this person has somewhat of a connection with me. As he had done me a favor, it is natural that I do not attack him. You two are also forbidden from disposing of him. Zenith-een narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the bone sage, confirming whether or not he recognized this person. He then ambiguously said, since he is a junior with relation to Brother Man, it is only natural that we won't dispose of him. Although, it is quite surprising that Brother Man would accept a favor from someone. Man Huzi's face grew cold and he intensely glared at Zenith-een. Hee. Zenith-een, you dare to interrogate me? How could I possibly? I was merely a bit curious. If Brother Man doesn't wish to answer, then so be it. But it seemed the black-robed woman who escaped should have significant origins. Brother Man has best be careful. Zenith-een conceded the matter with a chuckle, but his last words seemed to carry some heavy meaning. Man Huzi was silent for a moment before gloomily saying, I am not blind. Did you think I didn't see her use Old Devil 3 Yang's azure flame bursts? Apart from his most intimate disciples, no other disciples of the Azure Flame sect could possibly acquire such an item. How else could that young woman possibly escape death? It seems I was meddling. Seeing that Man Huzi's expression was far from good, Zenith-een tactfully said nothing else. It is no matter. Even if that woman is important to Old Devil 3 Yang, Brother Man has nothing to fear, given his cultivator. However, it is currently a crucial period of conflict in the scattered star seas between the Star Palace and both the righteous and Devil Daos. The Old Devil's abilities are significant, and despite originating from the Devil Dao, he is personally unaligned to the sides of good and evil. As such, we had best avoid having this man become our enemy. Let's quickly go after the girl. The Confucian-robed old man smoothed the matter over from the side. Man Huzi stiffly nodded his head and said no more. It was clear that he held great fear in his heart towards Old Devil 3 Yang. These many newly unfolded events left Han Li with heavy, complicated feelings. All sorts of distracting thoughts began to appear in his mind. A core formation cultivator was killed before him as easily as one would step on an ant. Yet how did Yuan Yao had managed to flee such a fate? Since when did the Bone Sage force a relationship between him and Man Huzi, one of the top figures among the Devil Dao? It was no wonder why he was so calm. As for Yuan Yao, she seemed to have some sort of relationship with old Devil 3 Yang, someone who could inspire fear in a hegemon such as Man Huzi. These thoughts simultaneously weaved through his mind and he was unable to clearly arrange them for the time being. He could only wordlessly pay attention to what Man Huzi and the others were saying in hopes he could gather some information that would allow him to form a dependable plan. But unfortunately, Layman Qingyi's next words ended the conversation. Let's quickly enter the inner hall. The righteous Dao fellows won't wait for us. We can't let them stealthily leave us behind. Layman Qingyi glanced at the huge passage past the stone gate and wrinkled his brow. Man Huzi glanced in the direction of the stone gate and sunk into thought for a moment before silently setting off. Zenith Yin and Qingyi glanced at each before following after them with relaxed expressions. Han Li, Wu Chou, and the Bone Sage naturally followed after them. Han Li and the others slowly entered the passage until they eventually disappeared from sight. 3 hours later, the darkened transportation formation suddenly shined with dazzling light, followed by the emergence of 2 silhouettes from the formation. They were the Star Palace elders. At that moment, the 2 were cautiously looking around. After they saw that no one was around, they wore a face of relief. One of them spoke with a slight smile. It appears that they've all entered. As cunning as these old eccentrics may be, they couldn't imagine that our Star Palace had already unraveled this transportation restriction 1,000 years ago. We can arrive at this place anytime we want. The other spoke with a cold voice. Let's go. We must be careful by all means. We cannot allow this secret to be easily revealed unless they actually manage to extract the Heaven Void Cauldron. Of course. The first to speak nodded his head in approval. With that said, the 2 shot towards the stone gate as 2 streaks of white light. Han Li was walking behind Zenith Yin and was unexpectedly beside Wu Chou, much to Han Li's displeasure. Possibly due to what Zenith Yin had said to Wu Chou before, Wu Chou acted very cordially to Han Li on the way. He would on occasion talk about some trivial matters with Han Li as to avoid treating Han Li coldly. It was as if his hateful gaze from before had come from an entirely different person. But the further this fake act continued, the gloomier Han Li felt. Han Li couldn't help but bitterly laugh to himself in his mind. Did Zenith Yin hint to Wu Chou that they would kill me after they acquire the treasure? Is that why Wu Chou was acting so different? Although he was very much worried underneath, Han Li spoke to Wu Chou with a smile, producing a fake atmosphere between the 2. Even those over 30 meters away could clearly make it out. Still, Zenith Yin and the others turned a blind eye to those as they continued forward. Ever since the 3 nascent soul eccentrics entered the inner hall, they've become solemn in contrast to their relaxed, easy attitude from before. But what baffled Han Li the most was even after such a long period of time has passed, nothing had occurred. They had neither encountered any restrictions nor dangers. Could it be that they had triggered some sort of restriction after entering the stone gate? With that thought, Han Li couldn't help but further examine his surroundings. 1. Old Chinese idiom, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Chapter 475. Wolf Head Puppets. Currently, Han Li and the others were walking through a maze-like series of intersecting stone passageways. Each intersection had a stone gate inscribed with strange talisman characters. These stone gates were identical in size. They were over 30 meters wide and were in the shape of a square. They would always point in the direction of north, south, east, or west seemingly at random. However, they all shined with a faint white light. They were clearly affected by some sort of restriction. Although he would only encounter a crossroads after a long distance, Han Li reckoned that during their entire time in the inner halls, they've already encountered at least 8 stone gates. Each time, they neither changed direction or entered the stone gates. They eventually arrived at an intersection that made Han Li's expression stir. The gate there slightly differed from the others ones. Although its talisman characters and structure was the same, it was completely lightless as if the restriction on it had been extinguished. As a result, Han Li further looked at it with a strange expression. Wu Chou saw Han Li's expression and spoke to him with a familiar tone. Junior Marshal Brother Han, this stone gate had already had its treasure seized by others. What is worth seeing? If it weren't for the fact that each person could only use a single Heaven Void map fragment before being teleported out, I would have also thought to pick a stone gate and hastily see what was within. Once a Heaven Void map fragment was used to open a stone gate, one would be unable to leave until the treasure was acquired. As core formation cultivators, we will only be able to acquire treasures on the first floor. Picking a room on the later floors would nearly be the same as suicide. Junior Marshal Brother Han? When Han Li heard Wu Cho address him as such in a voice transmission, he felt disgust spread throughout his body. When Han Li eventually managed to recollect himself, he replied with a beaming smile, "Then why isn't Brother Wu choosing a gate on the first floor? Would it not be a waste of an opportunity to wait until you've arrived to the second floor or higher?" Sigh. I wish I could, but my esteemed grandfather had repeatedly warned me that I must stay by his side on this treasure hunt as I may prove useful. Wu Cho wore a reluctant expression as he glanced at the stone gate. A trace of greed flickered from his eyes. Han Li slightly smiled and swept his gaze at the stone gate. So long as he entered and acquired the treasure it contained, he would be teleported outside. He would be keeping this in mind. Who knew whether or not he could use this as a method of escape? At that moment, the group passed through another intersection and into the passage ahead of them. But at that moment, a heavy, muffled thud came from their front. The sound continued as if something huge was slowly heading towards them. Zenith Een and Qin Yi's expressions slightly changed and they halted, staring into the passageway ahead of them with grave expressions. In contrast, Manhuzi chuckled and revealed a trace of excitement. At the same time, his body flashed with golden light and a layer of golden scales suddenly covered his entire body. He had activated his heaven-bearing devil arts. This was the first time Han Li saw the bizarre appearance of the heaven-bearing devil arts up close. He couldn't help but take a curious stare at Manhuzi's transformation. Manhuzi keenly felt Han Li's stare and turned his head around, giving Han Li's sinister grin. The face covered in small scales made for a frightening sight. Han Li's heart dropped, not knowing what he had meant by it. But still he forced himself to return the smile. Fortunately, after Manhuzi smiled, he immediately turned his gaze back. The approaching thuds were now only about 100 meters away. But as the passage across from them was pitch black, Han Li wasn't able to see within it. There were still restrictions inside the inner hall that restrained a cultivator's spiritual sense. Still, Han Li noticed the cold glint from the old eccentric's eyes. It seemed they were able to see what it was. Without waiting for Zenith Een and Qin Yi to act, Manhuzi deeply roared, flying into the passage as a streak of golden light. A series of loud impacts followed afterwards along with deafening clangs of metal. When Zenith Een and Qin Yi saw this, they couldn't help but look each other in dismay. Han Li was at a loss when a huge rumble sounded out as if something had been cleanly split into fragments. Han Li's mind stirred and something came to mind. In the next moment, only the sounds of Manhuzi's wild, carefree laughter could be heard. Zenith Een seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go. It is no longer a problem. We've already forgotten that we no longer have the same cultivation as we did 300 years ago. The guards on the first layer are no longer a threat to us." Qin Yi chuckled with a relaxed expression. "That's right. This old man had nearly forgotten this as well. The last time I came I had just entered nascent soul stage, and the guards had left far too deep an impression. It was good that Brother Man had taken care of it with his heaven-bearing devil arts. Else we would have spent too much effort on them." Afterwards, the two began to take the lead with Han Li and Wu Cho closely following after them. The Bone Sage, who had originally been expressionless this entire time, wore a trace of disdain as he calmly followed them in the back. After walking about 30 meters, Han Li saw Manhuzi in front of them with his hands behind his back. He was standing on something that was shining with silver light. When Manhuzi saw Zenith Een, he stretched his neck and indifferently said, "Not bad. This served quite well for a warm-up. The Heaven Void Hall this time around is truly interesting." However, it wasn't nearly as formidable as rumors had it. It was because of the incredible force of Brother Man's heaven-bearing devil arts. Other cultivators used magic treasures in such a narrow area, so they had experienced a bit of trouble. Layman Qin Yi said with a smile. When Manhuzi heard his flattery he chuckled but said no more. The golden scales on his body quickly faded away, and he indifferently took the way. It seemed the previous fight had left him unsatisfied. Zenith Een and Qin Yi glanced at each other with a smile. Since Manhuzi was so willing to lead the way, they were more than willing to quietly follow after him. When they walked past the silver item, Han Li stopped and lowered his head to look at the item. A mechanical puppet. Han Li was astounded. It was indeed a puppet, but what grade of puppet was this to have not been instantly destroyed by a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator? Most of what was scattered across the ground were pieces of an unknown silver metal. Apart from this, there was a ruined half of a gold wolf's head, several pieces of jet black, thick and reflectionist blades, as well as an assortment of several other oddities. As the bone sage quickly passed him by, he indifferently said without turning his head, "Don't bother to look at them. While these items are certainly rare, they cannot be used to refine any magic treasures. Those long before have already tried." Han Li was surprised by this, but he continued to look at the ground as if he hadn't heard. His gaze fell upon sparkling dark green gem on the ground. Its extremely cold aura gave Han Li a remarkable impression. After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li immediately placed these items into his storage pouch with a sweep of his hand before rejoining the others. Han Li's thoughts were quite simple. Even if these items were truly useless, he could learn a bit about the ancient cultivator's achievements in puppet techniques from the puppet's composition and refinement techniques. After all, the highest grade puppets in his puppet sutra were grade 4 puppets, equivalent to only late foundation establishment cultivators at false core stage. It was a puppet he had seen before, the huge tiger that consumed an entire mid-grade spirit stone with a full-powered strike. The puppet with the golden wolf head was stronger than an early core formation cultivator. Although Manhuzi dealt with it like child's play without using any powerful magic treasures, Zenith Yin's and Layman Qingyi's serious attitude towards indicated that it was unordinary. With such good items in hand, it was only natural for Han Li to want to leave and research it. But as things stood, there would be no such opportunity for him to slip away a stone gate and escape with treasure as well. He understood all too well that despite walking ahead of him, the three nascent soul eccentrics were watching his every move through their spiritual sense. Wanting to stealthily slip away through a stone gate was merely wishful thinking. With Han Li's temperament, it felt somewhat intolerable to leave empty-handed from a treasure trove such as this. For now, he could view these puppet fragments as a consolation prize from the inner halls. As for the treasures of the Heaven Void Cauldron, Han Li knew better than to have such fanciful expectations. 1. Chapter 229. Chapter 476. The second floor. Following after the first encounter with the wolf-head puppet, they encountered more puppets in quick succession. But under the unyielding transformation of the heaven-bearing devil arts, Manhuzi smashed them into pieces as if they were made of clay. Zenith Yin and Qingyi didn't need to help the slightest. With each encounter, Han Li bluntly gathered and put away the remains of each puppet, much to the confusion of the Bone Sage and Wu Chou. As for the nascent soul cultivators, they turned a blind eye to Han Li's actions. However, it was clear that they walked a path from Wan Tianming's party. When Han Li saw that the Devil Dao cultivators were still calm and unhurried, Han Li knew that these old devils probably had an approximation of where they were. But ever since they encountered the puppet guards, Zenith Yin and the others no longer continued straight ahead. They began to take turns. However, Han Li felt that there was something odd. From their earlier advance, Han Li had a clear feeling that all pathways were the same. But these three nascent soul cultivators made a sudden turn to the left and another turn to the right without the slightest hesitation. It was as if they already knew the route in advance. Were it just Zenith Yin and Qingyi doing this, Han Li wouldn't find it strange. After all, they've been to the inner halls before. Perhaps they already memorized the route from their last time here. But this was clearly Manhuzi's first time coming here, and he was leading them at the very front with Zenith Yin and Qingyi following after him without any objections. Han Li found this baffling. Han Li's mind set into motion as he stealthily swept the intersections for any differences or markings. After passing several intersections, his efforts was vainly spent as he had found nothing. He could only leave the matter be for now. After Manhuzi wrecked the 8th wolf-head puppet along the way, they arrived at a small transportation formation. The transportation formation was at the center of an intersection and emitted a faint, sparkling light. This will take us to the second floor. I wonder if Wan Tianming and his party had used any tricks. They actually managed to get ahead of us. Layman Qingyi grumbled upon seeing the transportation formation, but a trace of a grin was still on his face. Manhuzi coldly snorted and said without concern, "Humph. Let's go. Even if they're ahead of us, the Heaven Void Cauldron isn't something that is so easily acquired." Soon after, he led the way, entering the transportation formation in stride. Layman Qingyi smiled at the sight. After Manhuzi entered, Zenith Yin and Layman Qingyi stood still. After taking a glance at each other, they heavily gazed at Han Li. Han Li felt his heart shiver. He had no choice but to enter the transportation formation under their supervision. Han Li saw a flash of white light and regained his bearings before raising his head. He was shocked. He was at another intersection of stone passageways. If it weren't for Man Huzi standing in front of him, Han Li would have thought that the transportation formation had failed. While Han Li was at a loss, white light flashed from behind him, bringing along the rest of the party. Just as Zenith Yin appeared, he took a look around. He grimaced and muttered, "What method did those righteous Dao folk use to travel so fast? I can no longer find them." Layman Qingyi's eyes coldly glinted as he stood behind Zenith Yin. "Leave it be. I had felt it was strange as to why the righteous Dao cultivators had made such a sly proposal outside. From we've seen, it seems they were scheming against us all along. But it'll still be fine if they try to seize the treasure first. Actually acquiring the Heaven Void Cauldron with Wan Tianming's gold-threaded silkworm is merely wishful thinking after all. They're merely testing what little luck they have. It wouldn't be too late for us to hide and lie in ambush." Brother Qing's words make sense. However, we cannot delay for too long. We must quicken our pace. Zenith Yin nodded his head. He agreed, a much improved expression. Qingyi spoke to Man Huzi with a solemn expression. "Brother man, be careful. The snake puppet's guards on this floor are somewhat troublesome. Fellow Taoist Wu and I can both provide assistance in taking them down. This way we can save a bit of time and magic power. Let's prevent having a weakness the righteous Dao can exploit." "Snake puppet guards? That seems interesting. Do as you like," Man Huzi said with a careless tone. The party of Devil Dao cultivators then continued on their way. Not long after, Han Li discovered a difference between the first and second floor. The crossroads on the second floor were much smaller than the first floor. They were also farther apart, with a few fearsome traps and restrictions placed down along the way. Although these things didn't pose a threat to a nascent soul cultivator, they were undoubtedly deadly to core formation cultivators. Han Li felt a cold chill down his spine as he followed after the others. There was no question that he would have lost his life to the restrictions and traps had he entered the second floor of the inner halls alone. By the time they crossed the intersection on the second floor, Han Li finally saw the snake puppet guard. The puppet appeared truly disgusting. Its snake heads were both blue and red, but its body were also covered in jet black scales. It also had 2 arms on both their back and front. Its front 2 arms held green short spears, and its back 2 arms held glossy black whips with razor-sharp barbs that glowed the gray qi. When the puppet saw them, it immediately charged towards them as a black streak of light without a sound. Its actions were extremely quick. Man Huzi howled with laughter. He charged to meet it after activating his heaven-bearing devil arts. The following scene left Han Li in awe. The snake demon puppet was extraordinarily swift with its green spears and flailing whips. Although its unceasing barrage of attacks didn't pose much of a threat to Man Huzi, he was forced to protect a few of his vital spots. As he wasn't using any magic treasures, he had no other actions open to him. While it was unknown what materials the green spears were made from, they slightly deformed Man Huzi's gold-clad hands on impact, leaving behind 2 cuts. An expression of astonishment was betrayed from Man Huzi's face. It was at this time that Zenith Yin and Qingyi decided to act. Zenith Yin used the Heaven Void corpse fire that had inspired fear in Han Li when he had first met him. A black ball of flame appeared his hand before turning into a fine black thread as it shot out. Just as the puppet pierced through Man Huzi's heaven-bearing devil art, it had left its guard down. In an instant, one of its front arms was enveloped by black flames and disappeared. As for the old man, Qingyi opened his mouth and an azure thread of light wildly rushed out from his mouth towards the puppet. The azure thread of light wrapped once around the puppet and bursted into a cluster of explosions, causing the puppet to tumble. A fierce expression flashed from Man Huzi's face. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he released a low roar and the scene flourished with blinding light. He then appeared with his arm penetrating the abdomen of the puppet. A green gem was rigidly held in his grasp. The snake puppet immediately lost the power to move and collapsed to the floor. Man Huzi looked at the inanimate puppet and glanced at the green gem in his hand. With a malicious expression flickering from his face, he crushed the gem with a clench of his hand. But after he unfolded his hand, he found the gem to be completely unharmed. Even Man Huzi's ordinarily savage expression changed upon seeing this. With his heaven-bearing devil arts infused into his hands, he would have been able to warp powered magic treasures, let alone a single gem. He should have been able to somewhat damage it at the very least. As Man Huzi's face appeared somewhat blank, Qin Chi chuckled and walked over. Brother man, there is no need to be surprised. This strange stone had already been researched by others. Although this gem cannot be destroyed, it also cannot be refined or used to strengthen magic treasures. I reckon that unless the cultivators of antiquity were dealing with it, it'd just be a mere bauble. Even puppet refinement sects don't know what to do with the stone. The items of antiquity are quite unusual. Youngster, you seem to fond of such remains. Here. Concealing his embarrassment from earlier, Man Huzi grimaced and casually tossed it to Han Li. Han Li's mind went blank and he unconsciously received the item. After he had realized what had happened, he silently put it away into his storage pouch. After he swept his gaze around, he walked forward and swept up the snake puppet remains with a trace of politeness. Chapter 477. An unexpected discovery. As Han Li went to collect the 2 green spears, he faintly felt Zenith-Een eyeing the items, but he soon stealthily turned his gaze away. Although this action had been quite stealthy, it had caused Han Li's heart to shiver. These 2 short spears were definitely good items and Zenith-Een wanted them for himself. But he couldn't forcefully acquire them now and lose sight of the Heaven Void Cauldron. This, however, merely gave Zenith-Een yet another reason to dispose of Han Li afterwards. With that thought, Han Li lowered his head and bitterly smiled. His expression quickly returned to normal before he raised his head. After that, the 3 nascent soul cultivators worked together. Although the puppets and restrictions on this floor were somewhat fierce, nobody suffered any damage when they passed through this floor and moved on to the 3rd. Half a day later, at some place on the 5th floor of the inner halls, there were 3 people discussing something in a whisper. They were Wan Qinming's party of righteous Tao cultivators. Not far in front of them laid an enormous stone platform. It was over 400 meters wide and about 100 meters tall. It appeared to be entirely made from the same common gray stone. There were several hundred steps in front of it leading to the very top, and it was covered in a white light barrier. But what was most odd was the blue radiance lying inside the light barrier. This blue radiance grew brighter as it approached the top, with blinding glimmers roaming within it. It made for a scene so brilliant, one could not look directly at it and see what was within. To the side of the stone platform was a thick block of ice. Its clear shimmers made for a beautiful contrast to the stone next to it. Standing in front of the stone platform, Wan Tianming said in a deep voice, "What? Your magic power has almost recovered? If that's the case, let's set off. Although we're using the Divine Fate Sect's creation rites to evade the puppet guards, we still don't have much time. Man Huzi's heaven-bearing devil arts should be able to deal with the puppets with ease. Only when he reaches the 4th floor would he have to expend more effort." The old Taoist Tian Wuzi spoke in agreement with a trace of excitement in his eyes. "Brother Wan speaks true. Let's go get the treasure." The old dark-skinned farmer silently nodded and said nothing else. Wan Tianming did not mind his actions. He knew that although this shriveled old man was taciturn, his jade core arts was quite remarkable. Its true strength was beyond that of even Tian Wuzi. Despite having emerged from the righteous Tao, he had spent most of his time in concealed cultivation and rarely interacted with others, leading to his detached mannerisms. Wan Tianming smiled and led the 2 into the light barrier. A dense wisp of purple smoke flickered through the air, and the barrier of white light released out a resounding hum. With a wave of his hand, Wan Tianming split open a 3-meter-tall opening, allowing them to walk through in a line. Soon, Wan Tianming and the others disappeared into the blue light as they climbed. The tear in the light barrier repaired itself and the steps became quiet once more. After an unknown amount of time, Man Huzi and Zenith-Een appeared before the light barrier, but Wan Qinming's party was already long gone. Han Li and the others soon appeared behind them. Qin Yi looked at the large stone platform in front of him and said with shining eyes, "We've finally arrived at this damned place." The gold-haired puppets on the 4th floor were extraordinarily vicious. Had we not all exerted our special skills, we would have been tangled down for quite some time. Zenith-Een said with a gloomy expression, "Humph. The puppets weren't much. The restrictions we encountered on the 3rd floor were quite difficult to break, consuming much of our time. Else we would have arrived here earlier." What is the point of saying such nonsense after already arriving? First, let's see whether or not Wan Tianming had already went to seize the treasure. Man Huzi frowned and spoke with impatience. Zenith-Een appeared somewhat displeased by his words, but he didn't respond. Wearing his ordinary expression, Layman Qingyi chuckled and said, Relax, brother man. According to Brother Wu and my secret probing arts, Wan Qianming's party had already ascended several hours ago, but they have yet to leave. It would be best for us to wait here as these stairs are the only entrance and exit from the Frozen Dragon's terrace. The only way. Is that true? The righteous Dao cultivators could be slipping away at this moment as we foolishly wait for them. Man Huzi glanced at the old man and seemed to distrust him. The old man twirled his beard as he said, "Hee, there is not question about this. This light barrier was famous even in times of antiquity. It was known as the Celestial Tailstar Restriction. Apart from the opening at the steps, there are no other exits that can be easily opened." Man Huzi nodded his head. "Fine, we'll do just that." He then sat cross-legged near the steps and began meditating. As for Zenith Yin and Qing Yi, they moved close to each other and started having a whispered discussion. After seeing all of this, Han Li Riley smiled in his mind, but betrayed none of this from his face. These Devil Dao cultivators weren't incorrect in their actions, but Wan Tianming appeared to be a rather shrewd person himself. Perhaps he had wanted them to wait outside all along. With that thought, Han Li looked around. He found that the Bone Sage was the only person that was close to the stone platform. He gazed into the white light barrier as if he were thinking of something. Han Li's expression stirred. This was a good opportunity to have another discussion, but he soon had second thoughts. This old devil forged a relationship between him and Man Huzi. Han Li's value towards should have decreased tremendously. It was most likely that he had the same thoughts as Zenith Yin, to use his bloodjade spiders to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron and dispose of him afterwards. Why else would he forego this excellent opportunity to kill Zenith Yin? It must be to first acquire the treasure. If he were to take the initiative to contact him, he would merely be allowing the Bone Sage to see through his doubts. The situation could only become worse as a result. It seems he would have to rely on himself to plan for his escape. With that in mind, Han Li's gaze unconsciously turned cold as he looked at the Bone Sage. The Bone Sage seemed to have perceived something and turned his head, happening to see Han Li. Han Li inwardly cursed and immediately restored his normal expression. He then walked off as if nothing had occurred. As the Bone Sage stared at Han Li from behind, a trace of doubt flickered from his face. Chapter 478, Gold-Threaded Silkworms. Acquiring the treasure. Han Li didn't immediately take action. Instead, he carefully released his spiritual sense and searched his surroundings. Certain that Zenith Yin and the others weren't spying on him, he no longer hesitated and extended his finger. A blade of azure sword light extended from its tip. Han Li calmly used the sword light to carve a fist-sized hole in the stone wall before willing it away. He then used his other hand to quickly touch the circle, causing a gap to appear in the stone wall. Han Li knew that his time was limited and instantly extended his arm into the hole. The area within wasn't large. After randomly reaching out, he managed to grab onto something. His expression stirred. The item was slender, curved, and soft. After he took it out from the wall, he saw that it was an aged yellow scroll. Just about as Han Li was about to open it with amazement, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly placed the scroll in his robes. His body blurred as he placed his back against the hole in the wall, pretending to rest against it. Just as Han Li finished his movements, he heard Zenith Yin's gloomy voice. "Han Li, return to us quickly. We are about to enter." Having heard that, Han Li's astonishment flickered from his eyes. Weren't they to rest for the time being? Why the sudden change of mind? Could it be the three old devils became aware of something amiss? After Han Li felt Zenith Yin's spiritual sense disappeared from his surroundings, he immediately turned around and repaired the stone hole. He then walked back to the front of the stone platform. When he arrived at the front, the old devils were standing in front of the steps, looking upwards with a grave expression. Standing behind them, Wu Chou and the Bone Sage were mimicking them. Han Li astonishedly followed their gaze up the stairs. He could only see blue light up above, twinkling with blinding intensity. Several threads of gold light flashed out from a flicker of blue light. In a short moment, those threads became several inches thicker. But because of the separation of the white light barrier, Han Li was unable to feel anything strange. Zenith Yin nodded when he saw Han Li arrived. He turned his head to Man Huzi and said, "Brother Man, my junior disciple has arrived. Let us go up." I hadn't expected that Wan Qianming's gold-threaded silkworm could actually rock the Heaven Void Cauldron. Although I don't know how this happened, it would be best for us to go see. Man Huzi replied by wordlessly approaching the stairs. Zenith Yin and the others closely followed after him. Boom. Manhuzi endowed his fist in devilish arts and fiercely bashed the light barrier, blowing open a 10-meter large hole. Manhuzi took the lead. Zenith Een and Layman Ching Yi surrounded Han Li and forced him to walk between them. The Bone Sage and Wu Chou followed them from behind. So cold. Although Han Li had made a few preparations outside the light barrier, Han Li couldn't help but shiver from the surrounding cold. He quickly covered his body in a barrier of light, greatly reducing the chill. Manhuzi didn't wait for the rest of them. He walked straight towards the center of the flourishing blue light with large steps. After Ching Yi and Zenith Een glanced at each other, they couldn't help but wryly smile as they caught up to him. But before Zenith Een chased after Manhuzi, he turned to look at Han Li, indicating that he had best hurry. Han Li released a torrent of curses at Zenith Een in his mind. He knew his place and didn't have any thoughts to flee. He merely wanted to drag along at the back and take a look at the scroll. It could perhaps provide assistance towards his current predicament. However, Zenith Yin's extortion seemed to remind Wu Chou of something. He began to stare at Han Li with absolute focus. The Bone Sage then shot a look of doubt at Han Li. Han Li had no choice but to quicken his steps. But after he walked several steps, his speed slowed down through no intention of his own. Although his light barrier was protecting from the freezing blue light, Han Li felt a chill pass through his body with each step he took. After only a short moment, his face turned pale white. He quickly closed his mouth, fearing the frost would spread throughout his core. At that moment Han Li heard Zenith Yin's voice in his ear. The white rhino emblem doesn't only protect from the heat. It also works against the cold. What are you waiting for? Han Li came to a sudden realization and hastily brought the item out, hanging it from his waist. Once the white rhino emblem brightly shined with light, he instantly felt warmth surround him. No longer impeded by the cold, Han Li leisurely walked forward and glanced how the others dealt with the cold. Manhuzi and the other nascent soul cultivators only used a light barrier on their bodies and continued without obstruction. As for the Bone Sage, he wore a chain of sparkling red beads and displayed no trace of cold. As for Wu Chou, he had put on a grotesque serpent scale armband that emitted a pink light barrier around his body. Han Li then turned his gaze to the center of the platform up above. There was a small altar protruding his vision. There were 8 orbs of gold light pulsing above the altar. At the center of the lights, there was a large hole that shined with blinding blue light. Han Li's mind was roused at the sight. He quickly examined the scene. Each of the golden orbs of light contained a meter-long silkworm, with each worm pulling on the thick golden thread they released into the hole. Their bodies swayed as they tugged back as forcefully as they could. Each sway caused the blue light from the hole to wildly flicker. 3 silhouettes were standing to the side of the altar. They were Wan Qinming's party of righteous Tao cultivators. They clearly knew that Manhuzi and the others had arrived, but they completely ignored them. They were only focused on the golden light in front of them, each with a tense expression. A cold glint flickered through Manhuzi's eyes when he saw the scene. He wordlessly raised his hand and shot 2 streaks of golden light towards the righteous Tao cultivators. Glacial Dragon. Phantom Tortoise. Wan Tianming and Tian Wuzi simultaneously shouted as they coldly gazed in the direction of the attack. With a sudden burst of fluctuating sounds, 2 streaks of azure and blue light intercepted the golden lights. Return. Manhuzi was startled by their quick reaction and had 2 streaks of golden light return with a wave of his hand. They landed in his hand as 2 golden knives. The azure and blue lights didn't pursue and instead revolved in place. Their true appearances were revealed to be a 10-meter-long white flood dragon and a bizarre transparent turtle. After Manhuzi clearly saw what those 2 things were, he appeared surprised. The Mad Matron's glacial dragon and Tian Yuanzi's phantom tortoise. Layman Ching Yi blurted this out with a face of astonishment. It was no wonder that Wan Tianming's party was so arrogant. Those 2 old eccentrics had lent them their spirit beasts. From what I know, those 2 old freaks treasure those spirit beasts to the point where they would never leave their side. Just how do they have them in their possession? Zenith Een spoke with an aghast voice and a resentful expression. Manhuzi replied with a solemn expression, "Humph. Just look at the borrowers. Wan Tianming is the Mad Matron's blood nephew. Tian Wuzi and Tian Yuanzi are disciples of the same master. There is nothing odd about being lent those 2 spirit beasts." As Layman Qingyi worryingly gazed at the white flood dragon and the huge tortoise, he said, "This is going to become troublesome. Those 2 beasts are by no means weak. Even if us 3 were to do our utmost, we would be unable to break away from them for quite some time." Manhuzi wore a sinister grin and said, Qingyi Zenithine. Have your azure thorn bird and heaven-wide corpse distract them. They might not prove to be an opponent to those beasts, but we need those beasts occupied for a moment if we are to act. We don't even need to defeat Wan Tianming and the others. It will be fine so long as we can kill one of the gold-threaded silkworms. Having heard this, the Zenith-Ine and Qingyi looked at each other in dismay and revealed some hesitation. Don't worry, I will also send my spirit beast to fight. They should prove to be quite troublesome altogether. Manhuzi glanced at the two and wore an expression of slight disdain. With that said, Qingyi's and Zenith Yin's expressions relaxed and they agreed. Chapter 479. The sky blue flower. Before Zenith Yin could release his demon corpses or Qingyi release his spirit beast, an astonishing change had occurred. One of the huge green silkworms in the orbs of light suddenly trembled. The golden light surrounding it quickly dimmed. At nearly the same time, its gold thread was severed with a snap. Not good. The righteous Tao cultivators to the side shouted out in alarm. But before they could take action, the other gold-threaded silkworms followed suit. Their golden light greatly dimmed and two of the gold threads snapped. Wan Tianming's heart dropped into an abyss. He stood still in a daze. But it still wasn't the end. 3 silkworms remained and the collapse of half of their companions caused their burden to quickly increase. They cried out as they were dragged towards the hole with immense force. Soon after, the huge clang of something heavy being dropped could be heard. Immediately after, the stone platform trembled for a while after. The blue light coming from the hole immediately dimmed and the air became significantly warmer. The faces of the righteous Tao cultivators became extremely unsightly. As for the old devils that were about to act, their eyes were uncharacteristically wide open with their faces wearing expressions of extreme marvel. Ha 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 ha. Manhuzi guffawed with delight. Even his yellow beard was wildly shaking. At that moment, Zenith Yin and Qingyi responded, both basking in schadenfreude, laughing at the righteous Tao cultivators without restraint. At that moment, Wan Tianming's face became ashen. In order to acquire the treasure, he had spent much effort concocting this plan and at great cost. And what did he gain? The ridicule of his devil Tao rivals. This set Wan Tianming's heart aflame. He could no longer restrain himself and suddenly turned to the devil Tao cultivators with a chilling expression. Zenith Yin's and Qingyi's laughter halted for a moment. Wan Tianming was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Even if they were already on opposing sides, the two were unwilling to rashly breed a deep hatred between them. As for Manhuzi, despite no longer laughing, he returned the glare with no trace of politeness. What? Sect Master Wan wishes to battle with me? I do wish to experience the true heaven-sifting art's 3 Confucian marvels. After coldly glaring at Manhuzi for a moment, Wan Tianming eventually regained his rationality. Go! With a wave of his sleeve, he led the departure from the stone platform, ignoring the remaining gold-threaded silkworms and recalling the white flood dragon from its confrontation against the devil Tao. With an equivalently unsightly expression, Tian Wuzi recalled the huge tortoise and followed Wan Tianming. As for the old farmer, despite his cold gaze, he followed after them with a far calmer expression. Just as the righteous and devil Tao brushed past each other, they glanced at each other with extreme vigilance. Despite being extremely domineering, Manhuzi fortunately didn't provoke them. He merely sneered at Wan Tianming and the others as they disappeared from the light barrier. Qingyi looked behind them and said, I'll have my azure thorn bird hide at the entrance. If the righteous Tao fellows come back we will know. Zenith Yin shifted his gaze and sinisterly smiled, then I will also dispatch 2 heaven-wide corpses to lie in ambush at the entrance. If they attempt to mount a sneak attack they will be deterred. After Qingyi heard this, his gaze grew blank and he soon became silent. A moment later, his sleeve trembled and a fist-sized streak of light shot towards the sky. As for Zenith Yin, he tossed something on the floor. 2 puffs of black smoke spread out along with a fishy scent where 2 tall demon corpses emerged. Go! Zenith Yin solemnly pointed towards the entrance. In an instant, the demon corpses blurred and disappeared from sight. The scene caused Han Li's heart to tremble as he recalled the demon corpse's strange appearance when it had first appeared before him. He couldn't help but feel fearful towards the demon corpses. Afterwards, Han Li's attention shifted towards the gold-threaded silkworms that were lying down the altar. He couldn't help but curiously walk over to them. But after taking only a few steps he stopped. Someone had already quickly arrived in front of them. Han Li was astonished to discover this person to be the Bone Sage. Manhuzi walked over and asked, "What's this about?" The gold-threaded silkworm could be considered a rare exotic insect. From their previous golden light, their abilities should be quite formidable. It is quite strange of Wan Tianming to abandon them without care. After examining the gold-threaded silkworm for a moment, the bone sage calmly answered, they had consumed the sky-blue flower to forcefully raise their capabilities so that they might have a better chance at acquiring the heaven-void cauldron. But after consuming it, the gold-threaded silkworm could be considered to be completely crippled. I had originally thought the gold-threaded silkworms couldn't acquire the heaven-void cauldron. But to use the sky-blue flower he ended up losing everything from trying to gain an advantage. Manhuzi couldn't help but laugh in response to the bone sage's words. Zenith-Een walked over with his hands behind his back. Sky-blue flower? I didn't think that Wan Tianming could actually find it. I had thought of using such a method before, but I was unable to find the flower after so many years of searching. For Brother Mans Jr. to know of such a flower, he must be a renowned character. Perhaps I've heard this junior's name before? After he changed the subject, he stared at the bone sage's face. The bone sage softly spoke with a smile, "My name is not renowned. I am merely someone who spent too much time reading books." Senior Wu Jess. Is that so? Zenith-Een said with an indifferent expression. It was unknown whether his suspicions had been exhausted or if he was fearful of repercussion from Manhuzi, but Zenith-Een gave up his questioning and turned towards the large hole and peered within. The blue light from the hole reflected off his face, making for a weird sight. Han Li indifferently watched from the side, but in his mind, he felt slight admiration at the bone sage's patience. Old Devil Bone Sage's temperament must be quite fearsome indeed for him to so calmly address his enemy as "Senior." Nevertheless, there was no one here that was fooled, except for perhaps Wu Chou. Each of them were sly foxes that had lived for over several hundred years. They were devious to an extreme. Just as Han Li gloomily thought this, he heard Qing Yi say, "Since these gold-threaded silkworms are useless, let's exterminate them and remove their irksome presence from our eyes." Qing Yi then flipped his wrinkled palm and a ball of blinding azure light appeared in his hands. Chapter 480. Seizing the treasure. No trace of Han Li's feelings were betrayed on his face. Instead, he approached the hole and took a deep glance. Han Li was astonished by the sight. The hole wasn't as amazingly deep as he had imagined. It only dropped to about 100 meters. With his abilities as a core formation cultivator, he could clearly see a flourishing ball of blinding blue flame. A black object could faintly be seen through the flickers of the blue flame. It seemed that this was the famous Heaven Void Cauldron. But when he leaned over the hole, he felt a bone-piercing cold spread throughout him. Even the white rhino emblem was unable to block most of the cold. He feared if he looked any longer he would freeze over. The brilliant blue flame at the bottom of the hole was actually releasing such a fantastical cold. But after glancing at the blue flames for only a few moments more, his head started to spin. Aghast, he quickly turned his gaze away and collected himself. As Zenith-Een stood by Han Li's side, he stared at the hole and slowly said, "How was it?" "That was the celestial ice flame, a flame that roars with a cold beyond freezing. Let alone core formation cultivators, even us nascent soul cultivators don't dare to touch it. Even the slightest burn by the fire would cause a nascent soul cultivator to easily perish by refinement. It is said that this flame isn't something that came from this world, and it is unknown how the ancient cultivators found such a thing. Even nascent soul cultivators would be refined?" Han Li's breath grew cold when he heard this. But soon after, his expression returned to normal. If it weren't for this flame, then the Heaven Void Cauldron would have been seized long ago. Although the celestial ice flame is extremely deadly to us cultivators, there are a few things that are resistant to it. For example, the gold thread from the gold-threaded silkworm, and the spider thread of the bloodjade spider, along with unusual exceptions such as my 2 fire pythons. It's about time for you to take out your bloodjade spider. Let us take a look at it. Zenith-Een gave an order with an assertive tone. With Manhuzi and Qing Yi staring at Han Li from behind Zenith-Een, Han Li didn't delay any further. He clasped his hand on a spirit beast pouch on his waist, causing a streak of white light to fly out and circle around him before landing in front of him. The light disappeared to reveal the bloodjade spider. When it saw so many strangers in front of it, it bared its fangs and its eyes were brimming with hostility. Manhuzi and the others didn't mind this in the slightest. They merely glanced at the spirit beast as if they were looking at treasure. Just as Manhuzi glanced at Bloodjade Spider, his expression wavered and he said in a tone of amazement, "The Bloodjade Spire is quite large. It seemed to be a peak grade 4 demon beast on the verge of breaking through to grade 5. It has a good chance of seizing the treasure." Zenithine also stared at the Bloodjade Spider with excitement and said, "Hee hee. My junior disciple's Bloodjade Spider is inferior in strength to some wild breeds. But it is an optimal choice for the purpose of seizing the Heaven Void Cauldron." As acquiring the treasure was no longer a hopeless dream, Qing Yi appeared delighted. He said, "It is as Brother Wu says. This spider's grade is far higher than the grade 2 gold-threaded silkworms. Even with just one spider, the odds of success are far greater than theirs." Seeing that there were no problems with the Heaven Void Cauldron, Zenithine gave out his orders, "Let us start now. Any delay could bring unexpected events. Hanli, have your spider spit out a net around the Heaven Void Cauldron and have it pull it up. At the same time, I will have my 2 fire pythons assist your Bloodjade Spider." Yes. Although he felt unwilling, Hanli could only agree. Zenithine coldly glanced at Wu Cho and the Bone Sage and ordered, "You two go down below the altar. As the Heaven Void Cauldron grows closer to the surface, the celestial ice fire will as well. You will be unable to withstand it given your cultivation. As for junior disciple Han Li, I will have to trouble Brother Qing to protect him." He then turned to Qing Yi and smiled. The old man agreed with a chuckle. "Well said. In order to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron's Heaven Mend Pill, I cannot allow young friend Han to fall to any surprises." Wu Cho and the Bone Sage obediently descended from the altar and took several steps back. Han Li inwardly sighed after seeing the covetous gazes of the 3 old devils and issued the command to his Bloodjade Spider. It immediately shot out a web of thread into the hole. Having arrived this far, Han Li could only take it a step at a time. He hoped that when he acquired the treasure, Zenithine would find it too embarrassing to immediately cut ties with Han Li, giving him a moment of respite. This would hopefully allow enough time for the Bone Sage to deal with Zenithine and give Han Li an opportunity to turn his situation around. As for the Heaven Void Cauldron, he didn't particularly care whether or not he could take it out. This was because he knew his situation wouldn't change regardless of success or failure in acquiring the treasure. As Han Li was inwardly planning out his countermeasures, Zenithine arrived at the opposite side of the hole from Han Li. He took out a pitch-black spirit beast pouch from his robes and turned the pouch upside down. With a flash of red light, 2 15-meter-long fire-red pythons appeared on the ground. These 2 fantastical pythons had bright red scales the size of fingernails. Their heads were both imprinted with a wondrous design consisting of talisman characters. Their eyes were sparkling with red light as if they contained blazing flames. After Zenith Yin's fire pythons unfolded themselves from their spiral resting position, he immediately flicked his sleeves at them, shooting 2 black medicinal pills at them. The 2 pythons swiftly caught them in their mouths and swallowed them. "Go." Zenith Yin pointed towards the hole. The 2 fire pythons slowly slivered towards the hole in a lazy manner. When Zenith Yin saw this, he solemnly clutched his hands into an eccentric incantation gesture and mumbled a series of cryptic incantations, resulting in an astonishing scene. The fire python's bright red scales were stained black during the incantation, and they enthusiastically began to follow Zenith Yin's orders. The 2 fire pythons' tails fiercely stabbed into the ground nearby the hole, cutting about a meter deep. They then dropped their upper halves into the hole and began to stretch out as if they were boneless. Their tails held firm onto the ground. It seemed as if they had turned into 2 black-red ropes. During Han Li's amazement, the ropes twisted for a moment. Zenith Yin appeared delighted by this and clutched his hands. He quickly shouted towards Han Li, "It's ready. They are biting on the Heaven Void Cauldron. Quickly have your spider draw it up. Although the fire pythons have consumed my medicine pills, they cannot withstand the glacial ice flames for long. We must succeed in one go." A trace of malevolence was betrayed on Zenith Yin's face when he said this. Han Li inwardly snorted at the sight. Han Li begrudgingly scorned in his mind, "It seems quite possible I will lose my life if the treasure is successfully seized. Now I am even more willing to allow this to fail." But still, he forced himself to have the Bloodjade Spider start pulling up the cauldron. This was because Manhuzi and Qing Yi were eyeing his every move like tigers watching their prey. Were he to purposefully hold back, he wouldn't be able to escape discovery from these 2 old cunning foxes. Under Han Li's begrudging command, the white translucent thread immediate became taut. The Bloodjade Spider began to slowly move back. At that same moment, the black-red ropes began to twist and pull back. With a series of dull rumblings, the platform started to sway. Blue light wildly dazzled from the hole, blinding Han Li. He was forced to turn his gaze away. As for the blood-jade spider, it ignored it and continued to pull with all its strength. Upon seeing this, Qing Yi nervously muttered to himself, "Good, the Heaven Void Cauldron is already swaying." It was clear that the Heaven Void Cauldron was extremely heavy. Even with the blood-jade spider and 2 fire pythons exerting their full strength, they were only able to cause the Heaven Void Cauldron to repeatedly sway. It seemed it wasn't about to be lifted anytime soon. Zenith Een didn't reveal the slightest impatience. Instead, he muttered to himself for a moment and puffed out 2 wisps of black smoke that entered the bodies of the fire pythons. He then turned to Manhuzi and quickly said, "Brother Man, I must trouble you to use the berserking technique on the blood-jade spider. My junior disciple lacks the magic power to fully use this technique." "Leave it to me," Manhuzi replied without surprise. It seemed he had already anticipated this. He stared at the blood-jade spider and muttered quickly. He then opened his mouth, faintly revealing the red light within it. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.